My name is Zhao Nan. In my last life, I bought into the whole 996 is a blessing line, pulled overtime every single day, until I keeled over dead right there at my desk. I figured that was the end of it. But then I woke up again, in a place called the Great U Kingdom, and as the single poorest man in it. By then, Great U had been hanging on for more than 200 years and had reached the end of the road. Corrupt officials ran wild. Disasters struck year after year. Barbarians were breaking through in the north. Peasant uprisings flared all across the interior, and the people frozen or starved to death were beyond counting. None of those great affairs were anything I could fix. I just wanted to stay alive first. Lucky for me, when I woke, I found something bound to me. A system. A poverty relief system. 1 sack of rice, maybe claimed per day. I'll save what came after for later. Let me start with the night I woke up. Cough, cough, cough. I woke myself up coughing. Cold wind poured in through the broken window and set me shivering. I tugged the blanket up around me. No use. It was full of holes too. It couldn't cover a person. So cold. Where was this? Hadn't I already died? How could I still feel anything? By the moonlight through the window, I made it out. A thatched hut with drafts on all 4 sides. The freezing wind was real. The pain was real. I still remembered everything from before I died. Clear as day. The doctor's verdict, my family's goodbyes, my wife and kids sobbing their hearts out. My life had been plain and ordinary. Married young, bought a car and a place, figured I'd grind hard while I was still young to earn a little more, and then a virus carried me off. But now, fragments of unfamiliar memories came flooding into my head. After half an hour of wrestling with it, I accepted the truth. I'd transmigrated. Dropped into the body of some pauper who was about to freeze or starve to death any minute. Other people transmigrate and wake up as emperors, or at least princes. How is it my turn to land as some low-born wretch who doesn't even own one unholy blanket? Hell mode from level 1. The body's original owner had also been named Zhao Nan, born in Peach Blossom Village out on the northwestern frontier of Great U. Most of the village shared the surname Zhao. The original Ingnan hadn't been lazy. There'd just been no way to make a living. Barbarians raided from the north, the government piled on taxes, and bandits holed up in the hills. The old days weren't like modern times. Your household registration nailed you to one spot, and you couldn't move even if you wanted to. The original's parents had died early, leaving behind one line. We may be poor, but what isn't ours, we don't take. That one I filed away. I had no strength left in me. So hungry my belly was stuck to my spine, feeling like one good gust would blow me clean out of this world. No, a second shot at life. I had to figure something out. If whoever was up there had bothered to drop me in here, surely they wouldn't just let me die all over again. Unless there was a system? I poked my head out from under the ragged blanket and called softly into the dark. System? You there, System Daddy? Ding, poverty relief system successfully activated, level 1. Only the check-in function is currently available. Check-in. Knew it. Check-in. A check-in board floated up in front of me. 30 days laid out ahead, and every single day's reward was 1 sack of rice. Check-in successful. Obtained 1 sack of rice, 25 kilograms. Deposited to storage space. Take it out. A sack of rice appeared by the bed. Cold be damned. I ripped the bag open. White and gleaming in the moonlight, top-grade rice. The kind I'd been too cheap to eat in my last life. I grabbed a fistful and chewed it raw. Yep, that was the taste. I struck the stove alight with a flint, took the 1 pot the house still had and the last of the firewood, and boiled up a pot of hot congee, then poured down 5 big bowls of it. 1 satisfied belch, and I was back among the living. Hot food in me, warmth in my body. Getting through the night was no problem now. I crouched by the fire until the wood burned out, then curled back into the corner of the bed. If I really got a sack of rice every day, I wouldn't just survive the winter. I could feed the few people in the village I cared about most. Uncle Tieju's family, for one. Peach Blossom Village was my newbie village. If everyone in it starved, the village was worthless. I tested the storage space again. 1 flick of a thought, and the rice sack vanished, gone into the space. Another, and it was back on the table. I picked up the half pot of leftover congee, turned the thought over, and the congee went in too. So I had to be touching a thing for it to work. This function was fantastic. I could stash things, haul things. Down the line, I'd stock up on a few big rocks. When bandits came, I'd just brain them. I was still thinking it over when. Ding storage space mastered on your own. Reward, 2 caddies of pork. A slab of streaky pork belly, fat and lean marbled together, had appeared in the space. The system was on the weak side, sure, but coal in a snowstorm is a kindness, and I made a note of it. Early the next morning, just as I'd dozed off, a burst of frantic pounding on the door jolted me awake. Brothering Nan, open up, quick. It was Zhao Xiaoyan from the village, her voice thick with sobs. Something had happened. I kicked up and sprang off the bed to open the door. Xiaoyan's thin, sallow little face was streaming with tears. Xiaoyan, don't cry now, what's happened? She wiped her face. Brothering Nan, my pa's dead. Come help me bury him, please. She dissolved into sobs. What? That gave me a jolt. In the memories, Xiaoyan's father, Zhao Taizhu, was the strongest man in the whole village. He'd looked out for me plenty, his poor relation, always splitting whatever scrap of food he had with me. I panicked, but pulled myself together fast. Don't cry. Take me to see him. When we got there, Dainyu was on his knees by the bed, wailing. Uncle Tieju's body, lean but solid, lay stretched out stiff, looking like the breath had gone out of it. No need to ask. He'd starved. At every meal the man would save his own share for the kids, and the kids sometimes counted me in. I threw myself down and started crying. I hadn't even had the chance to repay him. Crying away, I suddenly felt one of his fingers twitch. Not my imagination, it moved again. I checked under his nose for breath. Nothing. I pressed my ear to his chest, a heartbeat. Faint, but there. Stop crying. Uncle Taizhu isn't dead. The brother and sister froze, so startled they forgot to cry. Dainyu, run to my place. There's a pot of kanji on my table. Bring it. Kanji? Since when do you have kanji? Quit yapping, go. I aim to kick at him. Dainyu took off at a sprint. I turned to Xiaoyan. Any firewood at home? Go light the stove. She wiped her tears and went to start the fire. She'd always done exactly as I said. In no time Dainyu was back with the kanji. Brothering Nan, where'd you get this much kanji? I'll explain later. Set it on the stove and warm it up first. It's too cold. I'm afraid he won't be able to get it down. There was already a pot on their stove, a few blackish patties of wild greens inside, the family's food ration for the day. They had food in the house, and the man would rather starve himself. My nose stung. I lifted that pot aside. With the 3 of us working together, the kanji was soon steaming. I ladled out a bowl and spooned it into Uncle Tieju's mouth a little at a time. Hang on, Uncle. Get better, and your nephew here'll treat you to meat and wine. His throat bobbed, like he was swallowing. In my last life, I was a programmer. I knew nothing about doctoring or saving lives. All I could do was treat a dead horse like it was still alive. Spoon after spoon went down, and a quarter hour later, 1 bowl of kanji finished. Zhao Taizhu slowly opened his eyes. Dainyu and Xiaoyan wept for joy, and I dropped flat onto my backside on the floor and let out a long breath. To outsiders, 1 more villager starving to death was just a passing remark. But for these 2 households, the poorest in the whole village, the pillar going down meant the sky had fallen. Thank God the old man's luck held, and we'd pulled him back. Zhao Taizhu looked at his son, his daughter, and me, and grinned. Boy, you said you'd treat your uncle to meat and wine. Don't you go lying to me. No lie, but I never said when. When I've got money. The 3 of them laughed through their tears. He couldn't stop worrying about these 3 kids. His son Dainyu was 19 and still without a wife. Come spring he'd plant more land, and once there was money he'd find him a match. His daughter Xiaoyan was only 12, still small, she'd need raising up right. And as for me, his nephew, the poorest man in the village, already 25 this year. He sighed. But that kanji, where had it come from? Zhao Taizhu was a man who'd seen things, and he knew it took top-grade rice to cook kanji like that. Boy, what's the story with this kanji really? The second poorest household in the village, all 3 of them, fixed their eyes on me. I decided to give them a half-truth. This family had been so good to me. I couldn't keep them too much in the dark. Last night an outlander broke into my place, wounded, said she was a princess. I saved her, and to thank me she gave me 50 caddies of rice and 2 caddies of pork. I didn't hide the goods. I'd already counted these 3 as family, and there was plenty here for everyone to eat their fill. Besides, there'd be another 50 caddies every day from here on. The 3 of them stared at each other, not coming back to themselves for a long while. 50 caddies of rice. And pork on top? A fortune fit to fall out of the sky, and it landed on Zhao Nan's head? If they hadn't known me so well, they'd have been sure I'd lost my mind. A princess, hauling 50 caddies of rice, busting into your house in the dead of night? It took a good while before Uncle Taiju, worldly as he was, came around and started pressing me. Which tribe was this princess from? Which kingdom? And where was she now? West of Peach Blossom Village lay the kingdoms of the western regions. To the north, the scattered tribes. But as for who she actually was, not one of us four could say, so we just lumped her in as an outlander. I'm a shameless sort to begin with. I don't so much as blush when a lie gets called out, so I just spread my hands. Couldn't understand each other. Never said. She left in the night. What did she look like? What was she wearing? The uncle was still hoping to place her by her face and clothes. Too dark, couldn't see. I played dumb. But uncle, the rice and the meat, those are real. At the mention of rice and meat, all four of us got hungry, and nobody felt like chasing the matter any further. Dainyu and Xiaoyan had been too busy fretting over their father earlier to touch a single mouthful of that pot of congee. Now they stared at the leftover white congee with their eyes lit up. I had Xiaoyan bring out a dish of homemade pickles, and the four of us crowded around the rickety table, congee and pickles. Half a pot down, we were half full and wanting more. I wiped my mouth. Come on, Dainyu, let's go to my place and haul the grain back. Meat for lunch. That line floored all three of them. But they were no match for how good the congee smelled. The last time they'd eaten meat was years ago, back in a good harvest year, when the uncle had splurged on half a caddy. These past few years, hard, so hard. Before long the grain was hauled back. I had a gleaming white strip of pork in hand, and Dainyu shouldered a sack of rice, grinning ear to ear. I handed the meat to Xiaoyan. Cut half for lunch. We eat meat today. Save the other half to build Uncle Tieju's strength back up. Then to the uncle. Get well fast, uncle. I found a way to make money. From now on it's wine and meat for you. Every household in Peach Blossom Village had a root cellar for storing grain and hiding from raiders. I had Dainyu stash the grain down the cellar, then sent him to round up a few of his closest buddies to help fix my house. After last night's wind, my wreck of a place had a broken window and a leaking roof, and if I didn't fix it I'd freeze to death tonight. Don't say a word about us eating congee. Come if they want to, no pushing if they don't, I told him. And to Xiaoyan, boil a pot of congee, chop in some minced meat and wild greens together. Lunch is on me. Xiaoyan was a little reluctant. Congee's plenty, why feed them meat? You don't get it. Your big brother here is the poorest man in the village. Nobody gives me the time of day. Anyone who'll come help is a true brother. Toward noon, Dainyu came back with 8 of the guys, the 2 brothers Zhao Wen and Zhao Wu, plus Roots, Pot, Monkey, Mutt, Pockface, and Blindy. Everyone in the village had a nickname. The real names hardly got used. The oldest, Zhao Wu, was 28. The youngest, Mutt, was only 15. Every one of them sallow and gaunt, patches stacked on patches. Out of the dozen odd I usually ran around with, 8 showing up when it counted, not bad. I laid out the situation and promised them a meal. They ribbed me. Come on, Ingnan, a meal with your finances? Just patching a roof. The brothers got nothing better to do anyway. We're in. I didn't bother explaining. My reputation for being broke went before me. Only actions would talk. Dainyu, Xiaoyan, bring it out. The 2 of them lugged a wooden bucket out of the house, steaming, the smell of rice mixed with the smell of meat wafting off it, and 8 men's mouths watered all over the floor. Blindy hit me. Am I dreaming? Ow, you actually hit me. Ow, ow, that hurts. The poorest old Zhao household, eating meat congee? All 8 of them were dumbstruck. I went down the line handing out bowls and ladling congee, and ran through that morning's whole saved a princess, got rice and meat routine again. But I noticed they couldn't have cared less where the rice and meat came from. As long as there was food, you could tell them an immortal dropped it off, and they'd believe you. Out in the yard, the 10 of us ate with real relish, bowl after bowl. Zhao scraped the leftover congee off the bucket wall and swore an oath. If somebody could get me congee like this every day, I'd give my life for it. Zhao Wu took the bucket and started licking it in dead earnest. 1 bucket gone, the 10 of us half full and wanting more. Brothers, help me get my house fixed up, and there's more congee tonight. Yeah, they all cheered and threw themselves into the work. Over the next 3 days, the house was transformed. The roof got a thick layer of thatch. The doors and windows were reinforced and thickened. The yard was piled with enough firewood to burn for months, and the courtyard wall was packed solid again. The dried up well. The brothers dug it down a good 4 or 5 meters by hand until a fresh spring bubbled up. I also used a trick from my last life and rebuilt the bed into a brick platform you light a fire inside. On the coldest nights you stoke it and stay warm right through. No more freezing to death. The brothers who had no wives went home and copied it one after another, and the cold tolerance of every bachelor in the village shot way up. The stove, the chimney, the chicken coop, the pig pen, the vegetable patch. Even the outhouse got a full overhaul. Brother, this house of yours is really something. Xiaoyan, coming by with the food, looked it over, pleased as could be. She knew about her father's plan to promise her to me. She just got bashful, the way girls do, and ran off whenever it came up. I had a handle on it. Xiaoyan was still young, no rush. Let her live easy first. The day the work was done, I gave each brother 2 caddies of rice, telling them to eat it on the quiet, not spread it around, and absolutely not sell it. They wouldn't take it for the life of them. 3 days of meals, and now rice to carry home? Not even a landlord treated people this way. I told them I'd be leaning on everybody for plenty more down the road, and that finally talked them into it. The first sack of rice was eaten clean, and I wasn't worried one bit. The storage space still held the 3 sacks I'd checked in for over those 3 days. I gave Uncle Taiju another sack. After 3 or 4 days of rest, the man, it had only ever been a hunger sickness, a bit of food set him right, was already back to being sturdy and strong. A few more days passed, and the rice in the storage space was nearly piled to the top. I was eating dry, cooked rice every day. But there still wasn't a single copper coin in my pocket. If I'd had even one, I wouldn't have come so close to starving a few days back. You can't get through New Year's on plain rice alone, so I decided to take the uncle and Dainyu into town to sell some rice and trade for supplies. The uncle still had his doubts about where the rice came from, but he didn't push it again. When you're this close to not making it, does it matter where the rice came from? Before dawn, the 3 of us ate and set out. The uncle shouldered one sack. Dainyu and I carried another between us. The walk from Peach Blossom Village to Qingyo Town ran a good 4 hours, and I only planned to sell 100 caddies first, just to test the waters. A little over 2 hours later, we arrived. With New Year's near, the streets of Qingyo Town were packed. Not everyone was as dirt poor as the old Zhao family. Plenty of folks were still buying meat and stocking up for the holiday. We found the biggest rice shop in town, the Lin family's. Across the way, a shop selling braised pig's head meat sent its aroma drifting for miles, mouth-watering. I'd come through here years back and caught a whiff of it once. Today, with rice to sell, I was going to taste it no matter what. Shopkeeper Lin was a paunchy middle-aged man, dressed head to toe in silks, with a drooping mustache, the spitting image of a villainous squire from a stage play. He was bowing and scraping over a stunningly beautiful woman beside him, the picture of a fawning lapdog. The second he saw the 3 of us mud-legged farmers in our ragged hemp, his face soured, but with the boss standing right there, he couldn't make a scene, so he hurried over and blocked us at the door. What do you 3 want? The uncle and Dainyu, sacks on their shoulders, didn't dare step forward. A poor man stands a head shorter before a rich one, by nature. But I'd been around. I kept it level, neither cringing nor brash. Shopkeeper, we're here to sell rice. Hearing it was selling rice and not begging, his face eased a little. I set the sacks down, opened one, scooped up a fistful, and held it out. Take a good look, shopkeeper. Rice of this quality, what'll it fetch per caddy? Shopkeeper Lin leaned in for a look. Grains crystalline as jade, plump and full, with a faint rice fragrance. In all his years running the shop, he'd seen countless kinds of rice, north and south, and never anything of this great. This wasn't rice. This was tribute, the sort ordinary people never got to eat. The young mistress was here checking the numbers, and if this deal came off, he'd look good in front of her. He forced his wild delight down and played it breezy. Rice like this, how much of it have you got? I held up one finger. 100 caddies. And this rice, is it come by honestly? I rubbed my hands and played the simpleton. Shopkeeper, what's honest or not about rice? It all grows out of the ground. Just not the ground around here. Where exactly? I'm not at liberty to say. I understand, I understand. He got it. Where would 3 mudlegs get top-grade rice? Some rare thing out of the western regions, most likely. He stroked his mustache and gave a sly smile. Rice runs 20 coppers a caddy. Yours is decent quality. I'll give you 30. How about it? The price was barely out of his mouth before even Dainyu, dim as he was, grimaced. Daylight robbery. I wagged a finger. Won't do. Shopkeeper, a man of your experience. That's the price for coarse, rough rice. Top-grade rice like this, surely it's worth this. I spread all 5 fingers. 50 coppers? 500. Uncle Taiju and Dainyu both flinched. Their family couldn't earn 1 tael of silver in a whole year of toil, and I was selling a single caddy of rice for half a tael? No, no, no. Shopkeeper Lin waved both hands. 100 coppers, tops. Don't like it, take it elsewhere. Right then, I hoisted the sack to leave. Ask sky high, counter dirt cheap. That haggling routine played out on every street corner back in my day. My target was 200 coppers, 10 times the price of ordinary rice. I hadn't gone 2 steps before the call came from behind, just like I figured. Hey, hold on, young man. One price, 150 coppers. I molded a moment. Still a touch short. I turned my head and caught sight of a young, lovely woman in the shop going over the account books. The very one the shopkeeper had been waiting on hand and foot. I took the hint. Shopkeeper, why not have that lady manager come out and see whether this rice is worth 400 or 500 coppers? The lady manager heard it. She'd come to inspect the place to begin with, and the squabbling at the door left her both impatient and curious. What rice dared open at 500? She came over to look, round as pearls, jade in their sheen, and a rice fragrance when she leaned in close. Her eyes lit up. This woman's name was Lin Muyao, the Lin family's eldest daughter, beautiful, and an even sharper hand at business. Since she'd taken the family over, the Lins had shot up to become the richest family in Liangzhou. Her father, Lin Zhengyang, served as an official at court and needed money to grease wheels all over. But great you valued farming and suppressed trade. Merchants had money yet stood low, and the literati, who turned up their noses at the stink of a merchant's copper coins, wanted little to do with them. If she could present rice like this to the great lords and to His Majesty, the Lin family's standing might climb another rung. And if she could corner the supply of this rice, becoming the richest in the whole kingdom wasn't out of the question. The thought made Lin Muyao name a price on the spot. 1 tael. We all startled. Who haggles like that? Bidding the price up? Deal. I seized the moment and, out of habit, stuck my hand out to shake, then caught myself the instant I did. In times like these, grabbing a stranger's hand was a good way to get yourself slugged. Lin Muyao paid the odd gesture no mind, took it as me holding my hand out for payment, and called the shop boy over to inspect and weigh the rice. A full 100 caddies. The rice checks out. Lin Muyao nodded, satisfied, and looked us over properly for the first time. But I have one condition. From now on, this rice of yours sells only to us, the Lin family. We'll put it in writing. The Lins were the biggest grain merchants in Liangzhou. Rice this fine. Only their house could move it. The price suited me, and I was glad to. Fine, fine. Deal struck. I took the money pouch, kept a few taels of silver on me, and turned the rest straight into the storage space. I insisted on hard silver and coin, no banknotes. Shopkeeper Lin had to scrape together the shop's ingots, loose silver, and copper cash to make up 100 taels, a full, fat bundle the size of a grapefruit. Ding, earned 100 taels. Achievement unlocked. First pot of gold EXP plus 100. System upgraded. New functions unlocked. After the upgrade, the interface was more detailed. Top left, my portrait and level 2. Top right, an experience bar, 500 points to the next level. Below that, the storage space. And when I opened it, the space had grown from 1 cubic meter to nearly 2. A bigger space was worth far more to me than the little reward itself. The system chimed again. Choose your upgrade reward. A. 100 taels, 1 /B. 1 mace of silver per day. Hand over cash, just like that? I was young and strong and hardly hard up for 1 measly 100 taels. 1 mace a day, 36 taels a year, 360 over 10 years. Now that's a golden rice bowl. I picked B without hesitation. A new line appeared in the stats panel. Each day, Receive 1 mace of silver. I stared at it for a good minute before I came back to myself. Onlookers just took it for a man pleased he'd sold his goods. Nobody got suspicious. Young mistress, shopkeeper Lin, my thanks. May business flourish. The 3 mudlegs backed out of the rice shop and dove straight into the braised pig's head joint across the way. Shopkeeper, 3 caddies. No, 5. Make it 10 caddies of pig's head meat to start. The shopkeeper had watched us sell a whole bag's worth of money next door, so he wasn't the least bit worried about us skipping out on the bill. He hustled out 6 plates of sliced braised meat and a dish of chili sauce in no time. Enjoy, gentlemen. A table of it, rich in color, fragrance rushing up at you. Enough that even I, raised on modern food, couldn't hold back. Dainyu, mind your manners while you eat. Yeah. Dainyu's eyes hadn't left the meat for a second. Drool was at the corner of his mouth. Dig in. The moment the meat hit my tongue, manners stopped mattering. Tears rolled down Uncle Tieju's weathered face. Boy, you really did treat your uncle to meat. You weren't lying. I ate as I talked. Uncle, I meant to buy you some wine, but there's more to do in a bit. We'll drink tonight. Fatty but not greasy, melting the moment it touched the tongue. In half an hour, 10 caddies of meat were wiped out by the 3 of us. Dainyu went to lick the plate. I stopped him. Shopkeeper, the bill. 50 coppers a caddy. 10 caddies is 500. I'll give you a discount, 480. A real bargain. 1 caddy of rice could trade for 20 caddies of pig's head meat. That's some serious buying power. I fished out a tael of silver and tossed it over. Pack up another 10 caddies with the change, taking it home for the family to try. The shopkeeper's grin widened. In a flash, he'd wrapped 2 big bundles and handed them over. Come back any time, sir. That afternoon, the 3-man mudleg crew went on a buying spree through town. Our rags earned us shopkeepers' sneers, but the second I pulled out money, every boss's face flipped to respectful. Beans, flour, soybean oil, rice wine, salt, fresh meat, cured meat, 10 each of chickens, ducks, and geese. A basket each of chicken, duck, and goose eggs. Beef and mutton, fresh fish and cured fish. Several jars of rice wine. And a few bolts of cloth to make Xiaoyan some clothes back home. Pots, bowls, ladles, basins, every needle and thread. A whole pile of things big and small, 20 taels in all. There was too much to carry, so I hired 3 carts to haul it back. The road from Peach Blossom Village to Qingyo Town was famously poor and usually had no bandits. But I played it safe and hired 2 porters anyway, 20 coppers each, to escort us. Once we were home, they rode the carts back. The uncle thought it was foolish. Boy, what do you need porters for? Your uncle can take on 10 men. Don't waste the money. I laughed out loud. You honest old soul, when bandits really come, they've got blades and spears in hand. Uncle, relax. It's chump change. Riding the carts was a lot faster than walking. The trip out had taken over 2 hours. The ride back, only 1. Once everything was unloaded and the porters and drivers sent off, I split all the supplies in half and gave 1/2 to Uncle Tieju's family. I was on my own. There was no way I'd ever finish this much. The uncle's family was just like my own. I couldn't strike it rich and forget them. I also slipped the uncle 30 taels of silver on the quiet, keeping 50 for myself. On the quiet, because I worried Dainyu couldn't keep his mouth shut and that the uncle might blow it once he had money. When you can't yet protect yourself, money is no blessing. It's not the thief's hand you fear, it's the thief's eye. A poor man who strikes it rich and flaunts it is asking for trouble. Boy, this is too much. I can't take it. The uncle refused it every which way. The supplies he could accept with an easy heart, but this money he absolutely didn't dare. Uncle, it's not for you. It's Xiaoyan's betrothal money, I said. Aren't you always going on about marrying Xiaoyan off to me? Look how thin she is. It breaks my heart. We've got to fatten her up nice and healthy. All right. I'll just hold on to it for you two for now. My future father-in-law beamed. Daughter married to his nephew. Nephew getting a wife. Double the joy. That night, the family ate pig's head meat and big meat buns and drank rice wine. Delicious beyond any need to spell out. Cut to a grand 3-courtyard manor in Qingyo Town. After supper, Lin Muyao reclined on a chaise in her study, leafing through a book. A woman in black, hair bound up and a sword at her side, strode in and dropped to one knee. Young mistress, I've looked into it. Speak. She didn't even lift her head. That rice seller, Nan. He's the poorest farmer in Peach Blossom Village. No father, no mother. His line's been dirt poor for generations, and he's never once been seen with money. A few days ago, high winds wrecked his house, so he hired people to repair it, and he served them this rice congee and even paid their wages in rice. But where the rice comes from, I haven't been able to find out yet. Oh, there was reproach in Lin Muyao's tone, all odds and ends, and the one thing that mattered, not turned up. She pinched the rice-selling contract between her fingers and gave a cold little smile. Nan. Interesting. 100 caddies a month. The Lins could send someone to collect it, or Nan could deliver. My story at the time had been this. It was Western region's rice, grown in the oases, where a single moo of land yielded only 20 or 30 caddies a year. That's why it was dear. I was just a middleman who'd happened into the supply line, and after selling I had to hand half the money to my Western region's partner. Worst case, one day Daniu and I would stroll west, and each lug back a sack of dirt to make it look good. The Western regions are vast. Go ahead and try to check, if you've got the means. Great you didn't ban foreign trade, and the Northwest often saw who merchants pass through hawking novel wares. Even the northern barbarians ran caravans to the frontier markets on the quiet. Decrees were one thing, daily life another. As long as there was triple the profit, a merchant would risk anything. As for why I'd only sell 100 caddies a month, I knew it clear as a mirror. Scarcity makes the price. Flood the market, and it's worth nothing. This rice wasn't for common folk. It was for the lords and nobles, the wealthy merchants and great magnates. Earning rich men's money beats squeezing a copper or two out of the poor any day. In a later age, they'd call it a luxury good. Besides, 2 sacks a month was quiet and easy to manage. Let outsiders find out I had 1,500 caddies a month, each caddy going for a tael of silver, and bandits would trample my door flat and drag Peach Blossom Village down with me. No, I still had to get some muscle together. This sorry excuse for a system couldn't even toss me away to defend myself. Lying on the warm Kong, I ran the day back through my head and drifted, hazily, off to sleep. Day 28 of the 12th month. Clear skies. Same as always, I collected my bag of rice and my tael of silver from the system. Pure bliss. Collection day, in a word, heaven. I got up early and put up the couplets I'd bought the day before. The right scroll read, "Heaven adds years and months, and people add long life." The left, "Spring fills the world, and blessings fill the home." Across the top, "Peace, year after year." Bursting with New Year spirit. In years past, I couldn't even afford a sheet of red paper. It really is good to have a system. Once I'd finished, I headed over to Uncle's place for a meal. With Xiaoyan doing the cooking, all 3 grown men felt blessed. After the meal, Daniu and I rounded up the 8 brothers who'd helped out a few days back and went into the county town to buy grain and supplies for the winter. Now that I was rich, I couldn't forget my poor brothers. Plenty of the old folks and little ones in the village wouldn't make it through this winter. Whoever I could help, I'd help. I'd gone door to door begging once myself. Some had scraped a little out of their own rations for me. Some wouldn't give a thing. Some cursed me out and set the dogs on me. The village chief's household, for one. But however it went, a debt of kindness gets repaid, and the grudges weren't worth holding on to. Everyone was poor. I understood. The 8 came when called. "Nan, what's up? Chopping firewood for you again." "Don't ask. It's a good thing. Come with me into town. Meals are on me." The 8 lit up at once. "Soup again. Let's go?" Our little band of 10 set off in high spirits, laughing and joking the whole way. One guy said some village girl had her eye on him. Another said his folks were saving up to get him a wife. Someone else said village chief Jia Yutian had been chased out by the widow Li with a broom again and then come home to get his ears pinched red by his own wife. The whole group roared. I handed out some bean cakes I'd brought along. The 2 caddies of rice I'd given them a few days back were surely long gone. Nobody in a farming household had spare grain these days. Everyone got by digging up wild greens and gnawing tree bark. We reached town near midday. I didn't rush to shop. I walked straight into the porkhead shop, calling a greeting to shopkeeper Lin as I passed the Lin family rice store. That pretty girl wasn't around today. "Nan, what are you doing? Careful you don't get thrown out. Meat costs a fortune." The brothers chattered nervously, half amazed, half scared. Even the ones who'd been to town before wouldn't dare set foot in a shop like this. You could get chased off just for standing at the door sniffing. Before I could explain, the pork shop owner came out beaming. He'd recognized me right off, the big spender who dropped a whole tael of silver a few days back. "Gentlemen, this way, please." The brothers had never been treated like this. They stood frozen for a long moment, and only after being waved in 3 times did they shuffle inside, sheepish, crowding around a big table. "Boss, 20 caddies of pork head meat to start. Make it quick." The shop was called Wong's Braised Meats. The owner, Wong Dachui, specialized in braised pork head, fatty without being greasy, tender without falling apart. Everyone from 70-year-old grannies down to 4-year-old brats loved it. Business was decent. He cleared 100-odd coppers on a good day. The owner's wife came out with tea to serve us, a plainly dressed woman in her early 30s. The lunch rush had the place full, and when she stepped out, 24 pairs of eyes swung straight to her. The brothers were all half-grown boys, used to seeing sallow, half-starved faces. They'd never laid eyes on anyone so well-fed and full. Not bad-looking, I thought to myself, but in this shop, the pork head meat had a stronger pull on me. If I wanted to ogle a pretty woman back in my old life, I just opened my phone. After all the good deeds I'd done this life, you think I came up short on eye candy? A dozen plates of sliced pork head meat hit the table one after another, glossy and red, the smell hitting you in the face. "Boys, eat like you've got some manners, don't wolf it down." "Danny, you got the warning out ahead of me." Sure, sure." They mumbled their agreement, eyes never leaving the meat for a second. "Dig in." All 10 went at it, never bothering with chopsticks, straight in with their hands. After years without a drop of oil in their diet, it took a bite in the mouth to confirm they weren't dreaming. Blindy wept for joy and even pulled out a bean cake he'd stashed that morning for a nibble. "Blindy, who told you to eat bean cake? Meat'll fill you up just the same." I scolded him. Through his tears, Blindy tucked the bean cake back into his pocket. In less than a quarter hour, 20 caddies of meat had vanished like a sweeping wind. These mountain village boys could really put it away. "Boss, another 20 caddies." Half an hour later, all 10 sat patting their round bellies, faces shining with grease, half full. "Boss, the bill." The whole shop stared, baffled. This pack of dirt-poor farmhands had eaten 2 taels of silver in one sitting, each of them putting away several caddies of meat. Most of the other diners only dared order half a caddy. I ignored the astonished looks. I didn't know any of them, and they weren't the same class as us poor peasants anyway. That afternoon, the 10 of us hauled 5 full wagon loads of supplies back to the village, mostly grain and cotton quilts. The grain came from the Lin family again, and shopkeeper Lin was thrilled. Sure, it was all cheap, low-grade rice, but customers this free with their money were rare. I did a rough count. Peach Blossom Village had 300 people, about 60 households. 1 quilt and a bit of grain per household would be just about enough to get them through the winter. Back when I was begging, most of the villagers had helped me. The ones who hadn't were just too poor at home. Now that I had money, I'd lend a hand wherever I could. I left out the chief's household. They were rich and had never once handed a copper to anyone. And no white rice, definitely. Better that nobody knew the good rice even existed. This round I bought only low-grade rice, brown rice, and soybeans. For the villagers, getting to eat brown rice was already a fine thing. Beat gnawing wild greens cakes any day. Back home, each of the 8 brothers first took a quilt and a wagon load of grain for himself. Then the 10 of us went house to house, knocking and handing things out. 20 or 30 caddies of grain and a quilt per household. For any home with old folks, little ones, or especially hard times, I gave another 20 coppers on top. The neighbors who received the goods wept for joy. Some tried to drag out their whole families, young and old, to kneel before me. I told them there was no need. We help each other. Don't take it to heart. These supplies wouldn't lift the village out of poverty, but they were a sliver of hope, enough at least to see everyone through the winter. Come spring, when the wild greens sprouted on the mountain, fewer people would starve to death. Word of the giveaway spread through the village fast, with folks running door to pass it on. An hour later, after dark, once we'd confirmed everyone had gotten their share, the brothers split the little that was left and headed home. On the way back, honest Daniel suddenly remembered. Wait, I don't think we gave anything to the chief's place. Right. It came back to me too. The chief's loaded. No harm skipping him. On the east end of the village, inside a spacious, sturdy stone house, Village chief Zhao Yutian paced back and forth. He'd long since heard that Zhao Yingnan was handing out grain, quilts, and money all over the village, every single household. But it was already dark, so why hadn't anything come to his own door? He fretted, but with his position he couldn't very well bring it up himself. So he sent his only son, Zhao Xiaodian, to go ask. Zhao Xiaodian was in the middle of gnawing a steamed bun and had no interest in going out. "Dad, it's not like we're short of that stuff, and it's freezing out there after dark. I'm not going." Zhao Yutian smacked the back of his son's head. "What do you know? Nobody ever has too much grain." Then, feeling he'd hit a little hard, he explained, "The court raises taxes year after year. The bandits keep coming to plunder. Who knows how many will freeze or starve this winter? It'll only get worse from here. A little more grain means a little more chance of staying alive." Zhao Yutian had been too poor to find a wife in his youth. Later he'd bought up grain in the village and resold it in town, lent money to the villagers on top of that, and bit by bit scraped together a fortune of several hundred taels. He'd married at 40 and had his son late in life, so naturally he doted on the dim-witted boy. These days his household had 100 mu of good farmland, a cellar piled with grain, and aged rice that wouldn't run out in years, and he was the only well-off household in the village raising pigs. Seeing his son wouldn't go, he didn't push it. As village chief and the richest man in Peach Blossom Village, he couldn't bring himself to lose that much face. Still, he was curious. Wasn't Zhao Yingnan dirt poor and out begging? How was it that even a beggar had struck it rich? In the city of Liangzhou, in a grand, bustling mansion, Lin Muyao, draped in white fur, sat cross-legged on a couch, snacking as she flipped through account books. She'd tasted that rice. In all her 20-some years, she'd never eaten rice so fragrant, sweet, and tender. As a merchant with a sharp eye, she knew this rice was bound to become the rage among the high nobility for a time. The rich didn't lack money, only fine things, and they didn't care about price. If even His Majesty came to approve of it, she could one day sell it at 100 taels a caddy. The only pity was the tiny output. 100 caddies a month came to just 10,000 taels. It wasn't that she hadn't considered tracing the rice to its source and cutting out Zhao Yingnan, the middleman. From the very first day she learned of the rice, she'd sent people to investigate, not out of envy at his profit, but because she didn't want to leave the initiative in someone else's hands. The woman in black, Xiao He, strode in. "Miss, I've turned up some news. That Zhao Yingnan went to town again and bought grain and quilts, then gave it all away to the villagers when he got back. Oh, he has that kind of heart." A flicker of goodwill rose in Lin Muyao. That plain-faced peasant in his beggar's getup had actually been willing to share his grain with others. That's not all. He treated his brothers to a meal too, and handed out coppers to the old folks and little ones. That 100 taels of his is probably nearly gone. Lin Muyao was mildly taken aback. For a rich man to do charity was rare enough. For a poor man to give away the little he had spoke of even higher character. Xiao He had come from a hard background herself, sold to the Lin family in a famine year, then trained in martial arts to serve as a guard. Seeing Zhao Yingnan act this way, she warmed to him and put in a few good words on his behalf. "How's the search for the rice's source coming?" Lin Muyao asked. "I've got people watching him day and night. The rice isn't grown in Peach Blossom Village, so a shipment should be arriving any day now." "Good." Lin Muyao gave a small acknowledgement and returned to her account books. Business took patience. 10 days or half a month made no difference. Besides, she considered herself an honest merchant. Had she been a bandit or a corrupt official, Zhao Yingnan would already be strung up and tortured for answers. Xiao He withdrew in silence. As she reached the door, a soft remark came from behind her. "Xiao He, keep an eye on him. Don't let the bandits get him killed." When I'd been shopping in town the day before, I'd splurged on a set of the 4 treasures of the study, leaving my crowd of illiterate brothers gaping. In Daiyue, schooling was brutally expensive, and everyone knew that I, Zhao Yingnan, had been illiterate for 20-some years, a mighty-sounding name, and not even the ability to write it. The brothers didn't laugh at me, because none of them could write either. In all of Peach Blossom Village, there wasn't a single scholar to be found. Take the chief, the rich one. Even his son couldn't afford a private tutor. He'd bought a few primers and pestered the schoolmaster shamelessly until he'd learned a handful of characters, and the whole family was tickled pink about it. Word was even the worst private school charged 5 or 6 taels a year in tuition. That didn't count room and board, brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone, greasing palms among the staff, or making connections with fellow students. A few years of schooling came to no less than a couple hundred taels all told. For a bottom-rung family to send a child to study was a pipe dream, plain and simple. But while the original owner of this body couldn't read, I'd had a higher education, 9 years of compulsory schooling, 3 of high school, 4 of college, plus kindergarten, 20 years of book learning, give or take. Drop that mountain of knowledge into ancient times, and calling myself a literary giant wouldn't be a stretch. So I resolved to set down what I remembered, bit by bit. Why? With the system keeping me fed and clothed, want for nothing, boredom. Other transmigrators borrow famous poems to bed courtesans and marry princesses. I'm a bachelor through and through, so surely copying out a few poems to kill time is allowed. You ask how copying poems could save my life. Oh, the scenarios are endless. Say one day the bandits grab me and are about to chop me into 8 pieces, and out I come with, before my bed, the bright moonlight. I take it for frost on the ground. The bandits start. We've caught ourselves a scholar. In times like these, scholars were prized above all. The ability to read was a mark of wealth and standing. At the very worst, I could trade on a bit of learning to sign on with the bandits as a third-rate strategist, still some use to them. The more I thought about it, the more it grabbed me. I dodged the sun that was about to scorch my backside, got up, and set to writing poetry. 3 minutes later, I let out a long sigh. I couldn't write classical Chinese, couldn't get a proper grip on the brush, forget DUS script. Even writing simplified Chinese was a struggle. Forget it. What respectable person writes poetry anyway? I'd settle for the next best thing and keep a diary. I opened the booklet, and on the first page, scrawled 3 big, crooked characters, diary book. Day 28, clear. Got another bag of rice and a tael of silver today. Happy. Down to just over 10 taels of silver now. Ancient times or modern, it's the same. There's never enough money. Need to keep a low profile from here on. Only 3 meals of meat a day, and not too much, either. The other day in town we ate pork head meat, and the brothers all turned into splatter cannons on the way home. Good thing the village has a folk remedy for the runs. Day 29, clear. Got another bag of rice and a tael of silver. Happy. Life in ancient times is so dull. No phone, no computer, nothing to look at. New Year's Eve, clear. Spent the holiday with Uncle Tieju's family. A little sick of meat now, but the dumplings Xiaoyan wrapped were the real deal. New Year's Day, clear. All of a sudden a bunch of people came by to pay their respects and even brought food. This time last year, not even a dog dared pass my door. Gave Xiaoyan a 1-tael red packet. Everyone else got nothing. The chief's dimwit son brought over 3 eggs and fished around for my secret to getting rich, as if I'd tell him. Decent enough kid, though. I served him a wild greens cake and netted 3 eggs free and clear. Second day, overcast. Got another bag of rice and a tael of silver. Happy. My storage space is getting a little full. I'll move the rice into the cellar later and clear out the coarse grain. Give it all to Daniu's family, since I eat there every day anyway. Xiaoyan's cooking keeps getting better. We'll kill a free-range chicken tonight. Third day, rain. The brothers pooled together for a drink. Daniu brought the chicken, Blindy, Ergu, and Pocky brought the wine. Zhao Wen and Zhao Wu can hunt and brought some game I didn't recognize. Pretty good, just a little gamey. Iron Pot brought the big pot. Monkey brought wild mushrooms. I supplied the labor and made chicken stewed with mushrooms. Everyone ate happy. 15th day, clear. Got another bag of rice and a tael of silver. Happy. Another day of freeloading and waiting around to die. Speaking of which, the outhouse in the yard is too shabby. No air in summer, a frozen backside in winter. This is more than a man can stand. As a transmigrator, I really ought to raise this world's standard of hygiene. No ceramic tile, but surely we can get bluestone slabs. If not, have the stonemason cut some. Bluestone flooring makes it easy to wash down. Solid wood for the walls. Keeps the heat in and lets you put in a window, warm in winter and cool in summer. Outhouse, continued. The most important thing is to dig the pit deep. Hauling out the muck is backbreaking. Best of all would be to run a pipe straight to the vegetable garden, so I don't have to carry the night soil. As for running water, The Northwest is short on water and there's nowhere to tap in, so that one's on hold. Budget, 30 taels. 20th day, clear. I suspect Uncle Taiju is a trained martial artist. One day I watched him split firewood barehanded, and the air about him was just like a reclusive master from a TV drama. But why won't he teach Dainyu? Could he have enemies? I'll find a chance to test him later. If he really is a master, that'd be perfect. I could hire him as a bodyguard. Wages 1 tael a month, which still leaves me 2 taels 9. 23rd day, clear. 2 more days till rice selling day. I'll send Dainyu into town again. He'll carry a bundle of straw on the road and swap it quietly for rice once he's in town, safer that way. The other day this nouveau riche got carried away and flashed it around. Thinking back on it now gives me chills. Good thing I've got the system. Writing this, I crossed out the 2 characters for system. If anyone can actually read simplified Chinese, wouldn't the secret be out? Rewrite. Good thing I've got martial arts. Crushing a few bandits to death with a flying rock should be no problem. Wonder if buying a horse cart would mark me as a nouveau riche and get me targeted by bandits. Wealthy households without guards are prime targets for them. The bandits haven't come around in a while, but better safe than sorry. The rice keeps piling up. I can't finish it and don't dare give it away. So after the new year, I might as well raise a few pigs. Wonder if I'm the first transmigrator to start a pig farm in ancient times. Budget, 10 taels. Heavy snow. The weather turns on a dime. Yesterday, it was warm winter sun. Today, it's cold enough to freeze a dog stiff. Dainyu tightened his cotton coat. Ingnan, you don't light a fire on a snow day like this. What are we doing out in the woods? Hauling rice. I was lying, or, to be precise, pretending to haul it. The moment he heard rice, Dainyu perked right up. You got it. Even his footsteps in the snow turned springy. Dainyu was a bit slow, but reliable. For a job like hauling rice, he was the perfect choice. Last time I told his family to keep the rice business quiet, and sure enough, they'd kept their mouths shut tight. The other brothers were the same. I told them that keeping the secret meant everyone got meat to eat. Let outsiders find out we were making money, and people would come to steal and rob, and getting your money taken would come with a beating, maybe even cost you your life. The brothers had no schooling, but between meat to eat and beaten to death, they could still tell which way was up. A steady boat sails 10,000 years. The system still hadn't handed me a single life-saving skill, and when I asked how to earn more rewards, it answered, "Fine, hunker down then, figure it out myself." For a few days I'd had the constant sense of being watched, couldn't even sleep at night, though luckily nothing had come of it for several days running. An innocent man is guiltless. It's the jade he carries that condemns him. Right now I was a hen that laid golden eggs. All eggs and no real means to protect myself. A few bandits could cut me down with ease. During those 2 days of handing out grain, rumors about how we'd struck it rich ran wild through the village, and I fretted over it a good while. Thankfully, everyone took their grain and went off happy, and as the new year passed, they gradually forgot. When someone asked, I said I'd dug up a treasure at home and sold it in town for the money. Country folk are simple and took it at face value. A few even went home and turned over every inch of their fields, and one actually dug up a few copper coins and went around the whole village crowing about it. Looks like I'd have to get rich gradually, and first order of business was to hire a few bodyguards. The 2 of us trudged on through the snow for another hour. Worried about being followed, I deliberately took a roundabout route. The snow had its upside, though, with the whole mountain blanketed white, any tael would have an easier time giving himself away. Just as I was looking for a place to stash the rice, Dainyu shouted, "Ingnan, there's a cave over there." How convenient. I silently recited, "System, put the 2 bags of rice in the cave." Incomplete. The words had barely formed when a scream came from inside the cave. Ah, a woman, it sounded like. We both jumped and rushed in. A woman lay inside in a pool of blood, unconscious, with 2 bags of rice on top of her. Dainyu, quick, help her. We each dragged a bag aside, and I checked her breathing. Still alive, but barely. There was an arrow in her shoulder. It had gone in through the back of the shoulder and out the front of her chest. The shaft snapped off, only a chopstick's length still showing. No wonder. Rice sacks shouldn't draw that much blood. From the blood on the ground, she'd been here a while. The arrow wound didn't look fresh, but that scream a moment ago was almost certainly my rice landing on her. so I couldn't claim it had nothing to do with me at all. I called over the dumbstruck Daeniu, and we propped her up against the cave wall. Daeniu, got any water? No. Ingnan, didn't I see you bring a gourd? That's wine. I swiped it from my dad. Daeniu honestly handed over the wine gourd. Wine it is, then. I copied what I'd seen on TV, took a mouthful of wine, channeled my breath, and sprayed it across her face. Wouldn't you know, it worked. The woman came slowly to, saw two men staring at her, managed only to spit out, "Save me," and passed out again. Daeniu asked shakily, Ingnan, is this the Westerner who's been bringing us rice? He'd thought he was coming to pick up rice, never imagining it'd be this dangerous. The seller, murdered. I nodded. She was indeed a woman from the western regions, a high-nose bridge, an oval face, faintly dark skin, dressed in ethnic clothing, in her early 20s. But that wasn't the point. The point was that I had to save her. Out here in this frozen world, leaving a wounded person was as good as leaving her to die, and my rice had clobbered her besides. Save her. I had to. But how? Back in the modern world, I'd just call an ambulance. This was ancient times, where a common cold could kill, never mind a wound this bad. No medicine, no doctor. Peach Blossom Village didn't even have a physician, and the villagers lived and died by heaven's whim. Get her home first and figure it out from there. Leave her here, and she'd freeze for certain. Daeniu, carry her back on your back. Ingnan, my dad says men and women shouldn't get too close, and I haven't even got a wife yet. Daeniu was reluctant. Clearly the exotic look did nothing for him. Fine then, I'll carry her. You haul the 2 bags of rice. You got it. Daeniu agreed gladly. It's not that I was after a pretty face. Mostly it was a sense of responsibility. I took off Dainiu's cotton coat and draped it over the woman. This Western woman showing up was actually a big help. She conveniently explained where my rice came from. If I could save her, then down the line, selling rice to the Western regions through her wasn't out of the question. Tell folks here it was a specialty of the Central Plains. Tell the Western regions it was a Western specialty. Sell each separately, no interference. The Lin family finding out? No worry. The agreement only said I couldn't sell to other clans in Deyua. It never said I couldn't sell to the kingdoms of the Western regions. Airtight. I mulled it over as I walked, not daring to slow my feet. I carried the girl for over an hour, gasping and worn out. Good thing she was light, under 100 caddies. Daeniu, by contrast, marched along briskly with a bag of rice on his shoulder, not even breaking a sweat. Another hour of pushing on, and I finally got her home on my back. I set her gently on the heated brick bed and had Daeniu fire it up. The woman had been out in the snow half the day and was chilled stiff. Better call Xiaoyan. Women in ancient times guarded their honor with their lives, and if I actually stripped her clothes to check the wound, I'd be staining her reputation. Cure her, and she'd insist on pinning herself to me in marriage, and that'd be a headache. I was just about to head out to fetch Xiaoyan when a woman in black, hair bound up and sword in hand, strode in through the door. I startled. That getup, an assassin at a glance. Here to kill the Western woman? Or to kill me? But one thing I knew for sure. People come strong and weak, and this one was definitely stronger than me. The dead of winter, and she wore nothing but a single black cloth robe, no trace of cold on her face. No ordinary person. Swallowing the urge to drop to my knees and cry, "Mercy, heroine," I cupped my hands and put on an ingratiating smile. "Heroine, what brings you here?" She looked faintly surprised. "How did you know I'm a woman?" Wasn't it obvious? Sure, you're dressed as a man, but that fair, soft skin, that walk. Ahem, I saw the hero's handsome features and guessed as much. My apologies if I've given offense. No matter. I was passing through and stepped into shelter from the snow. Is that all right? Passing through? Peach Blossom Village was the back end of nowhere, no outsider all year round. Passing through my foot. I was certain she was an assassin, but what came out of my mouth was, of course, of course. If you don't mind the place, please, come in. I gave up on the idea of fetching Xiaoyan. She had a sword, and Daeniu and I together were no match for her. Xiaoyan coming would change nothing. I could only pray she'd come for the Western woman. Heroine, settle your scores, just don't hurt the innocent. The moment the woman in black stepped inside, she spotted Daeniu, tending the stove, and the unconscious Western woman on the bed. I hurried to explain. This is my brother Daeniu, and this is my friend, She's hurt, and I was just heading out to fetch a doctor when you arrived. Heroine. Oh, is that so? She seemed amused. Absolutely true. I raised 3 fingers and swore to the ceiling, panicking like hell inside. I've practiced martial arts for years, and wounds come with the territory. Over time, you pick up some healing know-how. If you don't mind, I'll take a look at your friend. Xiaohei wasn't suspicious. She'd been watching me these past days, tailing me the moment Dainyu and I set out that morning, so she pretty much knew the whole story. The Lin family couldn't let me die, and couldn't let this rice-selling Western woman die either. Otherwise, this trade route, so hard won, would be cut off. That was exactly why she'd shown up here. Nothing could be better. I led her to the bedside. Xiaohei examined the wound. Lost a lot of blood, but luckily nothing vital was hit. Boil some hot water and get this room warm. I hurried off to fetch water, still muttering to myself. Such a coincidence, just happening to pass by and save someone. But as long as she didn't go on a killing spree, everything was fine. Dainyu sidled up and whispered, "Ingnan, what do we do? Was this person good or bad? Here to kill us, or the woman?" Peach Blossom Village went a whole year without outsiders, and the ones who did show up were mostly bandits casing the place. Dainyu, go round up the brothers. Tell them dinner's at my place tonight. With enough of us, she won't dare make a move. You got it. Dainyu turned and left. Good brothers stand by you. I'd had no choice but to drag you all into this. Before long, I came back with hot water, and with a fire going, the room warmed up. Xiaohei had already laid out medicine bottles and gauze, ready to treat her. Heroine, here's the hot water. I'll step aside now. No need. Stay, hold her down. Was that proper? Hadn't Dainyu said men and women shouldn't get close? But Dainyu had gone for reinforcements. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up, Xiaohei pressed. Grudgingly, I rolled up my sleeves and pinned the patient's shoulder. Xiaohei tore open her clothing, and I tactfully shut my eyes. Not that I didn't want to look. Mainly I was afraid of getting killed. Holding her, yes. Xiaohei pinched the arrowhead between 2 fingers and yanked it out. The unconscious Western woman's body convulsed, a moan of pain escaping her, and she nearly broke free of my grip. Holding her down is so she doesn't thrash and tear the wound open, Xiaohei explained. She sniffed the arrowhead, confirmed there was no poison, and tossed it aside. She washed the wound clean bit by bit with warm water, dusted on wound healing powder, and bound it up in gauze. An arrow wound, unlike a knife wound, didn't need stitching, but whether a piercing wound like this would leave lasting damage came down to the person's own luck. 5 or 6 minutes passed with no movement, so I cracked my eyes open to find Xiaohei watching me. I glanced down. The wound was already dressed, her clothes neatly back in place. Haha, all done. All done. Didn't think you'd be so upstanding. Xiaohei said it slowly, warming a touch more to this peasant. Outside, the snow fell heavier. Worried the house might cave in under it, Dainyu and I hauled over a few timbers to prop up the roof beam. Luckily, there was plenty of firewood, so we could keep a fire going to stay warm. My little house felt empty with just one person living in it. Now, with 8 brothers plus Dainyu and Xiaohei, you could barely move. The moment the 8 brothers came in and saw the situation, not one of them would leave. They all stayed to protect Brother Ingnan. Xiaohei found it funny to herself. She'd guessed I'd pegged her as a bandit casing the place, but she didn't mind. Over the course of the afternoon, she chatted and laughed with everyone, sharing amusing tales of roaming the martial world. The more she talked, the more even I felt this heroine didn't seem like a bad sort. Even great warriors are like ordinary people. They have to eat, sleep, and drink. Later, everyone learned this dashing, spirited young woman was called Xiaohei. Nobody knew her surname, so Miss Xiaohei it was. She seemed to like it here. If I got the chance to hire her as my personal bodyguard, that'd be pretty nice. As evening drew on, the snow lay too thick for Xiaohei to leave that night. I warmly urged her to stay, saying the house was crude and crowded but lively, and we had plenty of grain for the winter. Gritting my teeth, I had Dainyu kill the last 3 old hens in the house. Tonight we'd have chicken stewed with mushrooms, and pour some chicken broth into our wounded friend while we were at it, to build her strength. Dainyu got worked up. Ingnan, you can't kill Luhua. I had 3 old hens in the coop, and one of them, Luhua, was a looker and still laid eggs. Every time Dainyu came over, he'd reach under Luhua's backside for an egg to eat. and in return he'd dig up earthworms to feed her. One thing led to another, and they'd grown attached. This many people. How are two going to be enough? There's still the pig's trotter, isn't there? Danyu pointed at the cured trotter smoking over the fire. Fine, we'll eat the trotter. My heart bled. Danyu, that was supposed to be for my birthday. The brothers all pitched in, some cutting the pork leg, some plucking the chickens, some tending the fire and cooking the rice. I brought out a few jars of yellow wine. Is it not a joy when friends come from afar? That night the old Zhao household rang with laughter, the smell of meat drifting across all of Peach Blossom Village. Even the chief's dog drooled along with us. We polished off 1 pork leg, 2 free-range chickens, 3 pots of rice, and 4 jars of yellow wine. Stuffed and content, the brothers propped each other up and headed home, all of them reassured. Miss Xiaohei wasn't a bad person at all. She was a good one, who didn't look down on us dirt-poor farmhands. I'd had a fair bit to drink too. Slumped against the wall, I lazily surveyed the wreckage of cups and plates filling the room, head a little dizzy, like someone had whacked me with a stick. Ancient folks and modern folks, same thing. All of them loved to drink hard and talk big. The bowls and chopsticks had already been cleared away. Xiaoyan must have come by. I braced myself against the wall and got up. Xiaohei was nowhere in sight. The Western woman still lay quietly on the brick bed, breathing evenly, the deathly pallor of her face giving way to a little color, as though she were merely asleep. We'd fed her some chicken broth the night before. In her stupor, she'd managed to swallow, so she ought to be all right. Xiaohei had said she'd lost a lot of blood. Feed her a bit of rice porridge and broth each day, and she'd come around in a day or two, after which she'd just need quiet rest. On the table by the bed, a small white bottle sat pinning down a scrap of paper, and beside it a thumb-sized ingot of silver. I tore off the note. It was from Xiaohei, and the gist was, "Brother Zhao, I'm off. Had a great time last night. I've left you a little money. Until fate brings us together again." Why the gist? Because I couldn't read it. In this life, I was thoroughly illiterate, and in my past life, I only knew simplified characters. The crooked traditional Deus script on the note was completely beyond me, so I could only guess. Didn't even say goodbye. I tossed the note into the fire and dropped the silver into my storage space. Lit the fire, cooked, ate porridge. Danyu came over. We'd agreed to go into town today to sell rice. The moment he was through the door, he went rummaging under Luhua's backside, fished out an egg, and grinned ear to ear. Before heading out, I poured a little rice broth into the Western Beauty. This time I didn't swap the rice for dirt. I just slipped a hemp sack over the outside of the rice bag. I was firmly convinced that if anyone would come robbing in weather like this, with the mountains snowed in, then bandits might as well give up banditry. A little honest hard work would keep them fed. Well-fed Danyu really did have the strength of an ox. First he shouldered 1 bag, then 2, because I could barely walk, so I handed all the rice to him. The snow came up to the thigh in places, to the waist in others, but mostly to the knees, which didn't hold up our journey. For 2 strapping young countrymen, this much hardship was nothing. 100 taels of silver and the fragrant pork-head meat in town held a far stronger pull. Near midday, the 2 of us appeared in front of the Lin family rice store. Shopkeeper Lin was stunned. "Master Zhao, you truly are a man of your word. The mountains are snowed in and the roads are long. I'd assumed you wouldn't come today. Quick, come in and warm up. Boy, bring our best tea. Poverty makes me a paragon of virtue. If I didn't sell off some more, the rice at home truly wouldn't fit anywhere." Luhua had been eating white rice every day lately, sleek and plump. Keep feeding her like that, and she'd stop looking like a free-range hen. I handed the rice to the shop boy and cupped my hands. Trust and honor are the foundation of a man's standing. Poor peasants though we are, we know that one must keep faith. Yes, never underestimate a poor man's hunger for money. I added, in passing, next time the weather's like this, would the shopkeeper please send a horse cart to fetch me, or it'd be fine to deliver a day or 2 late. The shopkeeper agreed with a smile. He'd been thinking that if I didn't come, he'd have had to pay a call on me himself. The young miss had said the rice was extremely well received after it was sent up. Even His Majesty had eaten it and praised it to the skies. The princes and princesses could put away 3 bowls of plain white rice, and the high nobles, great lords, and wealthy merchants all clamored after it. Lin Miao gave out publicly that it was a specialty of the western regions with an extremely low yield, irrigated with Tianshan snowmelt, and paired with the western region's sharp day-night temperature swings. Only then did it achieve such soft, tender texture. In all of Daiyue, only the Lin family sold it, and in tiny quantities, buy quick or miss out. 100 taels a caddy. Only 100 caddies sold a month. Each person limited to 2 caddies a month, and it was pre-sale at that, with delivery only once the Western caravans returned. With no goods in stock, just an order on paper, the Lin family's rice still sold like wildfire, privately scalped at 300 or 400 taels a caddy. The capital was full of rich people, all wanting to taste whether the rice really was as good as the legends claimed. The rarer it was, the more expensive, and the more face there was in eating it. These matters naturally never reached me out in the impoverished countryside, but a man's worth rose with his rice. It was because of it that the shopkeeper treated a dirt-poor peasant like me so warmly. Shopkeeper Lin was still the same plump, mustachioed, shifty-looking merchant. He hadn't been transferred to the county, but the Lin family had given him a raise and put him in charge of this all-important rice trade, and he was well satisfied. The rice was inspected, weighed. A shop boy brought out a money pouch already prepared, big as a pomelo. Shopkeeper Lin beamed. "Brother Zhao, just as you like it, silver ingots plus coppers, 100 taels, please take it." I hefted it, didn't count it, tucked it into my robe, and slipped it into the storage space. "Thanks, Shopkeeper Lin. See you next month." I'd no sooner stood to leave than Shopkeeper Lin stopped me. "Brother Zhao, a moment. This rice truly is fine stuff. Is it really only 100 caddies a month? You know how very much the young miss likes it. 100 caddies a month isn't even enough for her own household. If there's more to be had, we'll take it all, however much you've got." I understood. The rice had sold for a good price. I had 1,500 caddies a month. Hand it all over to you, and wouldn't the secret be out? And if it got out, I'd most likely end up not as a rich man, but locked in a dungeon, forced to hand over a bag of rice a day, or get beaten black and blue. The rice had to be ramped up bit by bit. I put on a troubled look. "I won't lie to you, head shopkeeper. I really could ship more of this rice. But these days banditry runs rampant and the trade roads are cut off. Shipping more carries great risk. My friend got hurt fighting bandits to bring more rice through, and she's still lying at my place recovering." I paused, saw that Shopkeeper Lin had taken the bait, and went on. "If the price could go up a bit, we'd have the money to build up our crew. 500 caddies a month, 1,000, even 1,500, all doable. More than that there wasn't. The system only handed over so much." Hearing that the quantity could increase, Shopkeeper Lin was delighted. "Up to how much?" I held up 5 fingers. 500 more coppers. "In your dreams." I shook my head and didn't keep him in suspense. 5 taels a caddy, 500 caddies a month. Shopkeeper Lin sucked in a cold breath. 1 tael a caddy was already a sky-high price. 5 taels a caddy. He'd sold grain his whole life and never seen a mouth open that wide. The young miss had told him to take more and could raise the price suitably, but a jump this big he didn't dare decide on his own, saying only that he'd give a firm answer in 3 days. I said there was no rush. Recruiting men took time too. The western regions weren't all that far. 5 or 6 days on horseback, 2 or 3 months on foot. But to show my sincerity and my means, in 3 days I'd first deliver 300 caddies. If they agreed to this price, they could send someone with the money to Peach Blossom Village to collect it. When the Lin family haggled, I'd give a little ground too, 3 taels at the lowest. 500 caddies came to 1,500 taels, over 1,000 a month, solidly placing me among Daiyue's wealthy class. Once I was rich, I'd move to the prefectural city, where law and order were good and bandits were no threat, and hire a few servants and maids, pure bliss. Who needs to farm? I took my leave of Shopkeeper Lin and had Dainyu pack up some fruit and pastries for the road. No sooner had we stepped out of the rice store than we stepped into Wang's braised meats. Wang Dachui had spotted us coming to sell rice long since, and had the pork head meat sliced and waiting, craning his neck. "Happy New Year, Master Zhao. May you strike it rich." "Happy New Year, Boss Wang." 10 caddies of pork head meat, the lean cuts. I'm slimming down lately. After a month plus of asking around and seeing for myself, I had a rough handle on money in Daiyue. For an ordinary household to keep food on the table, You needed a tael and a half to 2 taels of silver a year, just barely. A family of 4 or 5 who could earn 3 or 4 taels a year could afford meat now and then and new clothes every year. For poor peasants like the original owner of this body, a year of backbreaking work and paying off your taxes left you a tael of silver if you were lucky, just enough to keep from starving. That's rock bottom. One brush with famine, bandits, or illness in the family, and the whole year's labor was for nothing. Small sickness you toughed out. Big sickness you got buried for. There were better off folks too. Landlords, merchants, officials. Plenty of people like Wang Dachui made a tael a day off a trade. The man selling buns on the street corner pulled in 10 or 20 coppers a day. By modern standards, that lot counted as comfortably middle class. But for a poor peasant to turn things around was all but impossible. No capital to do business, no tuition to study. And of the millions sitting the exams, how many ever passed? The only path was soldiering. Nominal pay of 5 mace to a tael a month, but the officers skimmed it layer by layer, and getting 2 mace in hand was doing well, often in arrears at that. And soldiering was a high-risk trade. Putting down bandits, fighting wars, common foot soldiers met their bitter ends out in the northwest at the drop of a hat. Behind vermilion gates, meat and wine go to rot. On the road lie the bones of the frozen dead. Poor peasants having no way to live didn't dent the rich households' mountains of gold and silver. Some great clans were rich enough to rival the realm, with more silver at home than the national treasury. It was nothing for the rich to drop a few taels at a wine house on a meal of chicken, duck, and fish with fine wine all round. But a poor peasant like me spending a tael or 2 on a meal of pork head meat. In all of Dayue, I was probably one of a kind. That was why Boss Wong was so especially warm, slicing us the most fragrant, crispest pork head skin and throwing in a pot of warmed wine besides. I don't drink when there's business to attend to. Low-proof yellow wine though it was, free was free. No sense refusing it, so I had it packed to go. Half an hour later the two of us, full and satisfied, paid up with a flourish and strode out with round bellies and a swagger that knew no kin. The two of us first went to the cart yard and hired a horse cart, then rode to the apothecary to buy some tonics. The Western beauty still had to be saved, and from here on 1,000 taels a month would owe a share to her too. There was still grain and household goods at home, so I bought nothing more and told the driver to head back. It's good to have a cart. The carriage I'd hired had a couch inside, blankets laid out, and a little stove for brewing tea, though it cost a bit more than a freight cart. When the snow melts, the temperature drops even lower than during a snowfall, yet inside the cart it was warm as spring. On the way home, I had a fine nap, making up for the night I'd spent curled at the foot of the wall. Now and then Daniel still had to get out and push. The deep snow stretches were hard going. "We've arrived, sir." Already. I fished out a mace of silver and tossed it to the driver. To get this kind of comfort for a mere mace. What a steal. But Daniel's heart ached. "Ingnan, next time let's just walk. We're not carrying anything back. An hour and a half on foot, and we're home. That mace you saved could buy 2 caddies of pork head meat. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. The one thing in all of Green Ox Town worth lingering for is Wong's braised meats. And that's it. You're right. Daniel, we'll save next time." I took out all the copper coins, around 10 some taels, and handed them to him. "This is for you. Remember, don't flash your wealth. Don't go spending wild. Save it up to marry the widow Lee on the east end of the village." Dania meant to refuse, but I pressed it on him, so he took it. At the mention of the widow Lee, a blush spread over Daniu's honest face. The old ox was bashful. The widow Lee, named Li Xianglan, was acknowledged as the best-looking woman in Peach Blossom Village, with the finest figure. She'd married in from a neighboring village last year. Her husband had spent his entire savings to marry her, and the couple had striven together as one heart, the envy of every bachelor in the village. Sadly, last year's famine took her husband. Her parents-in-law passed one after another, and she was left all alone with no one to look after her, and the village bachelors were getting restless. Ancient times or modern, marrying a wife costs money. A well-off household spent 20 or 30 taels on a wedding. A poor peasant, keeping everything bare bones, still needed 3 to 5 taels. The widow Lee was barely 20 and beautiful. She'd run at least 7 or 8 taels. In all of Peach Blossom Village, the only household that could put that up was probably the chief's, and now Daniel, and I could too. The chief's household had money and heirs. The son couldn't marry a widow. The chief himself often went hanging around the widow Lee's place bringing a little rice and flour. But with a tigress at home, he didn't dare get too bold. For this, the chief became public enemy number one to every bachelor in the village. Folks would chuck rocks at his house whenever they had nothing better to do, by day and by night, until he couldn't sleep, and later he kept a dog to guard the gate, which only made more and more people fancy a taste of dog meat. Daeniu, you'd best put in the effort. Right now you're the only one with money, the strongest contender among her suitors. I felt warm and pleased inside. In my past life I'd had a wife and wasn't keen on the whole business, so better to let Daeniu settle down first. I told Daeniu to head back first and come fetch me at supper time, then went to my room to catch up on sleep. The door opened, and a cold dagger was suddenly pressed to my neck. Mother of God, that was close. When I saw who it was, my good mood vanished in an instant. What rotten luck. Had I known there'd be a scene like this, no way would I have saved her. Truly, those not of our kind are not of our heart, not a shred of gratitude. In broken Diue common tongue, the Western woman threatened, "Don't move, or I'll kill you." Resigned, I slowly raised my hands, still holding the tonics I'd just bought. Her blade was nimble and precise, a trained fighter at a glance. I couldn't beat her, so I could only cave. Why were there trained fighters everywhere? Uncle Taiju was one, Miss Xiaohei was one, and a woman I'd hauled out of the woods had a couple of tricks too. Why couldn't the original owner of this body fight a lick and have a weaker constitution than Daeniu besides? Was it just because he was poor? I could only hope she wouldn't repay kindness with spite. The feeling of a blade at your throat is just awful. Seeing me yield, she didn't go for the kill and asked, "Who are you?" "Lady, shouldn't that be my line?" With a little less panic, I answered with righteous confidence, "Your lifesaver. You saved me. What else? You're in my home right now. I carried you back from the woods, treated your wound, fed you medicine." The dagger backed off noticeably. After a bit of back and forth, I figured she wasn't some vicious brute either. She gathered herself and asked again, "Did you take off my clothes?" "No." I told her the truth, recounting the whole of how Xiaohei had treated her, conveniently glossing over the half-a-shoulder part. She put the dagger away, half believing me. "And where's Miss Xiaohei?" "Gone. There's a note to prove it." "Where's the note?" Only then did I remember. I'd casually tossed it into the fire that morning to get the flames going. Now I couldn't wash myself clean if I jumped into the Yellow River. If I said I used the note to start a fire, would you believe me? She clearly didn't, and the dagger came back out. In the end, on account of the life-saving debt, she didn't kill me. She just pegged me for a lecher and gave me a token beating. A quarter hour later, cradling my bruised, swollen face, I sighed and lamented. It's hard being a good man. Ding, first time being beaten. Reward. Experience plus 100, 2 caddies of pork. System. Could you possibly be any more of a jerk? Are you out to mock me? But then again, 100 experience wasn't bad. The system didn't hand out quests, but when I completed something it gave a corresponding reward, and it seemed to have a soft spot for firsts. First time using the storage space, first time making money, first time getting beaten. I reckoned I should probably push on 3 fronts: making money and building an enterprise, getting familiar with the system's skills, and improving my own abilities. This beating most likely improved my resistance to getting hit. If getting beaten gave experience, should I have her beat me again in a few days? 100 per beating, 5 beatings, and I'd level up? I laughed out loud with delight, then turned to find her watching me warily, her eyes the kind you'd give a fool. Face beaten to a pulp and still able to laugh. Had the beating knocked him stupid? A flicker of guilt actually crossed her stern face. Had she gone too far? That evening, mindful of my image as a star, I didn't show up at Xiaoyan's place for dinner with a face like a pig's head. I stayed home and made a big pot of pork stewed with glass noodles. 2 caddies of pork, endless glass noodles, oil and salt and soy and vinegar all tossed in. This era had no fine salt or MSG, but luckily my cooking wasn't much to speak of and didn't call for many seasonings anyway. As long as there's meat, throw it in a pot of broth, sprinkle a little salt, and it's delicious. Half an hour later, the small house was filled with the aroma. I served myself a bowl and started eating at a leisurely pace, smacking my lips, not calling the Western woman over, but not saying she couldn't have any either. "Want some?" then beg me. I finished one bowl and served myself another. She'd been staring at me eat the whole time and finally couldn't take it. Her stomach growled and she drooled all over the floor. In the end, I softened. She'd been unconscious so long, she had to be starving. If you want to eat, come over and get your own bowl and chopsticks. Oomph, I won't eat anything Electra cooked. She pouted, all haughty. In truth, her heart had long since wavered. It was just that she'd come down too hard on me earlier and was now embarrassed. All that Lecher's fault, taking off my clothes. How am I supposed to marry anyone now? Fine, fine, fine. You won't eat my food. Then don't sleep in my bed or stay in my house either. It's freezing out there. So off you go, quick, and don't come back even if you starve or freeze to death. Go on, go on. I feigned anger and shooed her. It was true. If she didn't eat, she'd starve. And then how would she carry out the task her royal father had charged her with? She gritted her teeth, her face set with the look of one enduring great humiliation. I won't eat your food, but I can buy it from you. Once I've bought it, it's mine. Take this money. It's enough for me to stay at your place a few days, isn't it? And she flung out a sachet the size of a honey peach. TCH, paying, are we? You don't look that rich, so quit putting on airs. When I make a move, it's a pomelo-sized pouch. But when I opened the sachet, a beam of gold light shot out and nearly blinded me. Holy crap. Gold ingots, thumb-sized, a full sachet of them. A dozen plus, a hefty 10-some Taels weight. Suppressing the urge to bite one to test it, I said to her, selling's fine. But rich though you are, I can also choose not to sell to you. Unless. Unless what? She asked anxiously. Unless you agree to a few conditions of mine. We set down some rules. What conditions? If you mean to make me marry you in repayment, dream on. I understand. The handsome ones, with no way to repay you, can only offer themselves. The ugly ones spend their next life as your beast of burden. But right now, with a pig's head face and dressed like a dirt-poor peasant, I was nowhere near the level where a beauty would offer herself. Since offering herself was out, then beast of burden it would be. I thought it over. First, from now on you're not allowed to beat me, unless I ask for it myself. Fine. She figured this one wasn't unreasonable. She wasn't some violent brute who hit people at the drop of a hat. Second, my home has grain and firewood. Cook whatever you want yourself. I'm not your servant. Tomorrow I'll have my brothers put up a room in the yard, and you'll live over there. Men and women shouldn't get too close, after all. As if you think a dozen odd taels of gold would make me bow my head. Not a chance, unless there's another dozen odd coming. Third, whatever enemies you've got out there, you're not to bring the danger here. If your foes come to the door, you have to leave, take the fight outside. That's all three for now. A mere poor peasant, I had no wish to get tangled in the killing of the martial world. I just wanted to be a rich man in peace. Fine, I agreed to all of them. In good conscience, my conditions weren't unreasonable. The pricing was just a touch cutthroat. Deal struck. She couldn't wait to serve herself a bowl of pork stewed with glass noodles. And, heedless of her image, unafraid of the scalding heat, wolfed it down. Your cooking's this good? It really is delicious. Gold wasn't legal tender in Deyue, but it could be exchanged for silver. The more developed commerce became, the greater the demand for money, and businessmen couldn't very well haul cartloads of copper coins to do their trades, so scarce, stable gold became the first choice. In Deyue, one tael of gold exchanged for 10 to 12 taels of silver. At the founding of the dynasty, paper notes had been issued too, but later they were printed in excess and people stopped honoring them. Gold held its value steadily and became the most important medium of exchange in the domestic market and in foreign trade. But gold wasn't the official currency because its value was too high. Ordinary people carried copper coins when they went out, 5 coppers for a meat bun, 20 coppers a caddy of rice. Many poor folk never saw silver in their whole lives, and to carry a few taels of silver out you'd have to be a man of means, never mind gold. In this life, I'd never seen gold, but in my past life I had. Banks sold it by the heap, 999 pure gold at a few hundred yuan a gram. Ancient gold ingots had no purity stamp, but they were stamped with the words full red. A rich madam through and through. Full in content, I toyed with the gold ingots and thought, lucky thing I'm kind-hearted and given to good deeds. A windfall this huge, anyone else couldn't have caught it. It's real, don't worry. She mumbled around a mouthful of pork, clearly afraid this country bumpkin wouldn't know quality, wouldn't even recognize gold. Eat slowly. There's more if it's not enough. When you're done, scrub the pot. TCH, who do you take me for? A mere dozen-odd taels of gold. With my system in hand, I'd never want for mountains of gold and silver. Still, I was pretty pleased. It was, after all, the first money I'd earned outside the system. And who minds having more money? I rubbed my round belly, got up, and went straight to lie down on the brick bed. She got anxious, though she didn't forget to keep eating her glass noodles. Hey, you're taking the bed. Where do I sleep? I pointed to the corner where I'd slept the night before. There's another quilt in the cupboard. Go get it yourself. It was precisely that ragged, beat-up quilt I'd come through with. I hadn't had the heart to toss it, and now it came in handy. Who told you to come at me with a knife? Recalling the moment I'd been threatened, I still felt a chill of fear and said sourly, "Good night." The next day, I woke from the warm brick bed and saw at a glance the Western woman huddled against the wall, shivering. She hadn't covered herself with the quilt, probably found my old quilt too foul-smelling, and didn't even know to light a fire. What a fool. Didn't I say there was firewood and rice at home? I pulled off the warm quilt I'd slept under all night, still holding its warmth, and gently laid it over her. Lit the fire, made breakfast. She woke, and we drank porridge together. The swelling on my face had mostly gone down. No lasting damage. A couple days rest, and I'd be fine. The urgent task now was to build the rich madam a house first, then a kitchen. Cooking inside the room all day long left the quilts reeking of cooking smoke, and it got hot in summer too. What rice do you use? The porridge you cook is so fragrant and sweet. Did you add sugar? No, I said impatiently. This is fine quality rice produced here in our Ardeyua. Eat plenty if you like it. There's no shortage. Oh right, what's your name? Just asking. No need to say if you'd rather not. We'd be living in each other's company for days to come, after all, and I couldn't keep going, hey you. She hesitated a touch. I'm called Ayu. Ayu, that's a lovely name. And you? Zhaoing Nan. From now on, just call me your man. Oh, after the last mouthful of porridge, I opened the door and at a glance saw Daeniu rummaging under Luhua's backside again. Daeniu, you like Luhua so much. Take her home and raise her. Really? Dainiu's eyes were full of delight. I held up one finger. But it'll cost a tael of silver. The delight dimmed in an instant. Ingnan, that's daylight robbery. You only paid 60 coppers for Luhua. Suit yourself, then. Go round up the brothers for me. Tell them I've got work, meals included. You got it. Before long, all 8 brothers had come. The moment they heard meals included, they didn't need any prodding. They set to work themselves. I laid out the requirements, and they split up to prep materials and put up a thatched hut. A thatched hut was the easiest to build. Not that I couldn't afford a brick house or a packed earth house, but a thatched hut was the most economical. In Peach Blossom Village, even someone as well off as the chief only dared live in an adobe house, and adding a few stones counted as a mansion. Brick houses, 3-story wooden buildings, the courtyard gardens of the city, those I didn't dare even dream of right now. Get a little thatched hut to live in first, tough out the winter a while longer, and it'd pass. The brothers were all country folk and could turn their hand to anything, but proper house building still calls for professionals. Besides, I'd said I wanted to move in this very evening. Those who cut trees cut trees. Those who reaped grass. In a flurry of activity, they bustled for over 2 hours, and a new thatched hut was done. There was no time to make a bed, so we just rigged a simple wooden frame to keep the grounds chill off, then spread thick dry grass and bedding on top. I lay down to try it. Quite comfortable, with a defining feature of drafts on all 4 sides, cold in winter and cool in summer. I even thoughtfully built the rich madam a fire pit out of mud and stones, so she could light a fire in the room if the night got too cold. There was firewood to spare. Next, we built the kitchen. Peach Blossom Village had vast land and few people, every household with a big yard. I marked off a patch beside the well and called the brothers over to build a second thatched hut. To my mind, a kitchen was just a thatched hut plus a stove, simple. That afternoon, Xiaoyan came over to help with the cooking too, and she and Ayu set up a big pot in the yard and stewed a pot of meat. Spurred on by the aroma of meat, the brothers' spirits surged and they finished early. The newly built stove couldn't be lit yet, It needed 2 or 3 days. That evening the brothers, Daeniu, Xiaoyan, and Ayu went through another 2 jars of my wine, 3 pots of rice, and several pots of meat. The meals felt pricier than hiring outsiders to build the house. But with my net worth skyrocketing, I wasn't stingy either. I treated them to fine wine and good food, and handed each a mace of silver besides. Brotherhood is in the heart. Should I strike it rich? I won't forget you. The weather warmed, the snow gradually melted, and the land returned to its lush yellow. As usual, I slept in, then unhurriedly boiled porridge for breakfast. Ayu was already up and seemed quite pleased with her new room. Though she couldn't cook, she got up, started the fire, and boiled water, waiting for me to add the rice. This morning I'd meant to have century egg and pork porridge, but with no century eggs and no fresh meat. It was just plain porridge, a bit cloying to eat. This world ought to have century eggs. There were chicken eggs and duck eggs, and pickling them with plan ash for a month or so would do it, but I'd browsed the town a few times and never seen any for sale. Could it be the people here hadn't discovered this delicacy yet? If I made some and took them to sell, would they take off like the rice? On second thought, not quite. For one, it's too easy to copy. Anyone can make it. For two, eggs aren't a necessity, but rice is. Making money off poor folk is too slow. If you're going to earn off the rich. Never mind. Once Lu Hua lays eggs, I'll make some myself first to try. Porridge finished, I went out to the yard, and sure enough saw Daeniu flipping Lu Hua's tail feathers again. Ingnan, what are we doing today? Daeniu had been tagging along with me every day lately and had become my most faithful playmate. Nothing, freeloading and waiting around to die. When you've got a moment, help me shovel out Lu Hua's chicken droppings. You got it. Daeniu's family had plenty of chickens too. Why come fondle mine all day? Brother, don't go astray on me. I shook my head to fling off the wicked thought. With nothing on today, I figured I'd better think about how to game a system quest and scrounge up a reward. For instance, first time touching a chicken's backside? Beaming, I walked toward the coop and reached out a wicked hand toward Lu Hua, soft and downy. No reaction from the system. Ingnan, what are you doing? Daeniu, back with his shovel, was rather shocked. I'm testing whether Lu Hua has magic powers, since you flip her backside every day. I forced out the explanation. I don't. Lu Hua's been laying eggs lately, and my dad says rubbing her makes her lay more. Oh, so that's it. Touching a chicken's no good. What about touching Ayu? I glanced at Ayu lazily sunning herself in the yard. Forget it. Not worth dying over 100 experience. Better to think about how to deal with the rice in my storage space. This rice couldn't see the light of day, and with people coming and going at home lately, I'd had to pull the rice I'd originally moved to the cellar back into the space. I'm an easygoing sort. The brothers, Ayu, and Xiaoyan came and went as they pleased at my place, and they'd fetched rice from the cellar too. But what they fetched was ordinary rice. The fine quality rice was all piled in the space, and only when there were few people around would I take some out to cook for myself or feed Lu Hua. Now the 2 cubic meter space was packed to the brim, lighten the load wherever I could. If the Lin family didn't come tomorrow, my only options would be to raise a few more Lu Huas or find another sales channel. I silently recited the check-in. Check-in successful, obtained 1 bag of rice, deposited into storage space. The same 2 lines every single day. My ears had grown calluses from hearing them. The mace of silver, meanwhile, landed automatically like interest paid into a money market account. Ding, storage space detected full upgrade. Holy crap, it can be upgraded? I'd assumed the space would only expand when I myself leveled up. Turns out I'd taken that for granted. Without hesitation, I chose to upgrade. Upgrade requires 1 tael of silver. Confirm. 1 tael? Who do you take me for? Confirm. The instant I tapped it, the space went from 2 cubic meters to 3. 1 tael for 1 cubic meter, a steal. I then tapped a little plus sign I'd spotted in the upper right. Upgrade requires 10 taels. Confirm. Confirm. The space became 4 cubic meters. Ding, self-directed upgrade of storage space. Reward. Experience plus 100, 2 caddies of pork. No way, that works too. Counting the beating, I now had 200 experience. But system, is your family in the pork business or what? Tapped plus again. Upgrade requires 100 taels. Confirm. My entire net worth, gold included, was only 200 some taels. It stung a little, but I gritted my teeth and confirmed. The space became 5 cubic meters, with the silver in it nearly all gone. Ding spending with the system reached 100 taels, achievement. Big spender, reward. Experience plus 100, 2 caddies of pork. 2 more caddies of pork. But I had 300 experience now. Tapped plus again. Upgrade requires 1,000 taels, confirm? Good grief, a tenfold jump in one go. How is this any different from robbery? This system really is a tightwad. I still tapped confirm, hoping to glitch it out. No reaction. Turns out it was because I didn't have enough money, and the confirm button was grayed out. Lucky thing I'd earned 200 experience today and expanded the space, so I was set on the rice piling front for now. I took the gold bars and silver out and put them back, out and back, but didn't trigger any more quests. Looked like earning money and spending money were the easier ways to get rewards. After playing with the system all morning, I was a bit worn out. Daeniu had already scrubbed the coop spotless, his face still wearing a look that said he wasn't done. He dug a few of Luhua's hidden eggs out of the droppings and was tickled pink about it. Daeniu, wash the eggs clean, then go scrounge up some rice straw. Daeniu thought I wanted to lay down straw to keep Luhua warm, and happily hauled over a big bundle. I took some out and set it alight. Ingnan, what are you doing? You'll see in a bit. Now go find some yellow clay. I fetched a wooden basin, put plant ash, yellow clay, rice husks, and quicklime in it, sprinkled in some salt, added a little water, and stirred it into a paste, then dropped in the eggs. I took the mud and ash-coated eggs out and arranged them neatly in a bamboo basket, 6 in all. Ingnan, what is this? These are called century eggs. They'll be ready to eat in a month. Daeniu, the next day I got up bright and early. I'd spent too much money the day before, and poverty woke me up. As usual, I collected my rice and a mace of silver. Happy. I opened the door and saw a lavishly decorated horse cart parked outside the yard, flying a little flag emblazoned with a single traditional character. Lin. Shopkeeper Lin? This early? Looked like today's business was locked in. I went up to open the yard gate, and sure enough it was him. But he wasn't the only one who'd come. The old man Lin, a shopkeeper, was sitting in the driver's seat, bundled in a fur cloak and still frozen stiff. With shopkeeper Lin driving the cart himself, could it be the Lin family's young miss who'd come? I cupped my hands. Morning, head shopkeeper. Had breakfast yet? I have. Shopkeeper Lin answered perfunctorily. Only poor folk greet each other with have you eaten. Rich folk ask other things when they meet. He lifted the cart curtain and called out, Young miss. A beauty leaned out of the carriage, in a black robe with hair and waist bound. It was Miss Xiaohe. Xiaohe was actually with the Lin family, and the young miss, no less. I felt like I'd been played. If that were true, then who was Lin Muyao? If Xiaohe and Ayu knew each other, I'd better not let my story fall apart. I ran back through the whole sequence of Lin Muyao sending Xiaohe to watch me and decided I'd left no holes. Luckily, I'd never told anyone I was the Westerner bringing the rice. You all assumed that on your own, so don't blame me. Hiding the truth gave me zero guilt. It's business, not romance. Laying all your cards on the table is for idiots. Mid-thought, Xiaohe hopped down from the cart and gave me a light punch on the shoulder in greeting. Only close friends do that. But then another beauty emerged from the carriage, in a flaming red cloak, cold and stunning. It was Lin Muyao. Good day, young miss. Lin Muyao didn't return the courtesy, only gave a slight nod. The gap in our stations was vast. That noble bearing was as spotless as an iceberg, another rich madam who'd make any man feel small. I didn't dare let my thoughts wander. After some brief pleasantries, I invited the 3 of them into my little yard. My place was still too poor, clean, but without even a spot to receive guests. Ayu, who'd heard the commotion, got up too, and seeing guests had arrived, took the initiative to fetch stools and boil water for tea. She seemed to have forgotten she was a guest herself. My humble home is crude and my hospitality lacking. Forgive me, all 3 of you. Master Zhao, let's get to the point. The words you said to shopkeeper Lin last time, do they still stand? Lin Muyao's tone was icy. She hadn't even sat down. With her standing, Xiaohe and shopkeeper Lin didn't sit either, which made it awkward for me to sit too. I cupped my hands solemnly. Of course, poor peasant though I am, I know a promise is worth 1,000 taels of gold. In business, nothing matters more than the 2 words, good faith. Then we'll do it your way, 5 taels a caddy. But I have one condition. Please, young miss. First, 5 taels a caddy, but you must deliver at least 500 caddies a month. Between 300 and 500 caddies, it's 3 taels a caddy. Under 300 caddies, it's back to 1 tael a caddy. How's that? Well now, you've got the whole tiered pricing scheme figured out. I thumped my chest. No problem. Never mind 500 caddies, 1,000 would do. The system gave me 1,500 a month. Still, this was a feudal society after all. You couldn't count on the law, only on cunning and plunder. If I seemed too at ease, would the Lin family have me killed or leak word so bandits set their sights on me? Quite possibly. After a moment's thought, I went on. But I have a request too. Lin Muiao was mildly surprised. This dirt-poor peasant could keep his wits in the face of such great fortune? Could he be after a higher price? Now that's greedy. To everyone's surprise, I said, I want Miss Xiaohei. The group started. Lin Muiao shot me a contemptuous glance, thinking this lecher was greedy and lustful both. Xiaohei blurted, What? I explained, Young Miss Xiaohei is your guard, and her skills aren't bad. She'd been protecting me from the shadows this past while, and I knew it. Since you're worried about bandits coming to rob this trade, why not bring her out into the open? She can protect me and help haul the rice both. I felt an instant kinship with Miss Xiaohei. I'd like to befriend such a fine person and to ask her to help me train a squad of guards. Room and board included, with wages paid separately. Might the young miss agree? I know you sent someone to watch me, but I won't say so. Since you mean to watch, then come out into the open, with the enemy hidden and me exposed. I'm the one at a disadvantage. The group's expressions eased. Lin Muiao said a flat, fine, without even asking Xiaohei's opinion. Shopkeeper Lin produced a written agreement. Both sides signed and sealed, in duplicate. I made trips back and forth to the cellar and hauled out 10 bags of rice. We'd agreed on 300 caddies, but I'd been short on money lately, so I went ahead and hauled out 500. More rice would only please the Lin family more. Xiaohei carried a chest of silver out of the cart. 500 caddies at 5 taels a caddy, 2,500 taels in all. I opened the silver chest and felt instantly dizzy, an instinctive reaction from this body, which had never seen so much money. In my past life, I'd sat on millions and had long since grown immune to money. I took out an ingot, big as a child's fist, 5 or 6 caddies in weight, cold to the touch. Shopkeeper Lin explained, That's 1,500 taels. We didn't bring that much cash on hand. Would Master Zhao accept a bank draft? Goodness, all this and only 1,500 taels. I was so delighted I nearly drooled, but I resolutely shook my head. I won't take it. Then perhaps the young miss and Xiaohei should head back to town first, and this old man will stay here as surety and send it along shortly. I shook my head again. No need to go to such trouble. Take the rice back first. Once Xiaohei has escorted you home, just have her bring it back to me. Remember to exchange it for plenty of broken silver and coppers. These 50-tael official ingots can't be spent out in the countryside. All 3 of the Lin party were astonished. This dirt-poor peasant was so trusting? That was 1,000 taels short, enough to feed an ordinary person for a lifetime. Watching my honest, foolish grin, Lin Muiao warmed to me a little. In her several years scrabbling through the marketplace, climbing to the very top in Liangzhou, she'd never met anyone so poor yet so big in vision. After seeing the 3 of them off, I carried the chest of silver into the house. 150 caddies, pretty heavy. If it were 150 caddies of stone, I couldn't have lifted it. But this was silver. Not only could I carry it, I could trot with it. I put the chest in the broken wardrobe, gave a casual wave, and the silver went into the storage space, leaving only the empty chest. Ding earned 500 taels, achievement. Comfortable living, reward. Experience plus 100, 2 caddies of pork. Ding earned 1,000 taels, achievement. Well-off living, reward. Experience plus 100, 2 caddies of pork. Stingy as ever, 2 caddies of pork belly every single time. I'd collected it several times today. Tonight it had to be pork stewed with glass noodles, the kind where you throw in 10 caddies. Experience reached 500, system upgrade, new function unlocked. The experience bar cleared. The next level required 900 points. Beside my avatar, Zhao Nan, level 3. Please select an upgrade reward. A 1,000 taels 1 × B. 1 tael of silver per day. I picked B. Young and strong. I'd recoup it in 3 years. The life of collecting welfare was just too sweet. It turned out the original 1 mace a day line hadn't vanished. Below it was now added another 1 tael of silver obtainable per day. In other words, I could do nothing at all and freeload 1 tael and 1 mace every day. Truly a poverty relief system. What could be sweeter than freeloading? I also discovered that as the system leveled up, the space had grown a little more. Tapping Plus to upgrade still required 1,000 taels. Lucky I hadn't spent the money upgrading last time. That saved me 1,000. Below the storage space, a system mall had appeared, currently level 1, with a note. The mall's level rises with the system's level. This mall wasn't like Taobao with everything under the sun. It sold only 3 things. Refined salt, 1 bag. 500 G2 coppers rice, 1 bag. 25 kilograms 150 coppers liquor, 1 bottle. 500 milliliters 1,499 coppers. A puny poverty relief system after all. Everything it sold was daily necessities. I kept hoping the system would hand me some manual for punching out golden dragons. Nothing fancy. I just wanted to protect myself and stay alive. The greater the hope, the greater the letdown. I spent 2 coppers on a bag of refined salt and got a butter paper sack. The fine salt inside was snow white and as delicate as snowflakes. Good stuff. In ancient times it was all coarse salt and half dirt by the time it reached the common folk, and dear at that. Salt prices floated with the times, cheap in peacetime and spiking in war. 3 loads of rice for a caddy of salt was about exactly this. Salt didn't just add flavor and preserve food through pickling. It was also a nutrient the body required. Its main component, sodium chloride, was the chief source of sodium ions, and going without it long-term left you weak and sickly. But selling contraband salt was a beheading offense. Deyue enforced a salt and iron monopoly. The sale of salt, iron, and iron ore included was all the court's business, and without a license it meant conscription at the least, beheading at the worst, with extermination of 9 generations for large quantities. The system's salt was 2 coppers a caddy, while coarse salt on the market sold for 180 coppers. In times of war, black-hearted merchants profiteered off the national calamity, and a caddy could fetch a tael of silver. Salt running was absolutely a license to print money, but I didn't want to do it. For one, the court didn't care whether you sold coarse or fine salt. Caught is caught, and you're beheaded all the same. I didn't even know the county magistrate, so cooperating with the court was out of the question. For another, I didn't want to squeeze the few measly coppers out of ordinary folk. We'd all come up from hardship, and why should the poor make life hard for the poor? If I was going to earn, I'd earn off wealthy merchants, great lords, and nobility. Lucky thing I hadn't let money go to my head. Maybe down the road I could sell salt to the rich through the Lin family or another house, but it had to be a merchant with a conscience. The liquor, on the other hand, was worth a try. The court had no monopoly on wine. Drinking culture flourished in Deyue, wine banners fluttering everywhere, yellow wine and white liquor both, brands beyond counting. How good was the system's wine? I went straight ahead and spent 1,499 coppers on a bottle, getting a white earthenware flask. Uncapping it, the wine's fragrance hit me, and a small sip went down faintly sweet, refined and delicate, the whole mouth aromatic. Fine wine, I blurted. This was hundreds of times better than the yellow wine in town, and high-proof at that. In ancient times, for technical reasons, high-proof liquor was virtually non-existent. My eyes lit up. If I could push this wine out into the world, raking in gold by the bushel was just around the corner. Who needs to be a bodyguard? Odd. Though, why not sell it at 1,500 coppers a bottle? Am I really the sort to quibble over that 1 copper? Never mind it. Just as I'd finished getting familiar with the system, a head poked in at the door. It was IU, all mysterious yet unable to hide her curiosity. They left. Yep. She came inside. What did you sell them to make so much money? If it's inconvenient, you don't have to say. It's inconvenient. Stone-faced, I shoot her out. Obviously, trade secret. TCH, like I even care to know. She consoled herself and left. Miffed. I went to the kitchen. The new stove was usable now. Lit the fire, made food, ate breakfast. Luhua already had her backside stuck up, But how come Dania hadn't shown today? Every morning, he came for some intimate luhua time. Yet today there was no sign of him. Had his heart wandered? I waited and waited. It was nearly noon and still no Daniu. Xiaohei did come back, though, shouldering a hemp sack of broken silver and copper coins, with a butter paper sack dangling from her hand. Brother Zhao, guess what I brought you? My nose twitched, my eyes lit up. How did Miss Xiaohei know I love pork head meat? Haha, Brother Zhao's love of pork head meat is famous throughout all of Green Ox Town. Xiaohei patted the wine flask at her waist. Tonight I'll drink a few cups with Brother Zhao. Splendid, splendid. Tonight the pot would be fragrant again. Rich as I was, getting meat meant walking 4 hours round trip. On reflection, forget it. Eat fatty and walk it off thin. Brother Zhao, where do you want this sack of money? I'll carry it for you. Sure. I led her into the house and pointed at the cupboard with the hole in it. Just put it here. Xiaohei opened the cupboard, saw the chest holding the silver, and was rather startled. 2,500 taels, just sitting here? Aren't you afraid of thieves? I waved a hand, putting on a serene, untroubled air. It's fine. Wealth is a thing outside the body. Enough to get by is enough. Stealing's impossible. Hurry up and set it down. It'll vanish in a moment. Xiaohei was a little puzzled. By her investigation, I'd come up from hardship and had never been rich a day in my life. Anyone ordinary who suddenly struck it rich would likely lose their mind at the sight of this much money. Yet this man regarded wealth like dirt, truly out of the ordinary. She set the money down and leaned against the chest. As soon as she turned and went out the door, I casually stowed the money from the sack into the storage space, leaving a deflated, empty sack, and shut the cupboard. Riches stir the heart. Hand this much money to an outsider, and who knows how many would go mad. Better I hold on to it. Safest that way. I'd meant to wait for Daniu to come, then rally the brothers to build Xiaohei a house. She'd be living here long-term from now on, and surely couldn't keep squeezing into one quilt with me all day. Not that I minded. The colder it got, the warmer a squeeze. Just as I was about to head out to find the brothers, on reflection, I'd been holed up at home for many days, and going out felt a little strange now. Was this the perk of not having a job? You sit at home, and money rains down from the sky. In the old days, I jammed into the morning and evening rush hours. Doc pay for showing up late or leaving early. What a dog's life that was. I'd no sooner explained the situation to Xiaohei than Daniu came charging in a frantic rush, nearly slamming into me, with the 8 brothers trailing behind him. What's wrong? In such a hurry? I realized something had happened. Ingnan, big trouble. Don't panic, take it slow. I led the brothers into the yard, with them all talking over each other. It took half an hour before I had the whole story straight. It turned out the chief had gathered the whole village today to discuss the matter of the land. After the cold disaster, Peach Blossom Village had suffered heavy losses, many had died, and a lot of farmland had been left empty. Today someone came from the county and said empty land would not be tolerated. It all had to be cultivated, or the whole village would be punished. Few people and much land should have been a good thing, but this was ancient times. In peacetime, farmland could be sold for money. In years of disaster and war, it'd be turned down even if you gave it away, all the more so with Peach Blossom Village out on the frontier. On top of the head tax, there was a land tax. The more you planted, the more tax you owed. If this year brought good weather, fine, but another disaster year, and the whole village would likely be wiped out. The interior frequently had reports of unrest, and once war broke out, all manner of harsh levies came down, leaving the common folk in misery. Ingnan, what do we do? Why don't we just become drifters? Either way, I'm not going to be some landlord's tenant farmer. Independent farmers were free, but they had to pay taxes, perform corvée labor, and meet apportion levies. The apportionments could be settled with money, but the corvée could cost you your life. Being a tenant farmer was as good as being a landlord's hired hand for life. You handed over most of the harvest, and with a greedy landlord, a whole year would, at best, just keep you from starving. Many tenant farmers were worked to death. Everyone wanted to be a landlord, and now the court was handing out land. But without some means behind you, you really didn't dare take it on. In short, independent farmer or tenant farmer both meant suffering. And not everyone could be a drifter either, dragging along a whole family with old folks and little ones. You'd be wiped out within 3 days of setting out. The brothers were at their wits' end and came as one to find me. Over this stretch of time spent together, I'd plainly become everyone's anchor. They still didn't know that my net worth was now nearly 3,000 taels, that I'd long since left the farming class behind. 12 people in the yard, and even Iu and Xiao He were caught up in the gloom. I muttered, "Farm and you die, don't farm and you die." It really is the officials driving the people to Ahem, what hardship. Huh, wait. The chief gathered the whole village to discuss things. How come I alone wasn't called? Did I not count as one of Peach Blossom Village's people? I'd handed out benefits to everyone before the new year, and it left me cold. Mid-thought, a voice came from outside the yard. "Ingnan, are you home?" It was, of all people, the chief's dim-wit son Zhao Debao, and right beside him, wearing a face full of fake warmth, was the chief Zhao Yutian. Well, what wine blew the chief over today? Debao held 3 eggs in each hand, 6 in all. I was a touch surprised. Through the past several years when I'd been dirt poor, I'd never seen the chief give away half an egg, and with these 6, I'd now gotten 9 off him lately. For the chief, that was practically bleeding out. I couldn't for the moment figure out what this old scoundrel was scheming, so I first took the eggs and welcomed them in. "Chief, a whole year goes by without you ever passing my place. What brings you here this time?" I went straight at it, with a deliberate jab. The old scoundrel was all smiles. "Dainyu, Zhao Wan, Zhao Wu, you're all here too. Then I won't beat around the bush." Then he recounted the county's demand that all the land be planted and none left fallow. The content was the same as what Dainyu and the others had said, but the emphasis differed. Dainyu and the rest spoke of how the poor peasants couldn't bear the burden. The old scoundrel spoke of how he had it in mind to help everyone. He meant to take on all the empty land and have the village's farmers come on as tenants, 2 incomes a year, but many farmers wouldn't agree. Too much land to farm, and the chief offered too little, so there was no incentive. I guess the chief had come this time wanting me to be his go-between. After all, I'd just handed out grain, and my name in the village had soared. Sure enough, the old scoundrel put on a face of utter anguish. "Nephew Ingnan, see if you can help your uncle put in a word with the village. I just need 30 or 40 strong young tenant farmers." Speechless. On what grounds? On the grounds of these 6 eggs? Uncle Yutian, it's not that I won't help you. You know my situation, the poorest in the whole village. Who could I talk around? But I do have an idea that's sure to solve your problem. What idea? He was half believing, half doubting. I drew my fingers together. I've been a little short on cash lately. I naturally wouldn't agree. Not that I was on bad terms with the chief. The fundamental reason was that this method wouldn't solve Peach Blossom Village's poverty. The chief's face turned ugly. He fished a few coppers from his pocket and held them out. "Uncle, not enough. 10 taels of silver." 10 taels. The chief nearly let loose a curse. "Are the lives of your whole family not worth 10 taels of silver? What's this got to do with my whole family's lives?" I gave a little smirk, ready to wash his brain with my silver tongue. "Uncle, the land's sitting empty. Why does the county magistrate insist it all be cultivated? For the tax revenue. If he can't collect the taxes, he fails to make his quota of merits. Dismissal at the least, beheading at the worst. If our Peach Blossom Village can't pay its taxes, who do you think the magistrate takes the knife to? We poor folk have worthless lives. At most we get conscripted. But you're different. Your household is the richest in the village, with 700 or 800 taels of silver, if not 1,000. When the taxes can't be collected, the magistrate takes the knife to you, the chief. First, wouldn't settling it with your tax silver be enough? Having your home confiscated and being exiled would be the light version. Look at Debao's frame. Never mind conscription. He'd probably be done halfway down the road. I deliberately made a throat-slitting gesture, scaring Zhao Debao into a shudder. Now do you still think 10 taels is expensive? That speech left the chief in a daze, and really, every word of it was fact. Zhao Yutian was at most a small landlord, less than nothing before an official, whereas the brothers and I were the barefoot who don't fear the shod. When we couldn't go on living, we could still become drifters or even take to the hills. The chief's face shifted between dark and light. His miser's instinct still felt 10 taels was a painful loss. "First tell me your method. There's no harm telling you up front. You hand the chief's post over to me. I'll take on all the empty land in your place and find people to farm it. If I can pay the taxes, I'll pay them. If I can't, take me off to be beheaded. The county will only pin the blame on me as chief, and your household stays a rich man's house all the same. Now do you still think 10 taels is expensive? Zhao Yutian was clearly swayed. It wasn't that he didn't grasp buying off disaster with money. His household had plenty of good farmland to begin with, and with several tenant farmers dead in this year's cold disaster, he was fretting over having no one to work the land come spring. Will 5 taels do? I shook my head. 8 taels, no more. I waved a hand. Safe travels, I won't see you out. 10 taels it is, then, but we put it in writing. No problem. Put what in writing? All of Peach Blossom Village is illiterate. In the end, the chief invited a few people of standing to bear witness. With witnesses, it'd do. A proper land sale should go to the government office to sign documents. But in these special times when people were nearly all gone, what the hell was there to sign? Besides, Peach Blossom Village sat on the frontier, far from the central plains, with the court's control very weak. Soldiers only showed up for a few days at tax time. The rest of the time, whether you were trampled by barbarians or robbed by bandits, as long as you paid your taxes, you were a good subject. Zhao Yutian understood this. For his son's sake, much as 10 taels of silver pained him, he parted with it reluctantly, and as he handed me the money, his face was as grim as if his father had died. Ingnan, you're really taking on the empty land. Naturally. But I hear there's 500 or 600 mu. Even with all of us brothers helping, we couldn't farm at all. No worry, I have a way. Peach Blossom Village was vast and sparsely peopled and sat on the border. It really did have a lot of land. The neighboring village, and the village next to that one, had lots of land too, plus great swaths of unreclaimed ground. With enough people, reclaiming a few thousand mu would be no problem. But fertile fields stretching for 1,000 li was one thing, and barren waste stretching for 1,000 li was another. This was mostly low-grade, poor soil with low yields, which was exactly why a single disaster could empty 9 houses in 10 across hundreds of li. The court had already given up on this territory and didn't allocate grain for disaster relief and famines either, yet the people of this land had, through sheer tenacity of life, survived one generation after another. I had a rough grasp on things in my heart. The more detailed plan I'd ponder later, tucked under the quilt. Farming 500 or 600 mu was no problem. The shortfall in manpower was because of a shortfall in tools. Poor peasants farmed entirely on muscle. A household might not even own a decent hoe or sickle, and one person farming 5 or 6 mu was already doing well, with the harvest left to heaven. But if you could buy oxen and plows and harrows, efficiency would soar. If you could build irrigation works, the harvest would be assured. All of that took money to invest, which the farmers didn't have, and I did. And taking on the land wasn't entirely charity. With a good harvest, after paying the taxes, I could take 10 or 20%, and 500 or 600 mu would be a tidy income too. With a poor harvest, I'd give it all to the tenants, and I'd even kick in a bit out of my own pocket. A rough tally in my head gave me confidence, and I reassured the brothers, "Don't worry, I've got this. Head back for now and let me think it over. Then I'll come find you." "Ingnan, we support you." "Good. Off you go for now." "Ingnan, we're not leaving. Miss Xiaohei said we're having pork head meat tonight." "Holy crap, you found out." "But with this many people, how could the bit of pork head meat Xiaohei brought be enough? If you're going to eat your fill. That's my principle." On the spot, we set up an iron pot in the yard and cooked a pot of pork stewed with glass noodles, the kind with 10 caddies of pork belly thrown in. The aroma drifted far, and all of Peach Blossom Village drooled along with us. That night the brothers hooped it up in my yard, every one of them stuffed and content, bellies round as balls. Besides the pork head meat and pork belly, they also drank up my last 2 jars of yellow wine. Xiaohei held her liquor best of anyone present. Squinting through my drunken eyes, I asked her just how much she could drink, and she held up a single finger. "I just keep drinking." I gave her a thumbs up. A heroine among women. You put the men to shame. IU, with her wound, couldn't drink wine, but unexpectedly put away 5 big bowls of pork stewed with glass noodles, as if she especially loved the stuff. That was the last thing my consciousness registered tonight. The next time I came to, it was already the next morning, the sun shining on my backside. I opened the door. Daniu was fondling Luhua again. Everything back on track. Xiao He was practicing, her swordplay fierce and forceful. Ayu was cracking melon seeds and watching Xiao He practice, now and then cheering her on. That's more like it. Strange, same drinking. So how did Dania wake up so early? Who'd brought me back to my room last night? Seemed like it was Xiao He. She had no room of her own. Where did she sleep last night? Looking at the rumpled bedding, I fell into deep thought. No way. Pity I was drunk and felt nothing. She'd most likely spent the night dressed and leaning against the edge of the brick bed, keeping watch. This I only worked out later. Daniu reluctantly let go of Lu Hua. You're up. Ingnan, what are we doing today? First go round up the brothers. Tell them I've got work. Oh, and call your dad and Xiaoyan over too. I went into the kitchen meaning to boil some porridge to line my stomach, and was delighted to find the stove warm, a bowl of yellow porridge keeping warm in the pot. I took a sip, surprisingly good. Even millet porridge could be this fragrant. Who'd cooked it? I instinctively looked toward Ayu, who was watching this way with a face full of anticipation. I gave her a thumbs up, and the corner of her mouth visibly curved. Ayu, you've been playing the pig to catch the tiger. Since you're this good, the cooking's yours from now on. Before long, Uncle Taiju and Xiaoyan arrived first. Xiaoyan bounced up to me. Ingnan, what did you need us for? Xiaoyan, go call Xianglan over. Tell her I've got work, meals included too. You got it. Xiaoyan took the order and went. I turned to Uncle and said, Uncle, let me ask you something, and answer me honestly. Are you a trained martial artist? Uncle Taiju froze for a second. I am. Then how do your skills stack up against hers? I pointed at Xiao He practicing in the distance. Right now she's no match for me. In 10 years, she might be about even with me. Though I'd half expected it, I was still a little startled. Uncle wouldn't lie, and had no reason to. By the look of Xiao He, taking on 10 bandit underlings single-handed was no problem, so Uncle could take 20. Burly and full-bearded, it was no surprise at all that he knew martial arts. But even so, last time he'd nearly starved and still hadn't gone robbing. Proof enough he was a good man. In ancient times, a man with some skills needn't fear going hungry. Had he been willing to guard a landlord's home or join the army, he wouldn't have ended up this poor. I'd meant to have Uncle train a militia, but he clearly had some unspoken difficulty. If I asked, he'd find it hard to refuse out of feeling, and pressing someone against their will wasn't right. After all, he wouldn't even teach Daniu. So I changed tack. Uncle, with you in the village, I rest easy. Boy, you've got something on your mind, haven't you? What is there you can't tell your uncle? Uncle, I figure you've hidden your strength and lain low in this little mountain village for some unspoken reason. I'd meant to ask you to help me train a militia to protect our village. You've heard I'm to become chief, haven't you? Daniu told me. I was just about to ask how you mean to handle it. I'm not worried about the land going unfarmed, nor about the harvest. I've got a bit of money now, enough to buy oxen, buy plows and harrows, build irrigation channels. Everyone's been poor for so many years and can't even manage food and warmth. Now that we've finally got this chance, I want to lead everyone to prosperity. The villagers have strength and resolve to spare. But once the grain is grown, what if bandits come to rob it? In our little peach blossom village, when we were poor, the bandits came once or twice a year. Rich, won't they come 7 or 8 times a day? Uncle, am I right? Uncle Taiju nodded, his expression complicated, deeply in agreement. He pondered a moment, then seemed to make up his mind at last. Boy, your uncle will help you. Uncle, this won't put you in a hard spot. It's no trouble. Your uncle nearly starved to death last time. Living a second life. I'd like to try a different way of living too. Wonderful, Uncle. I threw my arms around Uncle Taiju in excitement, like finding a kindred spirit in another world. A while later, Daniu brought the 8 brothers, and Xiaoyan brought the widow Li too. The widow Li was dressed in plain clothes, her figure graceful, her cheeks faintly flushed as though a little shy, with the natural air of a young married woman. The sight of her left several of the bachelors dumbstruck. It was the first time she'd been out since her husband died. She hadn't wanted to come, but there was no rice left in the pot at home, and hearing that meals were provided and that Xiaoyan would keep her company, after much hesitation she'd come anyway. Ahem. I cleared my throat, cutting off the bachelor's fantasies. Brothers, today's tasks are a bit much. First, beside Miss Iu's thatched hut, build an identical one for Miss Xiao He to live in. Ooh-hoo. Ingnan, your luck with the ladies is just too good. Luck with the ladies, my foot. If it were really that good, would I need you all to put up a thatched hut? I'd just widen the brick bed. I instinctively glanced at Xiao Hei. She didn't set the record straight, just smiled, a touch of red rising to her little face. Probably just tired from practicing. Also, build a thatched hut next to my house as a storehouse. Fix up the yard wall. Reinforce what needs reinforcing. Raise what needs raising. And make a big wooden table in the yard so everyone can eat here from now on. Eat in the yard. What about when it rains? The meticulous Blindy chimed in, deliberately showing off in front of the widow Lee. Blindy's right. Then build another thatched hut to cover the table, connected to the kitchen. Praised, Blindy shot a smug glance at the widow Lee, only to find she wasn't looking at him, which left him a little crestfallen. Chairs and benches, you figure those out. Dig out the outhouse. Building a couple more is fine too. Level out a patch of open ground in the backyard for a drill field. I rattled off a whole heap of demands, not worried the brothers couldn't pull it off. Country men were carpenters and masons both, could farm and could hunt. Every one of them a jack of all trades. I had money now. It wasn't that I couldn't afford a brick and tile house, just that a thatched hut was more economical, and we'd tough it out a while longer till summer came. Besides, spring plowing was coming soon, with plenty of places that needed money. A man builds his enterprise first, good lodging or bad, it doesn't matter. Money should be spent where it counts. What's more, the better the house, the more often bandits came calling. Better to let Uncle Yutian bear that pain. Once that was arranged, I turned to Xiaoyan. You take Xianglan and handle the cooking, one meal at noon, one in the evening. It wasn't Xiaoyan's first time helping. She knew my household's meal standard inside out. Uncle Taiju, let's make a trip into town to buy supplies. Xiao Hei was a master who'd come to protect me. I didn't dare assign her and Ayu any work. But as my personal bodyguard, she'd naturally follow when I went to town. Ayu wanted to go too, very curious what a Diwa market looked like. But in her excitement that day, she'd given me all her money and was now penniless. Too embarrassed to ask for some back, she could only swallow her curiosity and stay home cooking with Xiaoyan. 2 hours later, Uncle Taiju, Xiao Hei, and I reached Greenox Town. As usual, pork head meat first, but with Xiao Hei present, the two big men were too embarrassed to wolf it down, so today we only ate 6 caddies. Eyeing the pork head meat, pig ears, and pig tongue on the counter, I felt unsatisfied. Boss, pack it up. I had 30 caddies packed, buying out Wang's braised meats outright, and Wang Dachui cheerfully gave me a 10% discount. As usual, I first hired 3 horse carts, one for rice and grain, one for flour, and the last for chicken, duck, fish, and meat, pots and pans and bowls and ladles, and quite a few jars of yellow wine. I wouldn't dare buy wine from the system mall to drink. That was a luxury good. The reason a luxury is precisely that it's only for the rich, and a means to earn the rich's money on the side. If everyone in Peach Blossom Village had a bottle of system liquor and a pot of system rice in hand, would that rice still sell at 5 taels a caddy? What the poor want is to stay alive, not to enjoy themselves. Wine was a luxury in ancient times too. Grain was scarce, and using grain to brew wine on top of that was especially extravagant. In Dayue, a small dough of wine sold for 300 to 500 coppers. What I bought was ordinary yellow wine from a small-town workshop, 20 caddies a jar. After buying the wine, I thought about buying 2 pigs as well, then thought better of it. Pigs were too smelly, and raising them in the yard would be off-putting. I'd set up a pig farm once the village got going. Come New Year, the whole village would slaughter pigs and eat pig slaughter stew. The thought was pure bliss. Besides food, I also bought several dozen bolts of cloth and needle and thread to have Xiaoyan and the widow Li make clothes for everyone later. Now that I had money, these things always seemed so cheap. 3 full cartloads of basic supplies, all told under 60 taels. 2 bags of fine-quality rice sold for 500 taels, and 500 taels worth of ordinary grain was enough to feed the whole village for a year. This was exactly the backbone behind my daring to take on the land. Some might ask, rich as I was, why not just hand out money? I'd thought about it, and the conclusion was, relieve poverty by lifting aspirations, not by feeding idlers. In a disaster or sudden crisis, giving money to meet an urgent need is beyond reproach. That was the reason for handing out grain and quilts before the new year, but handing out money in normal times, and the villagers would coast along waiting to die once they had it, with me becoming their keeper. Me giving you a hand up while you work hard to earn your own money, versus me giving you money to spend, are two different concepts. Maybe everyone views poverty relief differently, but the money's in my pocket, and how it's spent is my call. Once the shopping was done, I had Uncle Taiju escort the carts back first, saying "Xiao Hei," and I still wanted to look around. Uncle caught my meaning and led the 3 carts off ahead. His own girl was still young, while the boy was getting on in years. Marry a wife first, and it'd be nice if Xiaoyan came over later to keep her company. After the carts left, Xiao Hei was puzzled. What else are we here to do? Buy clothes. Didn't you buy a lot of cloth already? I explained with a smile. Ready-made clothes, for you and Ayu. You two will be living at my place long-term from now on, with not even a change of clothes, and you'll need daily necessities bought too. Oh, I see. Ayu had no clothes. Ever since she was wounded and brought back, she'd been wearing that same set of Western ethnic garments for many days. Luckily, in winter a lot of people didn't bathe often, but I could tell she badly wanted a wash and a set of clean clothes. Every woman loves to look nice. Xiao Hei actually had clothes. It was just that she wore the same black outfit every time she appeared, so I'd assumed she had no change, when in fact she had several sets of the same black outer robe. Even so, hearing that I'd buy her clothes still made her a little happy. What woman doesn't love clothes? Just buying outer garments I could pick up casually. No need to keep it from Uncle Taiju. But a woman has those few inconvenient days each month and needs some intimate daily necessities bought. And that kind of thing still had to go through Xiao Hei. If a big grown man like me went to buy women's undergarments, I'd be taken for a pervert and beaten like a dog. One hint from me, and Xiao Hei surely understood. The tailor at the ready-made clothes shop was ancient, but his craft was good, with several styles and colors. In Daiyue, dress had originally been strictly regulated. People were ranked into classes, and clothing was ranked too. But that was the past. Merchants had money yet the lowest status. At first they had to bribe officials to turn a blind eye, and later it became consensus. With money you wore fine silks and sable cloaks, and without it, however high your status, you could only wear hemp. This was also why Lin Muyao could deck herself in gold and silver, the single golden hairpin atop her head worth 10 years of a farm household's expenses. Xiao Hei picked out a white long dress and held it against herself. Does it look good? Very, very. Actually, Miss Xiao Hei, you don't always have to wear black. You could try other colors too. This was sincere. She'd trained in martial arts for years, with a well-proportioned figure and good looks, a natural clothes hanger. Yet in all the time I'd known her it was always a single black robe. We picked for over an hour and bought a dozen odd sets in the end. Not just for Ayu, but for Xiaoyan too. And even the widow Li got a padded jacket. Xiao Hei, though, only picked herself one cloak, black, again. It cost me a dozen odd taels in all, which stung. A woman's money really is easy to earn, unlike us men's. The clothes on my back were made by Xiaoyan from cloth I'd bought last year, the whole outfit not worth 100 coppers. Women's ready-made clothes, the nicer ones, were a tael and up. If 3 months ago I'd dared spend a tael on a piece of clothing, I'd probably have been beaten to death by the whole village, especially those who'd spared me a bite of their rations when I was begging. But now that I'd become chief, the fact that I had a bit of money was gradually being accepted. After buying clothes, I went to the apothecary again and bought Ayu several doses of tonic, bought some pastries and snacks, and got Xiao Hei a 4-piece bedding set. I'd thought of buying a horse too, but the town only had nags. The good ones were in the county town, so I dropped it. I hired another cart and headed home. It was evening by the time I got home. The brothers had finished everything I'd assigned that day. The repaired yard wall, the added-on dining hut, Xiao Hei's thatched hut, the newly built storehouse. The supplies Uncle Taiju had brought back were all moved into the storehouse. My home's cellar was tiny. On account of being poor before, I planned to move everything in the cellar into the storehouse, and from now on the cellar would be dedicated to holding money. Where's the outhouse? My dad said the yard was a bit cramped and an outhouse in the yard wouldn't do. So he built 3 in the backyard and filled in the one in the yard, Xiaoyan answered. Not bad, not bad. The meal was ready, the pork head meat reheated, all waiting for us too. That night the new yard was fragrant with wine and meat, laughter and chatter going on till midnight. Ugh, can't drink that much again. This ancient wine is sweet with no proof to it, and you don't know when you've gotten drunk. I struggled up and opened the door. Dainyu was at Luhua again. Dainyu, stop fondling her. I've got a task for you. First, get the 8 brothers. The 9 of you go house to house and call all the able-bodied young folk in the village here. Ingnan, that's a lot, several hundred people. It wasn't actually that many. When I'd handed out grain before the new year, I'd looked things over roughly. The able-bodied were under 100. Then do it this way. Call on each household, 1 person per family. If a household has no man, then call the woman. For any with only old folks and little ones, or in especially hard straits, note them down and we'll send some grain over later. You got it. I had some doubts whether Dainyu's intelligence could pull off a task this complex. But more coming was no fear. There was plenty of grain anyway. The truth is, the brothers and I got along well. Besides Dainyu and the 8 brothers, others often took the initiative to come ask me to hang out. Only every household had endless work to do. Poor peasants were up early and toiled late, working half of New Year's Eve before they could bear to rest. The tightest of all were still my bond with Dainyu's family of 3. Lately, with money coming in, the burden on Uncle's household had eased, so he'd arranged for Dainyu to come over and serve as my sidekick and helper every day. Dainyu took the order, reluctantly set down Luhua, and went to call people. Xiaohei was practicing. Ayu had already put on new clothes, snacking while cheering Xiaohei on. Right? Ayu knew martial arts too, almost forgot. Before long, I'd be able to wake up every day and see 2 beauties practicing in the yard. Now this was the scene a landlord's household ought to have. I went to the kitchen, and sure enough there was a bowl of hot porridge left for me in the pot. Before long Dainyu came back with the people. The little yard was packed and bustling with 80 or 90 folks, all Peach Blossom Village villagers, from old people in their 50s and 60s down to mischievous kids of 15 or 16, every one of them gaunt to the bone, faces sallow with the look of those living on wild greens. Most were men, with 3 or 4 women too, including the widowly. These were all that remained of Peach Blossom Village's finest. Dainyu and the 8 brothers stood up front. Xiaoyan and Uncle Taiju had come too. I cleared my throat to make a speech. Uncles, brothers, I, Zhao Nan, have become chief, as you've all seen, but this chief's post isn't easy to hold. The county wants us to farm the land, so farm it we will. I've earned a bit of money, and I'll buy oxen and plows and harrows. Everyone farming 10 or 20 mu apiece will be no problem. When I was poor, I relied on you uncles and brothers to help me. Now that we've got money, we have to look after everyone too. Uncles, brothers, the days of not eating your fill, not dressing warm, of freezing and starving in the cold nights. Have you had enough of them? Had enough. We're done with it. This goddamned world. The crowd erupted in shouts. Good, I said loudly. From today on, you come here every day to train in martial arts, drill, and work under Uncle Taiju. 3 meals a day are provided here. Whoa. The crowd boiled over. That many people, 3 meals a day each, that's how much grain. There'll be food starting at noon today. Whoa, many wept for joy. At least 1 meal of meat a day. The crowd whispered among themselves, as if dreaming. Only Dainyu and the 8 brothers wore looks of calm and superiority. Bet you didn't know? We ate several caddies of meat yesterday. And every person gets 5 coppers a day, settled every 10 days. The crowd buzzed again. 3 meals and money too? 5 a day, 150 a month, a year would be. If it were really like this, then Zhao Ingnan wasn't a village chief, but Guanyin Bodhisattva descended to earth to deliver people from suffering. A white-bearded old man stepped out. I knew him, Uncle Zhao Yushu, 50 this year. Boy, is what you said true? You're not fooling us. I stepped up and took both his hands. Uncle Yushu, how could your nephew lie to you? Lie or not, we'll know by noon, won't we? Right, by noon we'll know. Chief, we trust you. By noon, everyone could wait that long. The wage I offered wasn't high. 5 coppers a day, not much yet not little. A grown man helping a landlord could earn a dozen-odd coppers a day, but the landlord's household didn't have work every day. Mine was steady long-term work, close to home, with meals provided and meat every day. Even his lordship the landlord probably didn't dare eat meat every day. I felt 5 was a little low too, but giving too much at the start might leave the villagers unaccustomed to it. Start at 5, and whoever performed well would get a bonus, a sort of incentive. After a few more words, I started counting heads and arranging work. 86 in all had shown up. I divided the men into 8 groups. Daeniu was head group leader, in charge of the 8 brothers, doubling as sidekick, runner, and relayer of orders. The 8 brothers were squad leaders, each leading 9, 10 to a group. Ergu was only 15, so to keep the grown-ups from disobeying him, I assigned him all members aged 15 or 16. The 8 groups were drilled together under Uncle Taiju and assigned work uniformly. There was still some time until spring plowing, so the provisional tasks were: each morning the groups went up the mountain to chop firewood, hunt, and dig wild greens. Feeding nearly 100 people was no small expense, and saving where we could was saving. In the afternoons, Uncle Taiju led training drills on the field. In the evenings, after eating, everyone went home. Before drilling troops, I'd need to set up a bigger drill field. The village had plenty of land. I'd just rope off a patch and level it. I'd also need to build a bigger kitchen, 100 people eating, and my yard wasn't enough. A few casual instructions from me, and a mess hall that could hold over 100 was built. Really, just a few thatched huts. Xiaoyan was logistics group leader, in charge of provisions and meals. The widow Li and 3 others handled cooking, washing bowls, and scrubbing pots. 5 people cooking for 100 was too exhausting. So I had Xiaoyan find a few more people she knew well, and before long, she brought back 10 aunties and sisters-in-law. Meals provided and money paid. Everyone's enthusiasm ran high. The logistics department came to 15 people. With more hands, they could make clothes on the side too, and I planned to make everyone a set of uniform attire. The wages I set: Daeniu, Xiaoyan, and the 8 brothers got 10 coppers a day each, everyone else a flat 5. I didn't bring up Uncle Tieju's wage. He didn't care about that. And besides, talking money with one's future father-in-law would be too crass. 100 people dining at once was a magnificent sight. Each group had its own table and seats. Once seated, they sent 2 people to queue at the kitchen and collect their group's meal. For lunch it was duck porridge and big steamed buns. I'd specially ordered a few extra ducks killed to make sure each group got one, and had extra trays of buns steamed, 2 or 3 per person, with leftovers to pack home for family. Dig in. The new villagers, every one of them, went at it like starving ghosts reincarnated, wolfing it down. So delicious. Haven't had porridge this good in years. These buns are so white and soft. The me of the modern world might never see such a scene in a lifetime. It was hard to imagine what hunger had tormented the peach blossom villagers into. Some would never in their lives taste porridge with meat in it or eat white flour buns, having only throat-scratching rice husk porridge and nutritionless bean and wheat buns. I'd assumed there'd be leftovers. I'd thought too much. Not only were there none, there weren't even bowls to wash. I called Xiaoyan over and told her tonight we'd have pork stewed with glass noodles, again with extra buns steamed, leftovers to take home, and to hand out 3 caddies of mixed grain to each person besides, since most households still had hungry mouths waiting to be fed. Ingnan, if you let them take it home, they'll squirrel away a lot of buns. It's fine. It's like this at the start. After a few full meals, they'll stop. Oh, all right. Ingnan really is a great philanthropist. I sighed. If only I were a great philanthropist. There are so many poor folk in the world that even giving away my whole fortune couldn't save them all. Oh, for a mansion of 10,000 rooms, to shelter all the cold-stricken scholars of the world and bring joy to their faces. I don't care. Ingnan is just a great philanthropist, a great and good man. Xiaoyan's gaze was certain, as if she'd seen the light. All right, off you go to work. From now on, when I'm not around, you decide what to eat yourself. I gave her nose a pinch, sent her off, and decided to take a nap to catch up on these 2 days of running around and the drunken night. I had no intention of going to the drills. I was too weak to keep up, and if Uncle Taiju made an exception for me, the troops would be hard to lead. Let the villagers guard the village. Let Xiaohei protect me. I live off the system, so why work that hard? That was the excuse I made for being a weakling. Truth is, who doesn't want to be a great hero punching out a golden dragon with each palm? But I came from an age of peace and prosperity, where brawling got you detained. Ask me to go fight now, and I really can't do it. I'd no sooner lain down than Xiaohei came in, a duck leg in hand. Saw you didn't eat your fill at noon. Save this for you. Miss Xiaohei is truly my dearest friend. I took the duck leg and stuffed it into my mouth without a second's hesitation. Earlier at the meal, I'd been too embarrassed to fight the crowd for meat, thinking to leave the food for the villagers, and had eaten only 2 buns myself. For someone feasting on fine meat and fish every day, suddenly eating just 2 buns was like eating nothing. Hadn't had seafood in ages. Wonder if there's abalone or oysters for sale in this world. Brother Zhao, might we have a chat? That tone, something's up. Chat about what? I didn't expect you to have such a talent for leadership. Brother Zhao, are you really a peach blossom village man? Ahem, I learned all this from watching TV. The palace exam? I mean from storytellers. Us village folk have no schooling and love listening to storytelling. Storytelling? Xiaohei was doubtful. Where would there be storytellers in this poor, remote backwater? I muttered inwardly. Xiaohei must be doubting my identity. How could a rustic villager know so much and behave so seasoned selling rice? The Lin family had surely noticed. But they shouldn't bear me any hostility, so no need to fear. They'd made money off the rice and would protect me instead. As for the rice's source, go ahead and guess. You'll never guess in 1,000 years that I carry a system. Transmigration plus a system, 21st century humanity's highest technology. I nodded firmly. Yes, storytellers. Oh, for a mansion of 10,000 rooms, to shelter all the cold-stricken scholars of the world and bring joy to their faces. Did you learn this from storytelling too? Not this one. It was written by someone named Du Fu. Miss Xiaohei, do you know Du Fu? She shook her head. Never heard of him. A mere martial artist who knew a few characters, with little learning. It was normal she didn't know Du Fu. Then how about Li Bai? Li Bai? What an ordinary name. Never heard of him. Who's he? Neither Li nor Du rang a bell. All right. Verdict's in. You're illiterate too. No one. A friend, who maybe hasn't come back from a faraway place yet. Brother Zhao is awfully strange today, and rather mysterious too. I changed the subject. Miss Xiaohei, what do you think of your young miss? Is she a good person? The young miss is a very good person. Good to her servants. Good to the poor folk too, and skilled at business. These past few years, under her management, the Lin family has become the foremost clan in Liangzhou. Good to the common folk? How so? Every disaster year, grain prices soar. Have you ever seen Liangzhou's grain prices rise? And the young miss, against the objections of the household elders, insisted on doling out porridge to give the drifters a path to survival. Xiaohei reeled off a whole string of Lin Muyao's deeds in one breath, and I said I'd seen none of them. Grain prices? I couldn't even afford grain before. Porridge handouts? I never got a single mouthful. But I could sense it too. Lin Muyao, cold as an iceberg though she was, wouldn't be a bad person. When she learned I had fine quality rice, she didn't pull any kill the hen for the eggs move, like seizing me and torturing the source out of me, then cornering the market. Mind you, this was ancient times, where the law couldn't be counted on, and a great clan killing a commoner was as easy as crushing an ant. I'd made my judgment. The Lin family could be relied on. Lin Muyao could be partnered with. Business needs partners, needs mutual benefit and shared gain. Wanting to earn it all alone and hoard every bit of profit would inevitably harm others' interests and invite hatred and revenge. Especially while my own strength was weak, letting the Lin family take the larger share was perfectly acceptable. Ahem. I came back to myself and praised. All right, I get it. Your young miss is actually a good person, cold on the outside and warm at heart. I'd like to ask her a favor. Miss Xiaohei, could you pass it along for me? No problem. What favor? I'd like the young miss to send me a few things. 10 oxen, with matching plows and harrows, a number of farm tools, 100 each of hoes, sickles, and iron shovels. 1 horse cart, preferably with a carriage. I'll be going into town to shop often, and it's inconvenient without a cart. A few quilts, the soft, warm kind. A few more jars of good wine, and a bit of anything tasty. That's all I can think of for now. Xiaohei's face went stiff. Making your wish list here? Are you? She found it a little odd, hadn't expected me to come right out and ask for so much. True, these were nothing to the Lin family, but asking outright was a bit shameless. She'd go back and report first, and let the young miss decide. All right, I'll go back and tell the young miss. Just don't know whether she'll agree. I wasn't worried about safety. With Uncle Taiju here and so many villagers, even if the bandits came out in full force, we'd have the strength to put up a fight. Those things, to buy myself, I'd have to run to the county or prefectural town. The town didn't have them, which was a hassle and would cost a lot of silver besides. What's more, these days going to the prefectural town meant getting a travel permit from the yamen, with the road long and bandits to guard against. The travel permit system only applied to commoners. People like Xiao He and Lin Muyao didn't need them. Didn't you, Lin Muyao, say you were a great and good person? Fleecing you a little isn't going overboard, and it's a good chance to test you. She ought to give, right? Thinking this, I rolled over blissfully and fell asleep, heedless of the drill shouts thundering in the backyard, and slept clear through to evening. Xiaoyan came in carrying a big basin of pork stewed with glass noodles, then fished 2 hot buns from inside her clothes. Ingnan, are you awake? Time for dinner. Oh, it's dark out. Without even getting off the bed, I started eating right there on the brick bed. Tastes good. Have you eaten, Xiaoyan? I have. She pursed her lips and muttered quietly, I've got something to tell you. I told her to go ahead and say it. Ingnan, I did some figuring. We ate meat twice today, plus buns and glass noodles. The food alone costs a tael of silver a day, and that's not counting wages. Xiaoyan had no schooling and couldn't do sums. You can imagine how much effort it took her to figure this account out. I knew she was fretting over the money. In the morning I'd said only 1 meal of meat a day, and now we'd eaten twice. And I'd had the villagers pack buns home too. I patted her little head. I could see she was trying hard to do the logistics leader job well. It's fine. Your big brother Ingnan has money. Only when everyone's eaten their fill will they have the strength to help me work. I really didn't care about this bit of money. At the very most it was 2 taels a day. The system gave me a tael and a mace daily, so I only needed to chip in under a tael, small change. And I wasn't doing pure charity either. The villagers had to help me work and protect the village at the same time. This was just the upfront investment. Later, once grain grew in the fields, it could make money. Protecting the village meant protecting the chief, and the chief was me, so it meant protecting me. It even saved the cost of hiring bodyguards. Xiaoyan, from now on if anyone asks, just say it was originally only 1 meal of meat a day, and that you and your big brother Ingnan had to apply for 2. Why? No reason. Just say that, and it'll be fine. I pointed at the cupboard again. There are 3 sets of clothes inside. Take them out. Xiaoyan opened the battered cupboard and took out a stack. Wow, so pretty. Same as Sister Ius. The 2 small sets are for you. The other one, take back for Daniel. For my brother? But these are women's clothes. Haha. Tell your brother they're for his wife. Wife? Since when does my brother have a wife? After eating her fill, Xiaoyan carried the empty bowls out and tidied the room while she was at it. The feeling of being looked after really is nice. Before long, she came in again, carrying a basin of hot water. Ingnan, soak your feet. I put my feet in the basin. The water was just the right temperature. Xiaoyan took a towel and wiped the grime off my feet, which left me a little uncomfortable. Xiaoyan, did your dad send you to do this? How'd you know? All right, you've worked all day. Sit beside me and rest. I can wash them myself. No, Dad says I'm your wife, and a wife has to wash her husband's feet. Uncle Taiju, really? How can he say that kind of thing to a child? I knew that in ancient times girls of 13 or 14 could marry, but I couldn't accept it. In my era, at this age, she was still a child to be protected. When I told Uncle last time about marrying Xiaoyan, it was only to get him to take the money. Xiaoyan was sweet and adorable, but she was still young. All these years I'd only ever looked after her as a little sister, and the rest could wait until she grew up and had her own mind. I took the towel, had her sit off to the side and rest, and washed my own feet. 3 days later, Liangzhou City, the Lin household. After hearing Xiao Hei's report, Lin Miao murmured without stop, "Oh, for a mansion of 10,000 rooms, to shelter all the cold-stricken scholars of the world and bring joy to their faces. Oh, for a mansion of 10,000 rooms, to shelter all the cold-stricken scholars of the world and bring joy to their faces." This verse, was it truly composed by that dirt-poor peasant? He said it was composed by someone called Du Fu, and even asked me whether I knew Li Bai. Du Fu? Li Bai? Lin Muyao was full of question marks. Who on earth is this Du Fu? I've never heard of him. If this verse was his work, then why is he utterly unknown? And Li Bai, such an ordinary name. I think one of our household servants is even called Li Hei. There is one called Li Hei. The maid attending at her side chimed in. Li Hei was her sweetheart, and to her surprise the young miss actually remembered his name. It seemed his rise was within sight, so she'd have to thank him properly when she went back tonight. Lin Muyao paid no mind and asked again, "You say he has a talent for commanding troops?" Indeed. In just one day, he had 100 villagers organized in perfect order. But spending several days around him, I found he does nothing but eat and sleep. I've never once seen him read. Interesting. Lin Muyao rarely showed a trace of a smile. A man has to be mysterious to pique a woman's interest. Keep following him. Send word back by carrier pigeon if anything comes up. Yes, and one more thing. After much hesitation, Xiao He relayed the matter of my asking for supplies. Lin Muyao's face darkened. This dirt-poor peasant is awfully unreasonable. Actually asking the young miss to send him all this. Can't he buy it himself? The maid couldn't help griping. Lin Muyao shot her a sidelong glance that scared her into a shudder, and she lowered her head, not daring to say another word. Send it to him. Xiao He, go to the accounting office to draw the silver. You handle this. Yes, young miss. After Xiao He left, Lin Muyao gave an order. Bring all the history books in the manor here. Then she called softly, Xiao Hong, Xiao Bai. Two nimble figures flew out of the woods beyond the wall and landed before her. Also 2 women of fair looks, kneeling on one knee. What are the young miss's orders? Go look into who exactly this Li Bai and Du Fu are. Bored out of my mind, I finally heard a bellow at the village entrance. Moo, 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 moo. Cattle lowing. Xiao He was back with the oxen, still in bed with the sun on my backside. I hurriedly flung off the quilt and dashed out without even getting my shoes on, tripping over the threshold on the way and nearly falling flat on my face. I grasped Xiao He's hands, so moved my eyes welled with hot tears. Miss Xiao He, you're finally back. What a journey. Have you eaten? Xiaoyan, quick, heat up some food. I want to throw a welcome feast for Miss Xiao He and these few brothers. Come in, quick. My being this warm left Xiao He a little unused to it. After several days in close company, when had she ever seen me like this? But the attendants ate it up. As servants, when did they ever receive such respect in their daily lives? The toil of driving the cattle the whole way, the hassle of the shopping, the exhaustion of the journey. At this moment, most of it melted away. Once everyone was seated, the kitchen brought tea right away, and the alluringly Xianglan poured each of them a bowl of hot tea, which left several of the attendants staring blankly. The moment the tea touched their lips, another small share of their fatigue dissolved. Xiao He had brought 10 plow oxen in all, 10 plow and harrow sets, 8 attendants, and 4 horse carts. Why the 3 extra carts? Because the things I'd asked for couldn't fit in just one. Farm tools, quilts, wine, good food, packed 4 carts to the brim. I'd had people repair the oxen pen and storehouse in advance, and right away drove the oxen into the pen and hauled the farm tools into the storehouse. The quilts, wine jars, cured meat, and dried fruit all went into the storeroom. The carts I'd send 3 back later. I'm not an insatiably greedy sort. I said I only wanted one, so one it was. Before long the meal was on the table, leaving the attendants dumbstruck. Do country folk eat this well? Fat chicken, fine wine, pork stewed with glass noodles, wild game from the mountains, the buns so white and soft and hot, and meat stuffed buns too? They were the Lin Manor's servants. Food and warmth were no problem, but eating meat was only those few days at New Year and festivals. Ordinarily, they didn't even dare eat white flour buns. The little leader among the attendants cautioned, "Mind your table manners later. Don't make the villagers laugh at us and lose face for the Lin Manor." Right. The rest mouthed their agreement, but their drool had already hit the floor. I made polite conversation. You few brothers have had a hard journey. Eat up, quick. We've nothing fine here in this rustic mountain village. Forgive the poor hospitality. The attendants held themselves with restraint at first, taking small bites, but the instant the fat chicken touched their mouths, they finally couldn't hold back and wolfed it down. Their combat power, like ravening wolves, starved for half a month. Eat slowly. Have a sip of wine so you don't choke. I played the warm host. You lot really are a disgrace to the Lin Manor. Xiaohei shook her head with a sigh. The villagers all wore smiles, so that's how we looked those first couple of days eating meat. How mortifying. Near noon, the squads that had gone up the mountain came back too. The logistics women hauled over several buckets of hot water for everyone to wash hands and faces, which left the attendants gaping. Country folk washed their hands before eating? Once it sank in, several of the attendants flushed red with shame. Not only that, but the dirt-poor peasants were also quite organized and disciplined, queuing to take their seats, queuing to eat, sitting with proper posture and eating with proper manners, chatting about the day's haul while eating at a leisurely pace. The villagers, after several days of training and newly clothed, were all in high spirits, their sallow complexions gone, their gaunt frames considerably sturdier. Uncle Taiju taught not only spear, saber, and staff techniques, but also archery. Worth mentioning is that everyone had assumed Blindy had the worst eyesight, yet every time they shot arrows it was him who was the most accurate, and up the mountain hunting it was him who bagged the most. The villagers trained to strengthen their bodies and learned coordinated combat too, and the hunting halls weren't bad, which was why my household could eat wild game every day. Pheasant, wild goat, sika deer, and with luck even wild boar and wolf. The surplus pelts and game I had everyone divide a little of to take home as a supplement. Any household in the village without food could come to my place for buns, 3 meals a day. For a while there, I as chief won the people's hearts deeply. Villagers came one after another wanting to bring their sons to be my unpaid sidekicks. Meals provided would be enough. Those with daughters immediately proposed matches, all but wishing to marry them over that very day, lest the chief suffer a bachelor's lot. Naturally, I demurred. I had hands enough. More coming would just be waste, and besides, every household had its own affairs. As for a wife, we were all fellow villagers. How could I take such advantage? If I were to marry, it'd be Xiaoyan first. Peach Blossom Village was thriving. The one discordant note was that Zhao Yutian refused to take part, and even held back his son Zhao Debao. Debao wanted to come work for me. Companions, meat to eat, money to earn. But his old man stopped him. Though their household's fare wasn't as good as this, they could still eat meat every few days. What do you want to go be a militiaman for? When the bandits come, you'll be the one sent to block them. And you want to go hunting up the mountain? There are wolves and tigers up there. What if you get hurt? Debao was scared stiff and had no choice but to stay home and study obediently. Zhao Yutian had paid handsomely to hire an old licentiate to teach his son, thinking, so what if you, Zhao Nan, have money? You're rich a few days and already don't know who you are, feeding your servants that well. Sooner or later you'll eat yourself into poverty. As long as my son studies hard and passes the licentiate exam down the road, my household will be a family of scholars. As for the provincial graduate degree, that he didn't dare dream of for now. Anyone who could pass that was the sort whose ancestral graves had caught fire with luck. Scholars were naturally respected, beyond compare with that pack of village illiterates. This was the consensus among ancient people. Cut back to my place. Over 100 people ate and laughed, lively as could be. After the meal, the men rested a bit before going to drill, the logistics women rested a bit before prepping dinner, and the attendants still had a road to travel back. I had them take 3 carts, saw them off to the village entrance along with Xiaohei, and gave each a tael of silver besides. Taking the silver, the few of them teared up. Master Zhao, many thanks. After the few of them left, Xiaohei pursed her lips. Brother Zhao, you treat a few attendants this well. I did you such a big favor. How do you plan to thank me? I glanced around, saw no one, and leaned close to her ear. Tonight, after everyone's asleep, come to my room. I'll show you a treasure. It's not that ancient people had no nightlife. It's that the poor had no nightlife. The rich listened to tunes in the pleasure quarters. The penniless couldn't even afford to light an oil lamp. The nightlifeless villagers of Peach Blossom Village turned in early. Xiaohei quietly pushed open my door. The oil lamp inside was no bigger than a bean. I wasn't asleep. I was waiting on the brick bed and mysteriously patted the bed boards to beckon her over. Brother Zhao, what do you want calling me this late? Good thing, come over, quick. Xiaohei was half believing, half doubting. She was a child of the martial world, not like ordinary women who valued propriety above their lives. Ordinary women couldn't enter a man's room at night, but she'd already drunk wine in my room more than once. Only when she came close did she notice a low table set on the brick bed. On it a pair of bowls turned upside down and a white porcelain bottle. I lifted the bowls. Ta-da-da-da. What's this? Smells wonderful. Fried chicken. Try a piece. I handed her a fried drumstick. Xiaohei had never had fried chicken. In ancient times oil was dear, and few were willing to deep fry chicken in oil, so this delicacy wasn't popular. I'd used the purest free-range chicken, coated in flour with fine salt and Sichuan pepper, slow-fried in lard, golden and crisp, tender and juicy, far tastier than quick-grown chicken. Delicious. Xiaohei marveled. Did you make it? Of course. Sit. Eat. I've got another fine thing for you to taste. I picked up the system-bought liquor, uncapped it, and poured her a cup, the wine's fragrance filling the whole room. So fragrant. Xiaohei sniffed it, tipped her head back, and downed it in one. Faintly sweet on the palate, refined and delicate, not harsh, with a long aftertaste. She blurted out several praises. This was the best wine she'd ever drunk. Never mind the town's yellow wine. Even the prefectural cities Newer Hong and Zweiking, compared to this, were simply heaven and earth apart. Ancient wine, for technical reasons, was all low proof, which is also why Wu Song could down 18 bowls and still go up the mountain to fight a tiger. Have him try 18 bowls of 53 proof. Brother Zhao, where did this wine come from? Never mind where it came from. Just tell me, is it good? Good. This is the best wine I've ever drunk. Not just you. I'm afraid in all of Daiyue, even the western regions and the northern barbarians, there's no wine finer than this. I poured another cup each for her and me. Come, thanks for bringing Peach Blossom Village all these supplies. Old Zhao toasts you. Bottoms up. The two of us raised cups and clinked, downing them in one as if swearing brotherhood. Drinking really does call for a sense of ceremony. Fine wine. Brother Zhao truly is generous, hosting me with wine this fine. Xiaohei is deeply grateful. I'm the one thanking you. You really did me a big favor. Come, one more, bottoms up. I really was grateful to Xiaohei. First, she'd come to protect me. Second, this batch of supplies. That supply list, had I gone to buy it myself, would have cost money and been a hassle besides, especially the oxen. Daiyue, like the ancient history I knew, set great store by plow oxen. A single ox could sell for tens of thousands of coppers. An ox's life was worth more than a person's. Without a plow ox, a family struggled to farm even 5 mu. With one person farming 20 mu was nothing. The ox was productivity itself. Daiyue law forbade commoners from privately slaughtering plow oxen, and buying or selling cattle required government documents. I raised oxen not just to plow the fields but also intending to breed the herd. Oxen ate grass and were easy to keep, and though Peach Blossom Village was in the northwest, not as lush with grass and trees as the south, it was vast and sparsely peopled, more than enough to raise a few dozen. Big oxen bear calves. Calves grow into big oxen, and in a few years the villagers would have another path to survival. The two of us drank several cups back and forth, tipsy before we knew it. Only then did it dawn on Xiaohei. No wonder Brother Zhao had called her over at night. Wine this fine was surely a treasured stock, to be hidden away and drunk in secret. And this fried chicken, fragrant and crisp, truly a delicacy of the world. Her heart felt warm. The feeling of being favored is always a good one. Might I ask, Brother Zhao, does this wine have a name? A name? The wine the system sold didn't even have a label, a 3-no product. Selling for 1,499 coppers. Should I call it 1499? No good. They'd surely ask about its source, so better make up a story. I pondered a moment. I won't hide it from you. Miss Xiaohei, this wine is a tribute specially supplied to the king of a certain western kingdom. It's called Palace Jade Nectar Wine. My friend braved great danger to get me a few bottles. I wouldn't tell just anyone. Same as the rice? Xiaohei was half believing, half doubting. Right? Same as the rice. I nodded with conviction. Xiaohei doubted no more, and the two of us went bite of fried chicken, sip of wine, drinking on to the middle of the night without realizing it. I swear to heaven, last night I really did black out. I only vaguely remember Xiaohei clutching my hand and tearfully pouring out, "Listen to me." After that I remember nothing. So much so that when I was woken at dawn by the commotion outside, I looked at Xiao Hei still sound asleep in my arms, a smile on her face, dumbfounded, aghast, thunderstruck. Thank goodness, everyone's clothes were neatly in place, and only then did I feel a weight lift. Hey, Xiao Hei, how come you're even drooling? I gently moved her out of my arms, snuck off the bed, and tucked the quilt back around her. Sister Hei, whatever you do, don't wake up right now. Save us both the awkwardness. I only learned later that, last night, I'd been dead drunk. She'd helped me onto the brick bed and, tipsy herself, fallen asleep slumped against its edge, and in the cold of midnight we'd both groggily shrunk toward the warmth. That was all there was to it. I straightened my clothes and opened the door, and saw the familiar scene again. Danyu rummaging under Luhua's backside, and seeing me open the door, he even came over happily to show off the egg he'd gotten his hands on that morning. I got mad and kicked him in the rear. Ow, what are you gawking at? Get to work, quick, careful, or I'll dock your wages. I, who ate and drank all day long, remembered that today was payday. First thing in the morning, every villager's eyes held a faint expectation when they looked at me. Everyone had been gathered together for 10 days now. In these 10 days, Peach Blossom Village had developed a great deal. The villagers' lives transformed top to bottom. The truth is, even if I hadn't paid wages, no one would have resented it. Out there, didn't the landlord lords all drag it out to year's end, or simply skim and withhold, while the poor peasants seethed without daring to speak? Yet for these 10 days the whole village had eaten and taken from my place, meat every meal. What kind of man was I? Did they still not understand? 8 generations of poor peasants back, and the moment I'd finally come into money, I went all out to benefit the whole village. This was a great and good man. The villagers finished a day's work with hearts on edge, and after dinner, I had people light a bonfire in the yard and called a meeting. The team, trained by Uncle Taiju, was organized and disciplined, nothing like the ragtag band of before, queuing and seating themselves by group. The first item on the agenda was handing out money. Danyu, come into the house with me to fetch the money. The two of us hauled out a hemp sack and opened it in front of everyone. A sack brimming with copper coins. The crowd was in an uproar, never having seen so much money in their lives. This was exactly the 1,000 taels Xiao Hei had shouldered back. I'd picked out the broken silver, and the leftover coppers probably came to 1 or 200 strings. 8 squad leaders, come up. 10 people to a group. Squad leader is 10 coppers a day. That's 100 coppers. Group members are 5 coppers a day. 9 times 5 is 45 for 150 coppers. Whoa, the crowd was startled again. Same illiterates. How did Boss Zhao suddenly know how to do sums, and so fluently at that? Even Xiao Hei and Ayu, watching the fun, looked at me with new eyes. Look at you all, never having seen the world. The multiplication table is something a 3-year-old knows. Come on. Each of you count out 550 coppers and hand them to your members. The 8 didn't move, faces full of difficulty. Zhao Wen, the eldest. Ingnan, how would we count to 500? It's too many. Me. Looked like rolling out compulsory education brooked no delay. Then do this. Count 1 to 50, 11 times over. Count carefully, miscount, and I'll dock pay. You got it. 1 to 50 we can do. To avoid having pay docked, the few of them counted with particular care. Xiaoyan, Little come up. Xiaoyan 100 coppers, the rest 50 each. 14 people, 700 coppers, 800 total. Danyu, you go too. Count out your own 100 coppers. Before long, everyone had gotten their money, Uncle Taiju included. I'd never discussed wages with Uncle, but not giving the villagers any would surely set tongues wagging. Even within the village there were ranks. Otherwise, who would listen to whom? I counted out 300 coppers for him at 30 a day. Uncle wouldn't take it, but couldn't withstand my pressing it on him. 300 coppers was nothing to his household. He'd already earned a few dozen taels of late. But this was a mark of status. From now on, in this team, apart from me, everyone had to answer to Uncle Taiju. Cradling the hefty copper coins, many villagers shed tears. A field hand toiling all 365 days of the year couldn't save up even a few dozen coppers. Wanting to go to the county for work, but finding none, most had only the strength of their own arms. Working at a landlord's often meant meals only, and any wages were skimmed and withheld. Doing the government's corvée paid nothing, and you had to bring your own rations besides. Now, working for me, 3 meals provided, meat every meal, and money to collect too. Ingnan boy, you really are a living bodhisattva. Zhao Yushu, overcome with gratitude, dropped straight to his knees. Uncle Yushu, what are you doing? Get up, quick. I hurried to help him up. I've lived a whole lifetime and never met anyone this good. Uncle Yushu was a mess of snot and tears, setting all the villagers crying too. Looking back on a poor peasant's life, if not hunger then cold, 9 missed meals in 3 days standard operating procedure. When had they ever had good days like these? Some present had once shared their food with me, and felt inwardly that good people were rewarded. Some who hadn't helped me shed tears of regret, secretly resolving to work hard from now on to redeem their image. Naturally, I wouldn't hold those petty old grudges against anyone. After consoling them a while, I declared loudly, "Elders, fellow villagers, as long as everyone puts their heart into the work, I promise you all, no one in Peach Blossom Village will go hungry again. No one will suffer the cold again. Good days like these will not only continue, but from here on will get better and better." Good. Ingnan, we trust you, the crowd cheered. I waved for quiet. Now, let's begin the second item on the agenda. Just as I was about to speak, that familiar voice came in my head. Ding Team Creation Quest completed. Members reach 10. Reward. Experience plus 100. 2 caddies of pork. Daily wage subsidy of 1 mace of silver per person. Ding Team Expansion Quest completed. Members reach 50. Reward. Experience plus 100. 2 caddies of pork. Daily wage subsidy of 1 mace of silver per person. No way, a team expansion quest? That works too. My heart bloomed with joy. That's 200 experience right there, sweet. Secretly delighted, I still couldn't help but grumble. Stingy system. Only 2 caddies of pork every time. Even sweeter was the daily 1 mace subsidy per person. On the system panel, beneath the 2 existing attributes, a third was now added. Daily wage subsidy, 1 by 97 mace. The 97 was in blue text, so it should be able to fluctuate. 80 in the work groups, 15 in logistics, plus Dainyu and Uncle Taiju, exactly 97. 9 taels 7 mace a day, plus the tael and mace the system gave, exactly 10 taels 8 mace. Even in the modern world, that was solidly 10,000 plus a day, pure bliss. I also realized that the reason the system waited until payday to count the quest as complete, rather than counting it the moment work began, was very likely to keep me from cheating. But I had no intention of cheating at all. A mace a day, what poor peasant in Dayue couldn't you hire for that? Was it too low? A flicker of guilt flashed by, and I tossed it aside at once. This company pays wages at market rate, with benefits far exceeding peers, and there were plenty of places needing money down the road. Gazing at the great pile of silver in the storage space, I laughed out a pig's squeal. "Ha ha ha," I declared. "Now, let's begin the second item of the meeting." And then came another bout of strange laughter, the sound a touch creepy. Dainyu couldn't help himself. "Ingnan, what's the second item? Ha ha ha." Oops, got carried away. I reined in my smile and declared anew. Second item, making suggestions. Anyone can come up and offer suggestions beneficial to our village's development. For a good suggestion, the reward is a fistful of copper coins. Grab them from the sack yourself, and however much you grab is yours. A poor suggestion is no matter either. The reward is 10 coppers, as encouragement. This was a segment I'd set up to spur enthusiasm and to hear everyone's ideas. The villagers looked at one another, wanting the money yet not daring to step forward. Bragging and chatting daily had felt like nothing, so why this sudden timidity? Everything is hard at the start. I upped the ante. The first one up gets a reward of 20 coppers. Under a heavy reward there's bound to be a brave man. The youngest, Ergu, timidly said, "I'll go." He stood before the crowd, stared at by a dark mass of people, cold sweat beating on his head. "Ingnan, I haven't thought it through yet. Let me think a bit more." "Ha ha." The crowd roared with laughter. "Don't be scared. We all know each other. Just say whatever." I encouraged him. Ergu finally worked up the courage. "Ingnan, the game we bag is more and more. We could take it to town to sell for money." "Good. That's an excellent suggestion." I gave him the 20 coppers I'd counted out, and had him grab a fistful from the sack besides. Ergu grabbed a full 100-odd coins, leaving the crowd green with envy. He stuffed them in his pocket and ran off like the wind. Come, a round of applause for Ergu. I let off, and the applause rang through Peach Blossom Village. Ergu's timidity lessened, and a surge of pride rose in him. From now on, whoever comes up to offer a suggestion gets applause. Applause for a good one. Applause to encourage a poor one too. The courage is commendable, and putting your mind to it is what counts. The villagers warmed up. Over the next half hour, several more came up. A kitchen Annie said to economize and avoid waste. A working fellow said the outhouses weren't enough now that there were more people and more should be dug. Another said spring was coming soon, and we should prep for plowing ahead of time. None had any novelty, but I was glad to pay for the enthusiasm. The coppers handed out without stop, the villagers' hands nearly clapping themselves to smoke. All right, last slot. Any more suggestions? Save them for the next meeting. The last one already? Everyone hadn't earned enough yet. Blindy, poor of sight but sharp of aim, charged out in one bound. Ingman, I've got one. I'd assumed he too was coming to scrounge 10 coppers, counted out in advance. I hadn't expected that when I heard it, he actually had something. Ingman, I feel there's a bit of a problem with how we're grouped now. What problem? I asked what everyone wanted to know. What the problem is exactly, I can't quite say. TCH. A wave of sighs from the crowd. Blindy flushed crimson but bravely went on. For instance, our 8 groups all go up the mountain to chop trees together. Then all 8 groups go hunting together. Every time I hunt, I'm really happy, because my aim is good and I always bag more game than the brothers. But every time we chop trees, I cut very little. I'm not strong, can't out-chop Iron Pot in them. So could you let me only hunt and not chop trees? Send Iron Pot to chop trees and not let him hunt. Every time he's all clumsy and scares the game off. I do not. That time was an accident. Iron Pot retorted, clearly lacking conviction. Blindy's expression was limited, but my eyes had already lit up. Blindy, you sure you're not a transmigrator? In the modern world, there was a fellow named Adam Smith who summed up exactly this, and it made him a great economist. This was the famous theory of the division of labor. In later ages, nearly everyone understood the division of labor and cooperation. But this was ancient times, and to have such foresight was to be the crouching dragon and fledgling phoenix of Peach Blossom Village. Blindy, well said, suggestion adopted. Go on, grab the coppers with both hands. Blindy's palms were much bigger than Ergu's. He scooped up a great heap with both hands, ever so careful lest a single coin drop. The villagers might not grasp how important what he'd said was, but seeing him earn this much in one go still made them green with envy. Even people of insight like Uncle Taiju, Xiaohei, and Ayu wore looks of puzzlement. Once Blindy had gone back, I went on presiding. Now, regarding Ergu's and Blindy's suggestions, the following adjustments will be made. I took the chance to mention in passing Deyue's household registration system. Civilian households farmed, military households soldiered, artisan households did handicrafts, and the registration was hereditary. A farmer's son was still a farmer, a soldier's son still a soldier, a blacksmith's son still had to smith. This system had been in use for over 200 years, its drawbacks long obvious. The right people didn't end up in the right posts, severely hurting efficiency. A military household that birthed a weak, sickly son still had to send him to the battlefield. An artisan household's son born strong as an ox. Wanting to soldier? Not a chance. For commoners wanting to change registration, study was the only road. I gave a simple example using Dainyu and Blindy. Understand it if you could, no matter if you couldn't. They were all here to work anyway. Then I announced the reform. First, logistics splits into 2 groups. Xiaoyan, tomorrow go to the village and recruit another 7 or 8 capable aunties and sisters-in-law. Young sisters are fine too. A Mesa Day subsidy, after all. I really did want to hire the whole village, ahem, but on reflection, forget it. We're not the speculating and profiteering sort. From logistics, pick 10 skilled at needlework to form 1 group, dedicated to weaving cloth and making clothes, same wages and treatment, the rest continuing to cook. The needlework group, besides making clothes, is also to turn the pelts brought back from the mountain into leather coats, leather trousers, and protective gear. Hand them out to everyone once they're done. Whoa, the crowd cheered. Eating one's fill and dressing warm were both being delivered. The kitchen group is to pickle the meat and wild greens we can't finish into cured meat for easy keeping. And then each household gets a share, so everyone has meat to eat. Urga cut in. Ingnan, isn't that game going to be sold then? Not for now. We'll keep it to eat ourselves. This was game even purer than free-range chicken and duck. Mainly I was greedy for it. Selling it wouldn't fetch much either, and I didn't care to earn those few measly coins. In a dynasty of 200 or 300 years, the wealth was mostly in the hands of lords and generals and ministers, of established houses and rich merchants. You couldn't squeeze much oil out of common folk. Better to give it away. Give a little to Lin Muyao, a little to other bosses, and then why fear a deal wouldn't come through? Xiaoyan, you be the group leader. You won't have to do the work yourself from now on. Then what do I do? You're in charge of watching what the two logistics groups lack. If they lack supplies, you requisition them. Whichever group is overwhelmed, you reassign people to help. Any problems, report straight to me. All right, Ingnan. Xiaoyan's heart bloomed with joy. Ingnan really does look out for me. The 8 attendance groups get adjusted too. Uncle Taiju and Dainyu are in charge of assessment. Pick 2 groups skilled at hunting to specialize in hunting, gathering wild greens, wild fruit, and mountain delicacies. Of the remaining 6 groups, 2 go up the mountain to chop trees, quarry stone, and build houses. Tomorrow first build a house for the needlework group to use, and dig a few more outhouses, built at the edge of the woods on the back hill. Men's and women's separated and clearly marked. The public outhouse, with people coming and going, was too foul. I'd been wavering over whether to hire someone specifically to haul out the night soil and flush it, and it seemed building flush toilets was now a pressing matter. Luckily, I had 2 construction groups now, so building public toilets wouldn't be hard. The remaining 4 groups: raise oxen, till the fields, build irrigation channels, prepare for farming. Good, good, good. The villagers chimed in. Finally, we're going to farm. Returning to the old trade was always exciting. Meeting adjourned. The villagers each went home, happy smiles on their faces. Every one of them had earned some money, more or less. Their households had savings now, and life had something to look forward to. The little yard returned to calm. To my surprise, I found Xiao He and Ayu staring at me, faces full of shock. What's up, Xiao He? Brother Zhao, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, you could beat me to death and I still wouldn't believe you're illiterate. Ayu, Brother Ingnan is definitely hiding something from us. Get lost. I lay in bed, carefully tallying the silver in the storage space. Too much. The silver ingots, big and small, plus broken silver and copper coins, were beyond counting however I tried. Probably still around 2,500 taels. Over the past 10 days I'd run a deficit of a tael a day, but now that I'd unlocked the system subsidy, not only did I not have to spend money to keep the laborers, I could even pocket the spread. 8 or 9 taels of net income a day doing nothing at all. The lying flat life really is comfortable. The thought of how I used to do 996 and 007, working myself half to death, sent a pang through my back. The silver would only keep piling up from here. After the busy farming season, I'd spend a little fixing up the houses, especially the toilet. It absolutely had to have 24-hour running water, granite flooring, and pearwood walls. Pity DOF forbade privately hoarding weapons and armor, or I'd outfit every villager with a set. The matter of weapons would have to wait. The enterprise had just gotten off the ground, my strength was weak, and one report from someone would finish me. And I couldn't say whether the villagers, with their homemade weapons, could even beat the bandits. Drowsiness came over me, and just as I was about to sleep, a knock 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 came at the door. Who is it? Ingnan, it's me. A mouthful of broken Diyue common tongue, it was Ayu. It's so late, what is it? I want to chat with you. Thunderstruck, the rich madam coming to chat with me in the dead of night? Nah, I'm going to sleep. Men and women shouldn't get too close. Please head back, Miss Ayu. Outside the door there was silence for a moment, and I thought she'd left. Then suddenly, with a bang, the door was kicked open, and I clung to the quilt for dear life and shrank into the corner of the brick bed. Heroine mercy. Xiao He, come to the rescue. What a white-eyed wolf. I saved your life and gave you food and lodging, and you want to kill me. I waited a beat. Ayu didn't make a move. She stared at the broken door panel, dumbstruck, and explained, I didn't use any force. The door broke on its own. After another round of explanation, I lowered my guard. As long as she wasn't here to rob and murder, it was fine. Miss Ayu, what's so urgent that you come barging in on me in the dead of night? I was still very polite, mainly because I couldn't beat her. What I didn't know was that the moment the door sounded, Xiaohei was lurking in the dark ready to strike at any time. Seeing it was Ayu and that there was no ill intent, my personal bodyguard transformed into a peeping fiend and hid outside the wall, ear pressed to it. Ayu's face was flushed red. She hesitated, then started and stopped. Could you hire me? I didn't follow. What's that? You want me to take care of you? No. Could you hire me to work? Was that something a rich madam should be saying? Hire you to work? The 5 coppers a day kind. Yes. Ayu let out a breath of relief. Is your wound healed? It's already fully recovered. Thank you for taking care of me and buying me medicine. As it should be. Who told me to take so much of your money? What can you do? I can cook, and I'm literate. I can keep accounts for you. I've read many books, and I can write your Dayua script too. With more and more servants under you, surely you need an accountant? Dayua was a celestial realm and a superior state. At its height, all nations came to pay court, so it wasn't strange for a Westerner to know Dayua script. I had a vague sense that Dayua's official script was simply Chinese characters, only in traditional form, many of which I didn't recognize. Still, as an illiterate-cum landlord, whether I could read truly didn't matter. Ayu? Dayua? Could there be some connection? Last question. Aren't you very rich? You tossed out a dozen-odd gold ingots in one go. So why work? To experience life? Ayu blushed. I gave you all my money, so I'm broke now. So that was it. That day she'd been angered by me and, in a fit of temper, flung her whole fortune at me. And now that she was broke, she wanted to work. Working was fine, but if she thought she'd get me to give the gold back, not a chance. Young people, don't be lavish when you've got money. Spending feels great for a moment. Earning leaves you in tears. All right then, you'll be the accountant and work with Xiaoyan to manage the storehouse. And once we build a schoolhouse in the village, you can teach the children to read and write every day too. Since it's 2 jobs, I'll pay you 2 wages. 5 coppers plus 5 coppers, 10 a day. How's that? All right. Thank you, Brother Nan. 90 coppers net profit. Don't blame your brother for giving little. Give more, and others will object. Secretly pleased, I remembered something. Ayu, I've got one more question. Didn't you just say last one? I suddenly thought of another. What I really wanted to ask was her identity, how she'd been wounded, why she'd come near Peach Blossom Village. She was an outsider, after all, and I had to be responsible to the whole village. Luckily, Ayu was kind-looking and diligent, always helping the villagers with tasks, and everyone thought well of her. Had she been a man, she'd have been driven out long ago. But I also feared touching on her privacy. Miss Ayu, I want to ask, why did you come to Dayua? Why were you wounded? Where are you from? Everyone knows you're a Westerner, but the Western regions are vast with many small kingdoms, and we can't very well keep you in the village knowing nothing about you. You understand, right? Tell what you can, what touches on secrets you needn't tell. If you've any difficulties, I'll do my best to help with what I can. Meals are fine, money's not, I silently added inside. Ayu worked up her courage. There's really nothing I can't tell. I was born into a wealthy family in a small Western kingdom, with many brothers and sisters. My parents wanted to marry me to someone I didn't like. I refused, and so I ran away from home. She stopped. I couldn't help myself. That's it. That's it. Telling that to ghosts, far too short on detail. But since she didn't want to say, I wouldn't press. Then why were you wounded? I brought a few attendants when I left home. We met robbers on the road. The attendants were captured, and only I escaped here. That's it. That's it. I raised a doubt. First, you weren't on the trade road. The trade road between Dayua and the western regions is far from Peach Blossom Village. Second, your wound was so serious that you were already unconscious when I found you. The place you were wounded should be close to where I found you. Ayu explained. They chased me a stretch. After I got away, I walked another 2 days and 2 nights, finally found a cave to treat my wound, got hit by something I don't know what and passed out. And when I woke, I was already at your place. The rest you know. For a martial artist to take a non-vital piercing wound and walk 2 days wasn't impossible. If what she said was true, then wasn't that band of robbers only 2 days and 2 nights from Peach Blossom Village? Then what about your attendants? Are they dead? I don't know. We got separated in the fight. I left marks along the way. If they're still alive, they should be able to find their way here. So much time has passed. I'm afraid it's more grim than not. IU's face was full of grief, tears having fallen at some point. I very much wanted to step up and hug this pitiable woman, but feared a beating, so I could only console her. You didn't see them come to harm with your own eyes, so very likely they didn't die. Robbers are people too. Seeking money, they won't kill carelessly. Maybe they're just captured and held for ransom. We'll go take a look in a while and try to rescue your companions. A flicker of hope rose in IU's eyes. Really? Really? Why would you help me? Poor peasant though I am, I know the principle that the greatest of heroes serves the country and the people, and draws the blade when seeing injustice on the road. Of course, I wasn't only helping you. I was helping myself too. How can one allow another to sleep snoring beside one's bed? Once I'd grown the grain and built the houses, if your band of bandits came raiding again, wouldn't I be working for you for nothing? Scoping out that band of robbers and rescuing the captives if I could was also removing a hidden danger from Peach Blossom Village. With 9 new people added, my freeloading system subsidy team now had 106, though 97 wouldn't become 106 until payday. I wasn't in a hurry. Money was no object anyway. That afternoon, the construction crew finished the embroidery workshop. To display professionalism, they built it especially broad and sturdy. Build the embroidery workshop in the morning, the schoolhouse in the afternoon, dig out houses on overtime at dusk, busy and loving it. This showed that efficiency had clearly improved after the regrouping. Everyone doing the work they were good at and liked could always do it better. The two hunting groups happily brought back more game. The tree chopping group cut trees big and straight, as if everyone wanted to prove their specialty. The only exception was the farming group. Raising oxen, tilling, and building irrigation channels weren't jobs with instant results, and under the other group's loud showing off, they seemed to lack interest. But agriculture had a long cycle and heavy investment, and once it reached scale, the returns weren't bad. Xiaoyan picked the 10 best at needlework to form the embroidery group. Those not chosen were a little crestfallen, but on reflection the wages were the same. Embroidery had a nice environment, while the kitchen was thick with cooking smoke, but you could sneak bites. At dinner, I announced before everyone that IU had joined the team, in charge of accounts, managing the storeroom together with Xiaoyan, with everyone's food, clothing, and supplies handled by the two. No one objected. IU was good-looking and diligent, and though a foreign woman, was well-liked in the village. She lived up to expectations too, finishing the inventory of the storeroom in half a day and recording it. How much in, how much drawn out, how many days' supply left, all noted down one by one. The silver and purchasing I still managed for now. Every few days I'd take my sidekick Daniu and my bodyguard Xiaohei to town to shop, eat a few caddies of pork head meat on the side, bring a little back for Uncle Taiju now and then, and have a couple of drinks together in the evening. Life was easy and happy. Modern people love a fast pace, 9 to 5 with overtime on top. Living a second life, I wanted to switch to a more leisurely way of living, mainly out of fear of dropping dead suddenly again. I made an announcement. Once the schoolhouse was built, household children aged 6 to 12 could be sent over to learn to read and write. Under 6 was too young, and over 12 could work. Welcome to join the team. The schoolhouse provided 3 meals a day, but each child paid 1 copper a day in tuition. For parents working for me, it was deducted straight from wages. Those with no money could do work-study, helping clean the schoolhouse or washing vegetables and tending fires and logistics. Of course, I didn't lack that 1 copper, nor did I lack child labor. In this era, schooling was dear, and a poor peasant would never write his own name his whole life. I was giving this kind of chance and hoped everyone would treasure it. Those who wanted to study would study hard, and those who didn't would be put off by the 1 copper tuition, so as not to waste the teaching resource, which was IU. The teacher for now will be IU, the only literate one. Everyone, a round of applause. The villagers applauded warmly. Oh, that's not right. Xiaohei was literate too. Only she had no interest in teaching, her interest entirely in fighting and killing, drinking and eating meat. Ever since the fried chicken with palace jade nectar last time, I treated her to another meal of pork head meat with palace jade nectar. Fine wine goes with anything, delicious with whatever you pair it. under the buff of fine wine. The revolutionary friendship between Xiao He and me advanced by leaps and bounds, a bond firmer than gold. The schoolhouse enrolled 12 students its second day, as old as 12 and as young as 6, boys and girls both. The villagers also knew that studying in the village to win an exam title was a slim hope, at most a bit of enlightenment, learning to read and understand reason, and incidentally testing whether their own child was the studying type. I opened the school not just to wipe out illiteracy, but also for Peach Blossom Village's development. A growing team needed literate people to help manage it too. I hung a big plaque on the schoolhouse and inscribed it myself, Louis Koo Enlightenment Academy. Brother Zhao, what do these crooked characters you've written mean? Xiao He and Iu asked at the same time. Louis Koo is a person's name. He donated money to build many schools, so poor children could have books to study from. Oh, I see. Neither of them knew Louis Koo, and just took it as my illiterate self scribbling at random. The village folk could make the desks and benches, no need to buy them, but brushes, ink, paper, inkstones, and primers still had to be purchased, so Daniel and I made another business trip and ate a meal of pork head meat on the side. The villagers continued. Work in the morning, drill troops in the afternoon, eat meat and brag in the evening. The children had one class in the morning and one in the afternoon, half an hour each, helping in the kitchen when free. Besides drilling, Uncle Taiju also made weapons and built defensive fortifications. I took Xiao He and Daniel and drove a cart back to the cave where I'd first met Iu, hauling away 1,000 caddies of rice and 20 bottles of liquor. The rice I took to town and handed to shopkeeper Lin, raking in a furious 5,000 taels. I also had shopkeeper Lin bring a bottle of palace jade nectar to Lin Muyao, by way of thanks for her help purchasing the oxen and supplies. Lately, I'd gained another 200 experience and 4 caddies of pork, rewards for wealth exceeding 5,000 taels and members under my command reaching 100. By now my silver came to about 8,000 taels, which in ancient times counted as an enormous fortune. As long as I didn't gamble or rebel, I couldn't spend it in a lifetime. The team now had 109 people. Last time century eggs had succeeded, so I refined the method a bit and cooked a pot of century egg and pork porridge for the core few, secretly using fine salt, salty, savory, and smooth. Everyone said it was good. Century egg and pork porridge cleared heat and dispelled restlessness. Come summer, it might fetch a good price. I planned to harvest a round of the rich household's leeks before the century eggs got copied. A tael of silver apiece. Not too much, right? The village also built a chicken farm, hiring 3 women to raise chickens, with eggs to be collected from town in the early stage. I gradually collected 10,000 eggs and, with Daniu and Xiaoyan, made 10,000 century eggs by hand. The recipe, strictly confidential. Century eggs weren't a system product, so being copied was only a matter of time. I could only put it off as long as possible. That spring, Peach Blossom Village was bustling. The shouts of those working, the sound of children reciting lessons, the laughter of gatherings. In the midst of it, the government came once. Seeing the hot potato land taken over by the new chief, they pulled out documents without a word for me to sign and seal. As long as someone farmed the land, they considered their task done. If taxes later couldn't be paid, someone would be held responsible, none of their concern. And just like that, I became a landlord in name and in fact, sitting on 600 mu of titled land. At night, lying in bed, I had a sense of my enterprise advancing by leaps and bounds. The system gave 12 taels a day, the silver and rice in the space piled higher and higher. Couldn't spend it, simply couldn't spend it. When I had time, I went to the fields to inspect the 600 mu. The land revived with spring, and wild grass grew in the fields. In years past, when there was no food, the villagers would dig up grass roots and wild greens to stave off hunger. But this year, everyone was fed and warm, so the wild grass could only be cut and brought back to feed the oxen. The ox really was a treasure. It could plow, and ox dung made good fertilizer besides. Though I'd been born in the countryside in the modern world, I'd studied for over a decade and worked in the city after graduating, with no chance to touch farm work. Gazing at these boundless 600 mu, I couldn't help sighing. That really is a lot. The lords and nobles in the history books had tens of thousands of ching of fine farmland at the drop of a hat. How rich must that be? But my land differed from theirs, not just in the matter of how much. They mostly didn't have to pay taxes, whereas the likes of me had to hand over close to half of each year's harvest. Ordinary landlords couldn't get tax exemptions, so most found ways to conceal land and population, but I didn't intend to do that. Newly arrived, paying more tax and becoming a major taxpayer was the way to build good relations with the county magistrate and gain his protection, and it was the most basic responsibility too. At noon, I led the farming team home for lunch, singing all the way. Xiaoyan came to greet me at the door, saying 2 guests had come to the house. 2 women, hair and waists bound, figures slender, one in red and seductive, one in white and aloof, with a keep strangers away air. But my first impression of both was big-chested. Xiaohei introduced them. These are my 2 sisters, Xiaohong and Xiaobai, both the young Mrs. Guards. No wonder you're called Xiaohei. Turns out you're all named by color. So is there a Xiaolon, Xiaozi, Xiaohui too? I cupped my hands. My respects, ladies. What brings you to our peach blossom village? Xiaohei and I, after many days together and a heart-to-heart of drunken truths, were already as close as brothers and ordinarily didn't need such politeness in speech. Xiaohong and Xiaobai sized me up and down. Coarse hemp clothes, just back from the fields, legs caked with mud, ox dung stuck to my clothes, and their faces showed distaste. You're Xiaoing, Nan? Xiaohong's tone was cold, as if she didn't want to bother with this dirt-poor peasant. The young miss wants to see you. Come with us. What do you mean, come with you? Go where? How to do what? I shot a glance at Xiaohei. Her face was grim too. What the 2 of us didn't know was that Xiaohong and Xiaobai had searched for over half a month for Li Bai and Du Fu with no word at all, been scolded by Lin Muyao, and then sent as punishment to this remote countryside to fetch a dirt-poor peasant. They had grievances stewing, which was why they were so rude to me. I replied flatly, go back and tell your young miss that spring plowing's at hand. I've got no time. What did you say? Xiaohong was furious, unable to believe this dirt-poor peasant dared refuse the Lin family. I couldn't be bothered, and turned to go back inside to wash my hands, change clothes, and eat. I wasn't angered by Xiaohong's rudeness, just 2 guards. What I was thinking about was what Lin Muyao wanted me for. Could she have tasted the system liquor and want to do business with me? But if so, she could well come herself or send someone to Peach Blossom Village to negotiate, like with the rice. Nor did I care how much she'd earned on the rice. The Lin family's network could reach high officials and notables, which was how the rice and wine fetched good prices. As long as I earned too, that was enough. To think I could reach lords and notables by setting up a stall myself was the stuff of wish-fulfillment novels. Step back a pace. Even if I could reach 1 or 2, I couldn't sell only to those 1 or 2. Ask them to help sell, and wouldn't they have to take a cut too? Besides, with my feeble strength, bringing out something good might get me targeted by thieves, money unearned, and myself thrown in to boot. All things considered, Lin Muyao counted as a reliable partner. Business is business, mutual benefit. Surely young Miss Lin wouldn't lure me out of Peach Blossom Village and pin me up like a hen that laid golden eggs? I thought it over and dismissed it. She couldn't possibly know I had a system, nor would she be foolish enough to kill the hen for the eggs. Never mind. I'd ask Xiaohei later. There was no communicating with those 2 dim girls. Xiaohei came over with a bowl of food and sat beside me. My 2 sisters aren't usually like this, forgive them. Because you got them punished, they may have some grievances. Me? Sister, I don't even know them, okay? And their eyes clearly held contempt for a dirt-poor peasant. I couldn't be bothered to argue, and silently docked points from the 2 girls. Don't look down on a young man for being poor. All right. Xiaohei told the whole story. Looking at Xiaohong and Xiaobai again, I found they were looking at me too, their eyes a touch more at peace. Just then the 2 were staring at the villagers eating. At noon it was free-range chicken stewed with wild mushrooms, wild boar stewed with glass noodles, and steamed buns bigger than their faces, the aroma hitting the nose. The 2 watered at the mouth, yet were too embarrassed to speak up. As guards, their status was higher than servants, and their everyday fare was decent. Not the sort to drool at the sight of meat, but they'd traveled half a day and were hungry and parched inside. Martial artists are people too. They get hungry, and faster at that. Xiaohei said further that young Miss Lin had invited me to the prefectural city. Besides business, there was an important matter to discuss. Though just what important matter, she didn't know either. Caught in the middle, she found it hard to act, and only said whether to go was my call. I didn't want to go. I didn't even want to go to the county town. It was dangerous, and the system hadn't given me anything to defend myself with, so going out always felt unsafe. With a system to lean on, my prospects were boundless, and I rather treasured my life. Yet I also very much wanted to go. I'd heard the prefectural city of Liangzhou connected to the western regions and the northern barbarians, and when there was no war you could buy all sorts of rare goods. I wanted to go rummage for good stuff, scout the commercial environment on the side, and look for business opportunities, like selling century eggs. I didn't decide right away, only said I'd think it over when I got back. That night, after everyone had dispersed, I secretly slipped off to Daniu's house to chat with Uncle Taiju. The matter of the system couldn't be told to my future father-in-law, nor did I mention the liquor business. I only said I was going to the prefectural city to rummage for some things and see on the side whether century eggs would sell. Uncle's advice was, there's no need to go, but if you want to, take Daniu along to protect you. Daniu thumped his chest. Don't worry, Ingnan, we can definitely protect you. I could tell Uncle didn't want to leave Peach Blossom Village, which was why he hadn't offered. Instead it was Daniu, who'd never traveled far, who was raring to go, so excited he didn't sleep all night. The next morning, I was woken by a chorus of hens clucking. I opened the door, and sure enough, it was Daniu, dark circles under his eyes, fondling Lu Hua's backside, all reluctance in his eyes. The village had a chicken farm, but Lu Hua, as the founding chicken ancestor, was still kept in my yard, eating the best rice and laying the most eggs. Daniu, stop fondling her. Is the stuff I had you prepare ready? Ready long ago. This trip to the prefectural city was to bring 300 caddies of rice, 20 bottles of liquor, 1,000 century eggs, plus a quantity of cured meat and mountain delicacies. I'd put the rice and wine in the cellar ahead of time, and had Daniu fetch them in the morning. Xiao Hong and Xiao Bai drove a horse cart to pick us up. The guest things stuffed the cart to bursting, so the two of them had to give up their seats for the guests and walk on foot themselves, grievances in their hearts, but not daring to say so openly, terrified of provoking my temper and getting punished again when they got back. I played dumb. Weren't you looking down on a dirt-poor peasant? Then I'll show you some rudeness right back. The village's one cart had to stay for the villagers' shopping. Besides the cart, I also left Xiaoyan and Uncle Taiju 100 taels of broken silver and a hemp sack of copper coins. While I was away, all village matters large and small were Uncle's to decide. Work as usual, meat as usual, wages paid as usual. Ingnan, you have to come back soon. Boo-hoo-hoo. 12-year-old Xiaoyan cried herself into a puddle of tears. From as far back as she could remember, she'd seen me nearly every day, and she and Daniu, brother and sister, had played at my heels all day, digging wild greens, playing in the mud. This was the first time we'd parted. It took me ages to console her, promising to bring back good things when I returned, before she reluctantly stopped crying. At the auspicious hour, the firecrackers went off, and I set out for the prefectural city with Daniu, Ayu, Xiaohei, plus Xiao Hong and Xiao Bai. Ayu had been pulled along on short notice. I wanted her for her martial arts and brought her on at double business trip wages. I knew she was from the western regions and surely also wanted to see a DUS city, having been cooped up in a mountain village unable to feel the celestial realm's prosperity. When we reached town, Xiao Hong and Xiao Bai wanted to pool money to buy a nag. Mountains high and the road long, with several more days to go, and however good your martial arts, relying on your 2 feet was tiring. Why not 2 horses? Probably because they were broke. Horses were even pricier than oxen, in ancient times a travel necessity and a mark of status. Even a SOSO nag ran 20 or 30 taels, while a famous steed was worth a fortune. Xiao Hong and Xiao Bai earned only a tael a month and had brought just a dozen odd taels this time. Not quite enough to buy a horse. From behind the cart curtain, I saw Xiao Hong haggling with the horse seller, and bit the bullet and pulled out a 50-tael official ingot and handed it to Xiaohei, signaling her with my eyes to go help. Go pay. Quick. Any later, and they might resort to a beauty trap. Your brother is quite the understanding sort. In the end, the two bought 2 nags for 58 taels, originally 60, the boss knocked off 2. Xiaohei didn't say the money was mine, fearing the 2 would be embarrassed and refuse and hold things up, only saying they'd repay it once they sold the horses in the prefectural city. I was out another 50 taels, heartache. The Lin family did have clout in Liangzhou. All along the way, at every checkpoint, one looked that it was a Lin family card, and we were waved straight through. Several bandit bands gave way at the sight too. All of them in the trade knew the Lin family had a few guards who could fight. The martial world isn't about fighting and killing. It's about human relations and worldly wisdom. And besides, the Lin family was a merchant house, with bandits along the route mostly squared away, so we met no danger the whole way. Of course, there were a few hard-headed ones. The fifth day, clear. We ran into a woman bandit calling herself the Flying Swallow Heroine, blocking the road with 40 or 50 bandits. The Flying Swallow Heroine had exquisite features, a set of fiery red close-fitting clothes, black hair tied in a ponytail, in her 20s, a broadsword on her shoulder, and a piece of foxtail grass in her mouth, heroic and striking. Her band of bandits behind her, though, fell a bit short, coarse hemp clothes, gaunt to the bone, sallow-faced, the cudgels in their hands like a joke, clearly not much of a future there. Xiaohong rode forward. We're of the Lin family of Liangzhou. Please do us the courtesy of letting us pass. Pa, I don't care if you're the Lin family or the Wood family. Want to pass? Pay up. I glanced at Xiao He. Your Lin family name isn't worth much, huh? This was close to Liangzhou City, and by rights bandits wouldn't set up a stronghold here. Too easy for the government troops to clear out. Only after some parley did we get it straight. This band was new. The Flying Swallow Heroine had gathered a few dozen drifters to occupy the hill and crown herself king, robbing passing merchants and rich travelers, sparing commoners, and even recruiting drifters she met. But this road had no commoners either. Those who could travel it were either rich or noble, or merchant caravans and officials. An underling shouted, "The chief says, 5 taels per person, 10 taels per card, 40 taels total. Pay and you live." Robbing only money and not killing. Priced clearly. This heroine had principles. Still, 40 taels stung. Think how much porkhead meat that was. If it came to it, fight. And take a look at the Lin Guard's medal on the side. I gave Xiao He a meaningful look. Miss Xiao He, go up and have a go at her. The words had barely left my mouth when a black shadow shot out several yards, long sword leaving its sheath, and one black, one red were locked in combat. Long sword and broadsword clashed, sparks flying. Watching by the card, I marveled. The TV dramas hadn't lied to me. When masters fight, their movements are graceful, clean, and crisp. Xiao He's footwork was nimble and her sword light. The Flying Swallow Bandit's broadsword was heavy and forceful, her saber technique vigorous. Both prided themselves on chivalry and used no dirty tricks. I didn't know the finer points, only that the fight was splendid, and couldn't help cheering. Good. Yu, however, frowned. If this goes on, Xiao He will lose. Huh? How can you tell? Xiao He's offense is fierce, but she can't wound her opponent. Look, her forehead's all sweat. She's about to run out of strength. That bandit woman is calm-faced, just probing. I looked over, sure enough. After 100-some exchanges, Xiao He gradually couldn't keep up, and after a few dozen more turned from attack to defense. Luckily Xiaohong and Xiaobai saw it too, and the sisters drew their swords and joined in. 3 long swords enveloped the bandit woman, a full 360 degrees with no blind spots, yet still couldn't score a hit. This time I read her face clearly. The bandit woman's serene ease vanished, and she turned grave, still one defending against 3 attackers. The bandits behind cheered. Go, Flying Swallow Heroine. Ganging up shameless. The shouts and the sounds of battle rang to the heavens. Seeing the 3 couldn't win after so long, I sounded out Yu. How about you go up too? More people won't help. Going up is just trading blow for blow to wear down her stamina. I probably can't beat her, but Dainyu maybe can. Huh. Full of question marks, I looked at honest Dainyu and found him standing in front of me with a foolish grin, relishing the sight of 4 women in a brawl, all but drooling. I lifted my foot and kicked his rear. Move over a bit, you're blocking my view. Oh, Dainyu shifted a tiny bit, hand over his rear, still standing in front of me. By now the battle was white hot. The 3 sword techniques were sharp and their coordination tight, yet still couldn't win. The Flying Swallow Bandit was drenched in sweat too, But the force in her hands grew a few notches heavier, dissolving every attack one by one. Whose subordinate was this, so valiant? Take this flying swallow heroine into my command as a personal guard, and I'd not fear getting knifed at night. I'd already counted her as one of my own, terrified that blades and swords had no eyes and would wound one of the four, and hurried up to smooth things over. Stop fighting, everyone, hold it. I've got something to say. Xiaohei, shut up. Flying swallow heroine, quiet. Xiaohong and Xiaobai, shut up. Fighting to this point, it was no longer about the 40 taels, but about the will to win. Everyone out making their way wants to save face, all right? If word got out that 3 Lin family guards couldn't beat one bandit, they'd lose all face. The flying swallow heroine likewise wanted face. She'd staked out a hilltop and gathered drifters, and today was her very first time out blocking the road. It was she who'd vowed up and down that banditry has a great future, which was why these people had taken to the wild with her. And if the first job fell through, the band would be hard to lead afterward. The 4 wanted to fight, and there was nothing I could do, so I just had Dania bring out fruit and pastries, and we ate and watched. They fought another 2 hours. Both sides were spent, their movements slower and slower, gradually parting, each propping themselves on saber and sword, gasping for breath. I seized the moment, tossed aside the melon seeds in my hand, stepped up, and cupped my hands. Flying swallow heroine, chivalrous and courageous, of high martial skill. I am impressed. With both hands I presented an official ingot. You should have paid up earlier. The flying swallow heroine was secretly pleased, though she hadn't won. The other side had been won over by her skill, so this first job counted as done. She took the ingot, but her face turned grim again. My heart skipped a beat. Damn, is she going back on it? Xiaohei, Xiaohong, Xiaobai, defend me, quick. Got any other silver on you? A bit more. My face fell. I thought, this bandit woman really is insatiable. But what she said was, this is 50 taels. I can't make change. Give me broken silver. Oh, so that's it. Gave me a scare. I'd never seen a bandit with such principles. My regard for her grew deeper, and at the same time I was ashamed of having measured a gentleman's heart with a small-minded gauge. The urge to recruit her into my command grew stronger still. I made a proposal. Heroine, your stronghold is newly founded, exactly when money's needed. Keep this extra 10 taels for now, and when we pass back through here on our return from the prefectural city, just charge us 10 taels less. The flying swallow heroine thought it over and agreed. A smile returned to her pretty face. Not just when money's needed. It was downright desperately needed. Tonight's grain wasn't even accounted for yet. All right then, I'll note it down. I owe you 10 taels. It's settled. Being a bandit is like running a company. Those who do it well eat their fill of meat, while the poor performers barely scrape by and are easily mopped up by the government. The authorities love picking off small strongholds to rack up military credit. The big strongholds they can't beat, the small ones they take like child's play. That said, this band of bandits was rather trustworthy, took the money and decisively let us through. We pressed on. Another half day and we'd reached the prefectural city. Xiaohei leaned wearily in the carriage, her face full of apology. Brother Zhao, I'm sorry. It's all because my skills are lacking that you lost 50 taels. I was the Lin family's guest. For something like this to happen and the 3 guards unable to handle it, with me being the one to spend money and effort instead, left them without face. I didn't mind, though. A mere 50 taels. I'd earn it back double off your young miss later. It's fine, as long as you're all right. I saw those people behind her are drifters, every one of them skin and bones. Giving her money counts as helping the drifters. Xiaohei nodded. True, the cold disasters just passed, and the government won't allow fallow land either. So many who couldn't bear the taxes became drifters. There are so many poor folk under heaven, and not everyone is as lucky as the peach blossom villagers to meet a good landlord like Brother Zhao. In the afternoon, nearing the prefectural city, carts and travelers grew more numerous. Xiaohong rode ahead to announce us. Approaching Liangzhou, I saw Lin Muyao standing at the city gate with several servants to receive us. Carved on the gate were 3 large characters, Liangzhou City, which I actually couldn't read, traditional script, I guess. Lin Muyao, in a fiery red long robe with exquisite makeup, her face still cold as ice and frost, her eyes clear as a Tianshan glacial lake, aloof and noble. I couldn't help marveling. Liangzhou City really is big. Miss Lin had booked us the safest inn in all of Liangzhou, 3 heaven-grade rooms. IU in the middle, Daniu, and I on either side. She'd originally invited us to stay at her home, but I'd politely declined. Rich households have too many rules. An inn was more comfortable. This inn was said to be a font of talent. Even the waiters and odd jobbers knew a few moves. Safety was no problem. The heaven-grade rooms really were luxurious, spacious and bright, dotted with paintings, calligraphy, flowers, and plants, the bed wide and soft. Compared to the brick bed at home, it was simply heaven and earth. And it was said at night maidservants would bring water to help with bathing and scrubbing one's back. After a short rest, Xiao He came driving the Lin family cart. Tonight we were to attend a banquet at the Lin home, as arranged beforehand. She also brought 100 taels of silver, 50 for the horses and 50 for the road toll. The Lin home wasn't far from the inn. The cart got there in a quarter of an hour. Stepping down, I was stunned by the sight before me. Powder white walls all around, green willows drooping in a ring, 2 huge stone lions at the gate, a golden plaque hung on the red doors reading Minister's Residence. I couldn't read these characters, or I'd have known the Lin family had someone holding high office at court. The threshold was nearly a meter high. The 3 of us struggled to step over it. Within, garden paths linked one to the next, dotted with rocks and crags, pavilions, towers, ponds, lodges, and water galleries, magnificent and resplendent. In my words, holy crap. There are landlords and there are landlords. The likes of me, with a few thousand taels to my name, was only fit to live in a thatched hut. The road to making money was long and the burden heavy. Xiao He led us 3 dumbstruck folks weaving this way, and that to a spacious reception hall. Several guests were already seated within, everyone in fine silks. Seeing Xiao He lead in 3 who looked like dirt-poor peasants and seat them at the head, they all frowned. These 3 must be reclusive masters? All being people of standing, they knew not to judge by appearances and came up one after another to greet us. My father is the Liangzhou regional inspector. My family is the largest cloth merchant in Liangzhou. My father is the vice minister of revenue. Damn it all. If not official sons, then rich men's sons. I'd assumed Lin Muyao had invited me alone. I hadn't expected this many people, with wealthy young lords and ladies ushered in one after another by maidservants. Every one of them sumptuous, jade pendants tinkling, exchanging mutual flattery on meeting. Evidently, all people of standing in Liangzhou. Illiterate as I was, I knew I sat nearest the seat of honor. These few had taken me for some bigwig. I am Zhao Yingnan, a mere poor peasant. Brother Zhao, don't jest. Today is the Lin family young Mrs. birthday, and Miss Xiao He has led you to the head seat. Brother Zhao must be a reclusive master? We sincerely wish to befriend you. Brother Zhao, please don't jest. Me? All right. You won't believe the truth, so my apologies. Forgive me, all. I really am a poor peasant, knowing only a little fist and foot work. One day out and about, I happened upon young Miss Lin besieged by bandits. How could we children of the martial world stand idly by? I unleashed my secret art, the 18 dragon subduing palms, a golden dragon from the left hand, a golden dragon from the right, and of 500 bandits, killed 300 and routed 200. Grateful for the life-saving favor, young Miss Lin had me sit at the head. A reasonable enough explanation, no? The few rich young lords were left dumbstruck. They'd seen people who could fight, but one who could fight several hundred was unheard of. The few of them traded more mutual flattery, and several grew a touch jealous. Could young Miss Lin have taken a fancy to this martial world commoner? But this fellow wasn't even handsome. No wonder they were jealous. Lin Muyao, hailed as the foremost beauty of Liangzhou, had suitors lined up from Liangzhou to the capital, and strangely she'd taken to not one of them. Well past 20 and still unwed. Could she mean to take a live-in husband? After another wait, with the guests about all arrived, Lin Muyao made her finale entrance in a red dress, a white cloak over it, gorgeous as a plum blossom opening in winter. Behind her followed a girl in a yellow dress, of looks extremely fine, not losing to Lin Muyao, a pair of peach blossom eyes, every frown and smile revealing allure. The 2 women sat side by side. Lin Miao gave a speech, all pleasantries. Uncultured me couldn't get a word in, so I just buried my head in eating. At the other tables, it was young lords and ladies seated in front, servants standing behind. At my table, Iu and Daniu and I toiled away head down together. The Lin family's fare really is good. Just a bit small in portion. Wonder if we could order more. Everyone silently grumbled. What a buzzkill. Then came the gift giving. Some gave paintings. I didn't understand them. Some gave gold, silver, pearls, and jade. I had none. Some gave Western curios, at which I scoffed. Isn't it just a lousy glass cup? And they actually call it priceless. In the modern world, they're a dime a dozen at the 2 yuan store. But it did remind me. I'd watched plenty about glass firing techniques online. I'd rig up a furnace and try it later, and making some luxury goods might just turn a profit. Some, fancying themselves literati and refined gentlemen, gave poems and verse. Men and women drank and composed, every word fulsome praise of Lin Miao. Lin Miao ate it up, a trace of a smile showing on her iceberg face, savoring being the moon held up by all the stars. The last, a young lord surnamed Zhao, composed his poem as the finale, winning a hall full of acclaim. As I recall, the poem's gist praised Lin Miao's snow skin and jade bones, her nation-toppling beauty. Fine poem. This poem will surely be passed down through the ages. The young lord is greatly talented. Even Lin Miao couldn't help smiling. The poem was titled Presented to Miao, and her name too would be passed down through the ages along with it. It seemed in Dayue, this sort of beauty-extolling poem was quite popular. Just as everyone was chiming in, I, mid-meal, finally couldn't hold it and snorted out a laugh, spraying my rice. That's it. I thought of something happy, I explained. What happy thing? My sow had her babies. Ha ha ha. You go too far. You're plainly laughing at me. I've put up with you a long while. Young lord, your poem is very good, but I've had rigorous training. No matter how funny something is, I won't laugh, unless I can't help it. By the way, what's your name? I am the provincial graduate Zhao Buju. Can't hold up? Do you have a brother named Can't Hold Up? Zhao Daiju is indeed my elder brother, currently the Liangzhou commander-in-chief. Not strange that a dirt-poor peasant like you would know. I really couldn't hold it and laughed, again. Can't Hold Up was furious. His Zhao family, one civil and one military, held considerable power in Liangzhou. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? He rolled up his sleeves to hit me. Daniu and Iu stepped forth at the same time to shield me. Can't Hold Up slammed on the brakes. He'd heard the story of my wiping out 300 bandits and figured someone this rude must have something to rely on, and a guest of honor of young Miss Lin's at that. So he didn't dare advance for the moment. Yet retreating would shame a scholar's dignity. Caught between advance and retreat, Lin Miao stepped in to smooth things over and give him a way out. Lin Miao's face was grave. Young Master Ingnan, this young Lord Zhao's poem is excellent. Why do you mock it? I really couldn't help it. What does Miss Lin think of the poem? Though it can't be counted a masterpiece for the ages, it should be popular for a time. What does young Master Ingnan think? Holy crap! Am I the illiterate, or are you all? This poem was utter nonsense and didn't even rhyme. I didn't want to disparage anyone, nor speak against my conscience. It's all right. Lin Miao's face sank further. Then whose poem, of all the young lords and ladies, do you think is best? I shook my head, not wanting to speak. I'd already sensed the undisguised anger of those present. Snot-nosed brat, talking big without shame. What do you know of poetry? Where'd this dirt-poor peasant come from? So arrogant. One look and he's from the countryside. Can't read a word, yet dares spout wild talk. Someone, drag him out. The hall was a chorus of curses. Luckily, they were all people of standing, and out of regard for the Lin family's face and their own reputations didn't curse too foully. The one who ordered me dragged out wasn't a Lin either, and the Lin's servants didn't actually lay hands on me. 10,000 grass-mud horses galloped through my heart. Careless. I'd roused public fury. Still, this lot read people accurately. The body's former owner had been exactly a dirt-poor peasant and illiterate. But the former owner was illiterate. I wasn't. In a scene like this, fail to compose a poem, and I'd likely be beaten to a pulp by these literati and refined gentlemen. I rose and cupped my hands. Young lords and ladies, I've newly come to Liangzhou and seen little of the world, For any offense, I beg your pardon. As for composing poetry, I do have a humble piece I might present to the young ladies present. Humph, a dirt poor peasant composed poetry? Today, out of regard for young Miss Lin's face, let's hear what you can come up with. A dirt poor peasant with no learning. Don't wield your axe at Lu Ban's door. Do you know the meaning of making a laughingstock of oneself before experts? Ahem, you actually know Lu Ban. So why don't you know Li Bai and Du Fu? I had no time to dig into it. I cleared my throat, waited for them to finish cursing, then slowly intoned an ancient love poem about a fair maiden by the riverbank, a gentleman's pursuit. Sought but not won, tossing and turning, ending at last in mutual love and joy with zither and bells and drums. When I finished, the whole place fell dead silent. The poem rolled smoothly off the tongue, lovely as a song, boldly and frankly expressing admiration. Anyone who'd studied knew this beat that presented to Meow by Can't Hold Up by several streets. Yet not one present dared step forward to comment. First, they couldn't believe a dirt-poor peasant could compose such a fine piece. Second, they feared offending Can't Hold Up. Some reaction, ladies, please. Just as I was wondering whether my first time as a poem plagiarist was about to capsize, a silvery bell voice rang out. Joyful without being licentious, sorrowful without being wounding. A fine poem, a fine poem. It was the yellow-dressed girl who'd come in with Lin Muyao, gazing at me with a beaming smile. I returned her a grateful look. With someone taking the lead to comment, everyone chimed in. The second young miss is right. This poem is bold and original. It's feeling true and earnest, daring to love and to hate. If someone confessed to me like this, I'd surely marry him. Opinions flew thick and fast, and before they knew it, their anger toward me dissolved, and they found my coarse hemp clothes a good deal more agreeable too. Lin Muyao's face had eased, and she was scrutinizing me with a look of disbelief. Ahem, don't idolize me. I merely went through the great 9-year compulsory education, thanks to my Chinese teacher, who back then forced me to memorize so many must-know classical poems. The college entrance exam really is a rite of passage for every transmigrator. The truth is I don't like showing off before others. Being idolized feels great, but putting on airs courts hatred along with it, quite unnecessary for a businessman. Harmony breeds wealth, and quietly making money beats everything. Just as I was about to turn back to my seat, Can't Hold Up wouldn't let me keep a low profile. Humph, a dirt-poor peasant composed such a fine piece? I don't believe it. If he truly had great talent, why is he unknown to fame? More likely he copied it from somewhere. Right. The crowd, weather vanes that they were, looked at me again full of doubt. Speechless. Even if it were copied, being able to recite such a long passage is still impressive. I hadn't wanted to put on airs and slap faces, but you're forcing me, aren't you? Making money is my mission. Peach Blossom Village still has several hundred mouths waiting on me to feed them, and the poor folk under heaven crying out for food are as numerous as the hairs on an ox. I felt the weight of responsibility deeply. Though their freezing and starving wasn't my charge, I was, after all, a man steeped in Chinese culture, with the aspiration in my bones to cultivate myself, regulate my family, govern the state, and bring peace to all under heaven. So, old Zhao planning to swindle some money was truly for the sake of the people under heaven. I was merely swindling on the people's behalf. Facing the doubt, I stayed calm and composed. Then by young Lord Can't Hold Up's logic, how do you prove that Presented to Muyao was composed by you? Humph, I'm a proper provincial graduate. I've composed dozens of poems. Chancing upon a fine piece now and then is perfectly understandable. Also, please call me by my full name, Zhao Buju, or Young Lord Zhao. All right, Young Lord Can't Hold Up. Thank you. You're welcome, Young Lord Can't Hold Up. The truth is Can't Hold Up was a bit guilty inside. That Muyao poem wasn't written by him either. The invitations to Lin Muyao's birthday banquet had gone out early, and for the various parties to shine at the banquet, spending money and time to hire someone in advance to compose poems and paint paintings was standard operating procedure, an unspoken mutual understanding. His poem was the product of spending 1,000 taels to hire 7 or 8 brain trusters to polish it over 7 days and 7 nights. Daiyue was founded on martial valor. With weak literary winds, Though after 200 some years of development, scholars had gradually risen. Of those who composed poetry there were many, while those whose work could pass down through the ages were rare in the extreme. None but the dazzlingly brilliant could produce such. No wonder everyone doubted. Even Dainyu, illiterate as well, hadn't known when I'd learned to recite poems and stuffed chicken legs into his mouth in shock to settle his nerves. Explaining was pointless. I went on. What a fine, perfectly understandable. Then by your reasoning, with neither literary fame nor an exam title, how am I to prove this poem is mine? Unless you compose a fine poem here and now. On what theme? On the theme of Miss Lin. Fine, I agreed. But how about adding a stake? What stake do you want? I'll compose a poem within 7 paces, and only one. If anyone present has a poem that beats mine, I lose. If not, I win. Wager 10,000 taels. A mere 10,000 taels, you're mad. Do you even have 10,000 silver? Can't hold up couldn't believe his ears. This dirt-poor peasant was too arrogant. The others were taken aback too. Composing a poem on the spot was already extremely hard, let alone on a fixed theme, and this dirt-poor peasant piled on the difficulty himself. A poem in 7 paces. And to take on the whole hall too? Every young lord and lady present was indignant, yet a bit expectant too. Let's see on what grounds he talks big, and how he wraps this up in a moment. The truth is I hadn't thought that much. I just wanted to earn some silver. Don't worry that I don't have it. If I lose, I'll have young Miss Lin pay it for you. If I happen to win, young lord can't hold up, you give me 10,000 taels. Quite fair, no? Everyone looked at Lin Muyao. She nodded and said flatly, my Lin family has some friendship with young Master Ingnan. If he loses, my Lin family will pay this 10,000 taels for him. She said the Lin family, not I, Lin Muyao, perfectly distancing herself before the crowd of simps, a seasoned green tea coquette indeed. But I didn't care either. One of Lin Muyao's caliber wasn't someone I could covet. The gap between us was like a frontline employee and a female boss. All right, my 10,000 taels is accounted for. Young lord can't hold up. Do you have 10,000 taels? Can't hold up furiously pulled out a stack of bank drafts and slapped them on the table. Would my proper Lianzhou Zhao family be short your 10,000 taels? This is 15,000, and I won't bully you. Just compose a poem that beats presented to Muyao, and this money is yours. Holy crap, carrying 15,000 taels in drafts when you go out? If I don't swindle you, who do I swindle? I gave him a thumbs up. Young lord can't hold up, magnanimous. I took 2 steps over to the yellow-dressed girl and said gently, Miss, would you be willing to write for me? I'll recite, you write. I knew full well that the moment I picked up the brush my cover would be blown. Dainyu was illiterate through, and Iu, though she understood a bit of Due culture, was a little sister compared to the talented men and beauties present. Of the whole hall, only this girl looked relatively easy to talk to, so I had to thicken my face and ask her to step in. If you're composing a poem, write it yourself. How dare you trouble the second young miss to write for you? Could it be you can't compose one and are making excuses? Dirt poor peasant, quit the mystifying tricks. Could it be he can't read? Look at that hand. He can't even hold a brush. Sure, the yellow-dressed girl smiled charmingly. Her voice wasn't loud, but the moment she spoke the 4 corners of the room fell silent. The guests were all surprised. This seldom-seen second young miss had actually agreed to a strange dirt-poor peasant's request. Young lord, please recite. I'll write for you. Many thanks. I hesitated no more and poured myself a cup of wine. 1 pace, 2 paces, 3 paces. Clouds recall her garments, blossoms her face. The spring breeze brushes the rail, the dew blooms rich. Were it not on the crest of Jade Mountain I'd see her, then by Jasper Terrace, beneath the moon, we'd meet. Having intoned it, I downed the cup in one and strolled back to my seat with flair. Old bye. Thank you. I'm carrying forward your literary brilliance too, making all that hard memorizing worth it. Solid. Of the young lords present, who could beat Levi's? A poem in 3 paces, skill surpassing all 4 corners. No one dared so much as breathe loudly. No one dared make a sound. No one dared comment. The yellow-dressed girl plied her brush like the wind, writing 4 lines of elegant regular script on the snow-white paper, then held the paper, lost in wistfulness, murmuring, "Were it not on the crest of Jade Mountain I'd see her, then by Jasper Terrace, beneath the moon, we'd meet." Every line gorgeous and rich, every word a flowing blossom. Reading this poem feels like spring breeze filling the page, flower light filling the eyes, so a poem can even be written like this. Truly a fine poem. Only a pity. The latter half she didn't say aloud. Only a pity this poem was presented to her elder sister, and only one as nation-topplingly beautiful as her sister was worthy of these fine lines. She looked toward Lin Muyao. By now Lin Muyao was stunned too. No one could have imagined this dirt-poor peasant could compose such a fine piece, and without a trace likening himself to a heavenly maiden descended to earth, exquisite in the extreme. It was a moment before everyone came to. The yellow-dressed girl held the poem and stepped forward, blinking her peach blossom eyes. "Young mastering man, does this poem have a name?" "Not yet. Since it's presented to you, please name it yourself, miss." "Press, presented to me?" She couldn't believe it. Ancient literati prized reputation most. Though she wasn't quite a literata, to be presented such a poem meant her name too would be passed down through the ages along with it, which was also why courtesans especially favored talented men. Even giving themselves for free, getting a poem or two would send their worth soaring. "Of course it's presented to you. I just heard people call you the second young miss, so you must be a Miss Lin too. Presenting it to you on the theme of a Lin family young miss isn't off topic, is it?" "Not off topic, not off topic." The girl was a bit dazed. Lin Muyao, off to the side, was dazed too. What was this young Lord Zhao playing at? "Might I ask your fair name, miss?" "Mudong." "Then the poem's title is Presented to Mudong." "Miss Mudong, please write it down for me." Lin Mudong stared at me, her idolizing gaze burning hot. I felt that if I pursued her right now, she surely wouldn't mind that I was a poor peasant. Having talent really is nice, both earning money and winning girls. But after sampling once more Lin Muyao's murderous glare, a chill ran down my back. Winning girls aside for now, better to make money first. Young lord can't hold up. My presented to Mudong, and you're presented to Muyao. Which is better? Can't hold up's face flushed red with shame. Had my poem been on a par with his, he could still have wrangled, but these two simply weren't comparable. The young lords and ladies present had probably all played poem plagiarist, but that didn't mean they lacked discernment. Wrangling would only lose more face. Better to concede graciously. He cupped his hands, all his earlier confidence gone. "Naturally your poem is better. I concede defeat." With both hands he presented the 15,000 tael drafts and quietly withdrew. This surprised me. I'd assumed there'd be more wrangling. Hadn't expected him to be so reliable. Good faith. I cupped my hands. Young Lord Zhao, forthright. Then I looked to the crowd. Does anyone else care to have a go? The whole place was silent. No one dared take up the challenge. Then I'll take these drafts for now. Thank you all for going easy on me. I tucked the drafts into my robe and casually stowed them into the storage space. Must change them for cash quick. Bank drafts are a sheet of paper. No telling when they'll lose value. And I got back to eating meat and drinking wine. The birthday banquet thus drew near its end. With the stir I'd kicked up, no one was in the mood to eat or drink anymore, mainly because Lin Muyao's face was frighteningly dark. No one had ever seen her like this. She was famously the sort whose face stayed unchanged though Mount Tai collapsed before her. The tactful young lords and ladies took their leave one by one. The men in a hurry to spread this, presented to Mutong. The women in a hurry to go back and share the soap opera goings-on with their close friends. Liangzhou's foremost beauty Lin Muyao, actually outdone by her not-yet 16 younger sister. The gossip spread just like that, one telling 10 and 10 telling 100, and by the next day, all of Liangzhou City was abuzz with it. I didn't care about gossip, but I wasn't a fool either. Lin Muyao had just played the green tea coquette, deliberately setting me up, and if she got petty and cut off my path to riches, I'd be in trouble. I'd have to coax her later, just treat it like coaxing a client. The three of us ate and drank our fill, finally took our leave, and went back to the inn to sleep straight through till dawn. Sleep quality seems to have improved after making money. The next day, after the inn's free breakfast, I first went to change the money. The prefectural city really is something else. 15,000 taels exchanged just like that. The plump manager of Datong Bank cheerfully exchanged 15,000 taels of silver for me, all in 50 tael official ingots, 300 ingots, 3 big chests, and thoughtfully arranged a cart and guards to escort us back to the inn. For one, ancient bank drafts had strong anti-counterfeiting. For another, he'd heard of these drafts' origin long since. This morning the whole prefectural city was abuzz with it. An unremarkable plain-clothed young lord composed a poem and won 15,000 taels. Said to be Lin Muyao's heartthrob no less. Only for this young lord to fall for her younger sister and compose a poem for the sister too. And that earlier, Guan Guan Cry the Ospreys, was written for the second Miss Lin as well. Tell me that's not soap opera dramatic. None of this did I know. All I knew was that the prefectural city of Liangzhou truly was prosperous. Wine houses standing in rows, shops packed cheek by jowl, merchants and travelers streaming endlessly back and forth. Me, Daniu, and Iu, all 3 of us country dogs come to the city, were astonished to no end. After much effort we got the 3 chests of silver back to the inn, and the 3 of us stared blankly at the gleaming white silver. Was this the kind of wealth an ordinary household couldn't spend in a lifetime? Daniu picked up an ingot and examined it. Ingnan, why don't we take drafts instead of carrying this much silver? Don't you think holding real gold and silver feels great? Great it is, but it's too much. I'm a bit dizzy. Oh no, I'm fainting. I laughed out loud and turned to ask Iu, what do you think? Me? It's fine, just inconvenient to carry. If I took drafts to the western regions to buy things, would they sell to me? Some places would, but at a discounted value. Some wouldn't. Exactly. I explained. Our area's out on the frontier. Silver's still more practical. Actually, there was a layer I didn't say. Drafts can be printed at will, and if the court issues too many, they lose value. And once war breaks out, whether they can even be redeemed is anyone's guess. Running a small operation, holding hard currency is the solid choice. Daniu, Ayu, each of you take some. Take as much as you can. The rest is mine. Daniu, I don't want it. This is all what you want. Ayu shook her head too, saying she only needed the promised double wages. How are there still people who don't want money? In the end, I gave each of them 100 taels and let them allocate it themselves, save it, buy things, donate it, whatever, but they had to take it. I sent the 2 off on the pretext of a midday rest, then stowed the 3 chests of silver into the storage space, leaving only 3 locked empty chests under the bed. The silver had just gone in. Ding earned 10,000 taels, achievement, small landlord, reward, experience plus 100, 2 caddies of pork. Holy crap, 10,000 taels, and only a small landlord. Then how much money does it take to be a big landlord? A nouveau riche like can't hold up, who carries 10-some thousand taels, just going out must have at least 800,000 or a million at home. I'd swindle him some more later. My space was big now. Storing a few 100,000 taels was no problem. I extravagantly spent 1,000 taels to expand the space, from 6 cubic meters to 7. Now storing 100-some 10,000 taels was no problem either. Ding spending over 500 taels, reward. Experience plus 100, 2 caddies of pork. Ding spending over 1,000 taels, reward. Experience plus 100, 2 caddies of pork. An unexpected delight. I'd spent no less than 500 taels on purchases this stretch, but it seemed only money spent within the system triggered rewards. I'd also just discovered bank drafts stowed in the storage space didn't trigger the money-earning reward. Only real gold and silver did. So the system was just like me, recognizing only real gold and silver. Adding these 300 experience, I had 700 in all, 200 short of leveling up. Should I upgrade the space another level? I gazed at the line beside plus. Upgrade requires 10,000 taels. I fell into deep thought. Forget it. I'm a free-to-play commoner. I can't afford the whaling. After lunch, the Lin family sent someone to invite me. The one who came wasn't Xiao He, but a servant I didn't know. And the meeting place wasn't the Lin home either, but Liangzhou's famous drunken immortal tower. Yesterday you were still inviting me to stay at your home. Today you won't even let me in the door. Grown distant, have we? But I didn't care. I'd no intention of pursuing Lin Muyao anyway. The aloof green tea coquette was out of my league, and treating her as a business partner was just fine. The appointment was for the evening. After my nap, I took Daniu and Iu out first to stroll the streets, buying each of us three a few sets of clothes. Clothes make the man. The thought of how last night Lin Muyao had said nothing and let me dive into a crowd of rich folk in coarse hemp made me feel toyed with. It wasn't that I minded what I wore. It's just that suitable attire avoids unnecessary trouble. I couldn't go around all day in rags being looked down on, then slap faces by revealing my abilities, could I? Wouldn't using that time to make more money be better? Changed into sumptuous clothes, I admired myself before the bronze mirror. It had a bit of the flavor of modern Hanfu. Ancient times merely had low productivity. It didn't mean low creativity. This plain white long robe with a cyan cloak of mine was warm and comfortable, 6 taels of silver. Manager, this kind of robe. Give me another set in a different color. In the end, I bought 2 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of tall boots, and 2 sets each for Iu and Daniel. Having paid, I had the shop boy pack the new and old clothes and send them to the inn. Walking the streets, the 3 of us finally didn't stick out so much. I noticed Iu kept stealing glances at me, on purpose or not, and teased her. What are you always looking at me for? Could it be you've taken a fancy to your master here? Iu blushed. I have not. I just think you look rather good in the new clothes. Is that so? Those 6 taels were well spent. Good eye? Come, I'll treat you two to a feast. The 3 of us came to the drunken immortal tower. The waiter showed us to a private seat on the 2nd floor. Though it wasn't mealtime, the place was still packed with diners. All because on the central stage on the 1st floor an old and a young storyteller were performing. And what they were telling was the very matter of last night's banquet at the Lin Manor, embellished into something more legendary than the story itself. Drinking wine and listening to storytelling was a great delight, and every wine house seized on this hot topic to ride the wave. What will you 3 have? Waiter, it's our first time here. What are your specialties? Oh, there are plenty. The waiter wore a smug face. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roast duck, roast chick, roast gosling, oven roast pork and oven roast duck, sauced chicken and cured meat, pine flower tripe, air-dried meat sausage. In short, whatever flies in the sky, runs on the ground, or swims in the water. There's only what you can't think of, nothing our shop can't make. Good grief, this fellow could surely do crosstalk comedy in the modern world. I didn't catch a single one. Tell you what, waiter, everything you just listed, bring 1 of each. The waiter was stunned. Sir, that's dozens of dishes. The 3 of you can't finish them. Bring them anyway. Pack up the leftovers, and I won't shortchange you. I fished out a 50-tael official ingot and tossed it over. Refund the difference, or I'll make up the shortfall. Before long, several tables were pushed together, basin after basin of fragrant, flavorful dishes filling 3 big tables. This wine is our best-selling Immortals drunk. The manager sends a pot for you to try. I took a small sip, fresh and sweet, a touch higher in proof than the town's yellow wine. No wonder it's called Immortals drunk. To brew this proof in this era was to hold a golden rice bowl, but compared to the system liquor, it lagged behind by several streets in taste and proof. I called the waiter over. Was the silver I gave you just now enough? Plenty. Though we're Liangzhou's largest wine house, our prices are fair and we cheat neither old nor young. You gave 50 taels, and there's change left over. Money's a fine thing. If I could come for a spread like this every day, what would there be to strive for? Waiter, call the manager over, and the leftover silver is your reward. Right away. What's the gentleman's surname? Surname Zhao. Young Lord Zhao on the 2nd floor. A reward of 35 taels. The waiter hollered happily. Good grief. This is just like tipping gifts in a live stream getting announced platform-wide. Everyone downstairs turned their heads to look over, leaving me a little embarrassed. Which is to say this whole spread of dishes was only 15 taels. I rewarded too much. Heartache. Before long, a portly old man in a steward's cap and blue robe came over beaming and cupped his hands. How are the 3 of you finding the meal? My surname is Li. I'm the manager of this drunken immortal tower. Forgive my poor hospitality. I knew it was those 35 taels at work. Though the drunken immortal tower had guests aplenty, big spenders who ate 70 or 80 dishes in one sitting and tossed out tips of dozens of taels were probably few. Manager Li, you're too kind. The drunken immortal tower's dishes live up to their name. We've eaten very happily. The manager treated us to wine, so let us treat the manager to a cup in thanks. I had the system liquor on me, originally meaning to coax Lin Muyao that evening and sign a contract on the side. Now I changed my mind. The drunken Immortal Tower's business was this good. If I could reach an agreement with this boss, wouldn't the system liquor sales climb another rung? I had Dainyu take out the white porcelain bottle, and the moment the cap came off, a rich wine fragrance wafted out, the sauce aroma prominent, elegant, and fine. Manager Lee's eyes lit up, wild joy rising in his heart. Why was this wine's aroma so rich? His Lee family had come up in brewing. In earlier years, they'd made their fortune on a brewing breakthrough, producing the higher proof Immortals drunk, and later opened this gold-by-the-bushel drunken Immortal Tower, vaulting to the ranks of Liangzhou's wealthy. Whether a wine was good he needn't taste. One sniff and he knew. I poured 2 cups, a faint wine fragrance pervading the whole wine house. This is wine fragrance? Where's it coming from? The diners craned their necks following the scent. The drinkers forgot to move their chopsticks. The ones chatting and flirting found the girls no longer fragrant, and even the old storyteller on the stage stopped to savor it carefully. Come, Manager Lee, a toast to you. I raised my cup and drank first as a courtesy. Manager Lee loved wine like his life. The hand holding the cup trembled slightly as he leaned in for a small sip. Faintly sweet on the palate, not harsh, elegant and fine. A lasting aftertaste, full-bodied, fine wine. I, Li Changwei, have brewed wine for decades and never drunk one this good. He was so moved that old tears streamed down, leaving the others itching all the more. Might I ask, young Lord Zhao, does this wine have a history? Hooked, truly. Good wine fears no deep alley. I feigned hesitation. I won't hide it from you, manager. This wine is a Western Palace's imperial supply, brewed from fine rice and Tianshan snowmelt. Westerners have a distinctive brewing technique, which is how they can make wine this good. It's named Palace Jade Nectar Wine. I see the manager is also a lover of wine. Why not sit and drink together? Have the waiter fetch some hot water to warm it, and the taste is even better. Many thanks, many thanks. Manager Lee bowed again and ordered the waiter to fetch a wine-warming stove. The system liquor, warmed, smelled even richer, leaving the 100-some diners filling the place watering at the mouth, crowding forward one after another to watch. I wasn't stingy either. Everyone who came up to say something nice got a small cup each. In the modern world, you can sample milk tea before buying. And if these people could spread the word, wouldn't I be able to sell at a higher price later? Having drunk, everyone praised it without end and asked one after another where it could be bought. I kept them guessing. This wine simply isn't for sale on the market. I too rely on a Western friend to bring back a few bottles each time he returns. As you all know, though the Western regions aren't far from Liangzhou, the whole road is rife with bandits. And on top of that, this wine is extremely hard to brew with very low output. Getting 5 or 6 bottles to Deyue a month is already doing well. Everyone lamented and roundly cursed the bandits. Liangzhou and the Western regions traded closely. Who among those present hadn't seen a few Western curios? So a region producing fine wine was no surprise. There was also a Western red wine on the market, made from grapes, faintly sweet and faintly sour, much loved by Deyue women and dear too. 10 taels a cask. Ordinary households couldn't afford it. I knew that was grape wine, didn't expect this era already had it. Ordinary folk lamented, but merchants saw a business opportunity, especially the likes of Li Changwei. He keenly sensed that if he could monopolize this wine, even in small quantity, selling it to lords and nobles could earn a great deal. A while back, the Lin family had brought Oasis rice from the Western regions and sold it like mad, a caddy fetching 80 or 100-some taels with buyers still lining up. Couldn't this Palace Jade Nectar sell for over 1,000 taels a bottle? Having tasted this delicacy, he'd willingly spend 1,000 taels for a few bottles, highly valuable for gifting or collecting. After the wine was finished and everyone withdrew, Manager Lee gave me a meaningful look. Young Lord Zhao, might we have a word aside? Of course, please lead the way. Manager Lee led us into a luxurious private room, ordered tea, and came straight to the point. Young Lord Zhao, I won't hide it from you. I'm interested in buying up this wine. Do you have a channel for it? I do. Only, Manager Lee, as I said just now, this wine is hard to come by, so the price is naturally a bit higher. That goes without saying. What price does the young lord set? The manager's an expert, and Liangzhou City is your turf. You name a price. Manager Li pondered a moment and sounded me out. How about 500 taels a bottle? 500 taels? Daniu and Iu were shocked inside, and felt heartache too. I'd just given strangers several 500 taels worth to drink. Even my own heart kept going, holy crap. The rich really are wealthy beyond all human decency. The truth is haggling could push it higher, but 500 taels was already very good. I sourced from the system for under a tael and a half, and had to leave the seller more profit. Their enthusiasm being high was how sales would climb. I decisively agreed and raised 3 conditions. First, the road was long, so Manager Li would send his own people to Green Ox Town to collect it. The whole route had bandits, and delivering a few bottles of wine was too much trouble. The Li family had their own ways of dealing with bandits. Second, the transaction took only cash, silver or gold, no bank drafts. Third, Manager Li was not to reveal that the wine was bought from me. I liked keeping a low profile. Let people know I had wine at 500 taels a bottle, and the bandits would dig Peach Blossom Village down 3 feet. Manager Li agreed at once, surprised by my simplicity. The truth is he'd priced it at 800 taels in his heart, opening at 500 for haggling room. He hadn't expected I wouldn't even counter. The 2 sides drew up a document, signed and sealed. This time I'd wised up and didn't sign one that said I could only sell to one buyer. The content was mainly to fix the price and forbid arbitrary price changes. He was particularly concerned about this, fearing that if the wine sold hot, I'd jack up the price on the spot. Nor did I promise how much to deliver each month. I wasn't running a distillery. My persona was that of a middleman. But I verbally promised to supply the drunken immortal tower first, initially 5 to 10 bottles a month. Ancient people valued reputation and honest dealing, and didn't play word games in contracts. The agreement reached, I sent Dania back to the inn to fetch 10 bottles. Manager Li drew out 2 bottles and sniffed them. That very scent. Paid up in high spirits, money and goods settled. I put on a reluctant air, and through tears raked in a furious 5,000 taels. If not for fearing that too much wine would arouse suspicion, or that a surplus wouldn't fetch a good price, I'd really love to open a distillery in the prefectural city and sell 1,000-odd bottles a day. My strength didn't allow it for now, so I could only keep being a low-key, luxurious, invisible rich man. Actually, low-key was good. Too high profile, and you're easily targeted. After all, I was still to this day a merchant without the strength to truss a chicken. Thinking of this, I felt I should patch up relations with Can't Hold Up. No sense offending the Liangzhou Zhao family over 15,000 taels. Yesterday, he'd even said his brother was the commander-in-chief. We Peach Blossom Village Zhaos. A true man can bend and stretch, and 500 years ago we were one family. But refund the money? No way. That's a guiding principle of how I live. It was still early, so I decided to call on Can't Hold Up. Both Daniu and Iu were worried, afraid of getting beaten. I thumped my chest. Don't panic. Let's go back to the inn and haul some gifts first. In the end, at the cost of 1 bag of rice, 150 coppers, 1 bottle of system liquor, 1,499 coppers, 20th-century eggs, production cost under 50 coppers, and a quantity of mountain delicacies, free, I knocked open the door of the Liangzhou Zhao family. Because he received valuable gifts, a bag of Western Oasis rice, worth 5 or 6,000 taels and not even reliably purchasable. A bottle of Western Palace Jade Nectar wine, worth a fortune, 20 amber eggs, of inestimable value, and a quantity of precious mountain delicacies. Can't Hold Up chose to forgive me. This brother Zhao was not only generous, but also generous, his poetry fine and his words pleasant. Turning an enemy into a friend would make a fine tale if it got around too. Most importantly, Can't Hold Up liked Lin Muyao, while the poem I'd written was presented to Mudong, expressing admiration for Miss Mudong. The two of us couldn't be love rivals, and could even be brothers-in-law. Can't Hold Up immediately introduced me to his commander-in-chief, elder brother. The commander was a bearded big man, tall and mighty, with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, the spitting image of a Due Zhang Fei. One look, and he could clearly fight. Very able to hold up. On the way over, I'd asked around. This Commander Zhadezhu was no great villain. He'd overseen Liangzhou's military affairs for years and had deeply won the people's hearts. And the Liangzhou Zhao family also often relieved the common folk, doling out porridge and giving coal to drifters. But to say he wasn't corrupt, that remained to be examined. 3 years a clean prefect, 100,000 taels of snowy silver. And this Liangzhou Zhao family had not one koppa's relation to poverty. The banquet table was laden with mountain and sea delicacies. I raised my cup and nodded. Commander Zhao guards the frontier for the country, of toil and merit great. This humble commoner makes bold to toast the commander a cup. With Commander Zhao and Liangzhou, it's truly the people's fortune. Flattering while toasting, before I knew it, one bottle of palace jade nectar was finished, and the three of us drank a great deal of other things too. An hour later, we were all a bit drunk. Learning I'd come from the distant countryside, Commander Zhao decided on the spot to give me a war horse. I wanted to decline. I couldn't even ride a horse. I'd tumble, even riding a donkey. But unable to withstand his dragging me forcibly to the stable to choose. In the end, I picked a small mare, not large in build, gentle in temperament, and handsome in bearing. According to the steward, a cavalry horse called for not being big enough. The commander loved horses and found it good-looking, so he'd kept it at home, only just over a year old. I took the horse, thanked the commander, and quickly led it away. Any later, and he'd give me more things. Bolts of cloth, furniture, calligraphy and paintings, grabbing whatever and asking if I wanted it. Leaving me a bit dazed, terrified that when he saw his lady wife he'd ask, "Does my worthy brother want her too?" Come to think of it, did I come to give gifts or to source goods? That's right, I was at the drunken immortal tower again. I had a bit of that New Year feeling of having so many social engagements, 3 or 4 hard-drinking sessions a day. Seeing it was the generous young Lord Zhao, the waiter warmly ushered me in and even asked whether I wanted the manager called. I said I'd simply come to eat tonight, with a friend. The friend had booked a private room called the Plum Blossom Hall. The friend I was meeting tonight was none other than Lin Muyao, and she'd been the one to invite me, at that. No sooner had I arrived than she came in with Xiao Hong and Xiao by right behind. The storyteller didn't recognize her and was still tirelessly telling of last night's Lin Manor banquet. This segment had been told all day without the heat fading, and every time he reached, were it not on the crest of Jade Mountain, I'd see her. Then by Jasper Terrace, beneath the moon, we'd meet. The audience erupted in acclaim. That young Lord Zhao is the star of literature descended to earth. One poem overwhelming all the poetry of Dayue, upholding our scholars' backbone. Truly a model for the studious. If I had that kind of talent, I wouldn't have to pay at the courtesan's bureau. Oh, come off it. You've said that 8 times today. The hall roared with laughter. Young Miss Lin's cold face seemed to gain a thin layer of mist. She paid the storyteller no mind and went straight to the Plum Blossom Hall. The Plum Blossom Hall had no plum blossoms, just as Peach Blossom Village had no peach blossoms. Only 2 huge folding screens painted with plum blossoms. The moment Lin Muyao came in and saw the 3 of us chatting and laughing, her face turned a degree colder, and she said with sarcasm, "Congratulations, young Lord Zhao. You're a celebrity of Liangzhou City now." The air was thick with gunpowder, scaring Daniu and Iu into hurrying to stand behind me. At my home, master and servants could eat together. There weren't so many rules, and besides, I didn't treat the 2 of them as servants. But this was outside, and I wasn't going to wrangle with Lin Muyao over it. Young Miss Lin had come with anger. She needed coaxing. I made light of it. "No, no, young miss, please sit." I attentively poured her a cup of hot tea. You don't strike a smiling face. As for celebrity or not, I truly didn't care. Even if my literary fame rang through Liangzhou and my poems were household knowledge, when I appeared before them, they still wouldn't recognize me, because there were no photographs. Ancient times spread news by word of mouth, and as it spread, it got mythologized. Even if the person themselves appeared, you'd doubt it was an imposter. So I didn't mind. At least one thing was certain. You might get cut down for being rich, but not for being famous. "Young miss, what good thing brings you to invite me?" I stayed beaming. I used to coax my wife the same way when she was angry. Lin Muyao had nowhere to vent her fury. "What else would there be? To give you money, obviously." "That's wonderful. I happen to have a gift for you too, young miss." I had Daniu present a basket of century eggs and 3 bottles of liquor. "Brought some mountain game for you to taste, young miss. I've had the kitchen prepare it. It'll be ready soon. The waiter brought dish after exquisite dish, filling the table. Lin Muiao was very rich. What mountain and sea delicacy hadn't she eaten? Mountain game wasn't rare, but this liquor she'd tasted and prized greatly. She'd come this time precisely to discuss the liquor business, and seeing me bring out 3 bottles at once, she confirmed on the spot that I had a channel. And seeing me give gifts and smile an apology, her grievance lessened a few degrees. Lin Muiao was after all only a woman in her 20s. Her usual ice and frost coldness was just because most of what she met was business and mutual flattery, which she didn't care about. When she met something she truly cared about, she'd show emotion too. Having stewed at home all day, she'd meant to have it out tonight. But the moment she saw me, she somehow couldn't muster it. Observing her change of expression closely, I pressed my advantage and put a chicken leg into her bowl, then poured a cup of wine. The plum blossom hall was suffused with wine fragrance. Young miss, our peach blossom village has nothing fine, just a bit of game. Thanks to the young miss's help, the villagers have food to eat. I make bold to toast the young miss a cup. I drank it down, my manner respectful. Drinking culture flourished in Diyue, and women who drank were not few. I'd seen her drink last night, so a toast wasn't presumptuous. Ancient and modern wine cultures worked to the same end, drinking and mutual flattery. Lin Muiao took a small sip. The wine was fine, but for her the proof was still a bit high. She tasted a piece of the pickled, air-dried pheasant leg too, delicious. With fine food and wine in her mouth, the last trace of gloom on her face vanished like smoke. Young Lord Zhao, this wine likely isn't a Diyue wine, is it? The young miss perceives clearly. This wine is a Western Palace's imperial supply, called Palace Jade Nectar wine. I trotted out the practice spiel again. Tianshan snowmelt, Oasis rice, secret recipe, played up however costly. Lin Muiao didn't understand or love wine like the drunken Immortal Tower's manager, but she was a shrewd merchant and knew how much real gold and silver this wine could fetch in the hands of lords and nobles. The two sides reached a purchase agreement on the spot. I didn't hide the wine-selling agreement with the drunken Immortal Tower, but laid it all out. They were all of the Liangzhou circle and might well already know. I guessed young Miss Lin had invited me to the drunken Immortal Tower perhaps with the intent of letting Manager Li share a cut and build the wine's fame together, though there was no way to verify it, and I didn't dwell on it. 500 taels a bottle, 10 bottles a month. The more the better. Location Green Ox Town. Cash transaction. Lin Muiao 10 bottles. Manager Li 10 bottles. 10,000 taels in the books in a single month. The transaction volume was too large and unsafe for Peach Blossom Village too. It seemed I'd have to find a safer place or recruit more hands. Jack Ma once said the happiest people are those middle class earning 20 or 30,000 a month. Once the money's too much, people come to rob you, and you can't even quietly be a rich man. Oh, that's not right. They're amber eggs. I peeled one on the spot for Lin Muiao to taste, and with my silver tongue described century egg porridge, cold tossed dishes, and soups, all the various preparations, plus the effects of stimulating appetite, dispelling heat, and relieving summer heat. She took the amber egg, and a wave of distaste rose on her cold face, only because the egg smelled odd. The ink green patterns on the egg were like carefully polished amber. In the end, she closed her eyes and took a bite, moderately salty, soft, and smooth. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. This amber egg really is delicious. Eating one whets the appetite greatly. Young Lord Zhao, could this also be a product of the Western regions? Ahem, can't stuff everything into the Western regions. The Lin family had caravans and weren't without understanding of the Western regions. Calling even an egg a Western product would blow my cover sooner or later. No, this amber egg is my Peach Blossom Village's exclusive pickling. There's plenty of it, supply guaranteed. Oh, then what price does young Lord Zhao mean to set? I feigned mystery and held up one finger for her to guess. 100 taels? Tasty it is, just a bit pricey. Ahem, I nearly spat out my wine. 100 taels for one egg? Am I mad? My plan was to sell at a tael early on, 100 coppers later, and 10 coppers at the end. Why? Early on, very few could afford 100 taels. Lords and nobles buying a few to try the novelty, and that's that. At a tael, it both satisfied the rich's curiosity and could become daily fare with steady sales growth. The century egg craft was simple and ancient people weren't fools. Before long, they could copy it. With such large profit inside, the richest men might even come to grab it. So a tale was just the right profit. Mid-stage, with folk copies appearing, we'd cut the price, beating them on mature craft and low cost. Late stage, when they're all over the streets, sell at 10 coppers each. Everyone earns a slim profit. But we were poor peasants with cheap labor to spare. Once even 10 coppers won't sell, we'd switch trades. A house that hews ice doesn't raise cattle and sheep. No need to fight common folk over this bit of profit. Just one tael of silver per egg, with price cuts in a few months. A tael? Price cuts? Young Lord Zhao really does business in a distinctive style. Lin Miao indicated a tael was acceptable. The Lin family would order a batch, and if it sold well, keep ordering. I said no problem. Large quantity, supply guaranteed, no purchase limit. Back home, I'd open a shop in town selling amber eggs exclusively, and the Lin family could just send people to buy. With the Western Oasis rice and Palace Jade nectar deliverable through this shop too. Opening a shop at least gave me a storefront, convenient for business. The two of us happily reached an agreement on the century eggs. This century egg was the first product I'd made by my own knowledge rather than the system. I didn't intend to earn much from century eggs. Maybe later every household could make them, and the common folk could earn a bit more income too. And I'd just keep reselling luxury goods. I had a vague sense that though Diwa boasted of robust national strength, most of the wealth was held by a few established houses and rich families, while hordes of poor people didn't have a single copper. Yet wealthy merchants could drop a fortune just to experience a mouthful of Western rice. So earning the rich's money easily was the sweet route, better than eyeing the poor's few coppers. After chatting a while more and drinking a few cups, I took my leave. I'd drunk 3 times today, and a body of iron couldn't take it. Back at the inn, I slept till dawn. The next day, I had Dainyu take inventory of the supplies. Of the 300 caddies of rice brought, 50 had been given to Can't Hold Up, leaving 250. Of the 20 bottles of liquor, 5 were shared at the Drunken Immortal Tower and 10 sold. 1 was drunk visiting Can't Hold Up, and last night's date brought 3 that weren't finished and were awkward to bring back. So 1 bottle was left now. Over 900 century eggs remained, plus a quantity of mountain delicacies and animal pelts. I decided to give it all away. No reason to bring it from Peach Blossom Village only to bring it back, and it wasn't worth much anyway. I had Dainyu send the rice and century eggs to the Lin family right away, and Iu send the mountain delicacies and pelts plus the last bottle of liquor to the Zhao family. We'd received a war horse from the Zhao brothers yesterday, so returning some courtesy was only proper. As for me, I kept sleeping at the inn. That evening Xiao He came back, bringing 500 taels of gold gifted by Lin Muyao. Cradling the gleaming gold, I sighed. The young miss really does understand reciprocity. I didn't ask Xiao He where she'd gone yesterday. Seeing her face full of things hard to put into words, I figured Lin Muyao had been angry and summoned her back, and now that she wasn't angry had let her return. Miss Xiao He, if I were to redeem your indenture, how much silver would it take? The moment I asked, I regretted it. Not that I begrudged the money, but Xiao He wasn't a courtesan, and redeem indenture was an inappropriate term. Ordinary servants and maids were on slave registers. Buying one cost a few taels, while a martial arts guard like Xiao He should run over 100. Xiao He said, I don't know. The young miss is quite good to us few guards. Staying with the Lin family is fine. Indeed. Right now I was only a freshly grown small landlord, utterly insignificant next to a towering tree like the Lin family. The third day, Can't Hold Up sent someone to invite me, the program being listening to tunes at the pleasure quarters. I thumped my chest. As an aspiring young man, I would not go to the pleasure quarters. What? Brother Can's treat? Then I'd have to go experience it. Over the next few days, Brother Can treated me every day. I marveled that Brother Can really was rich. After several days of whooping it up in a row, I began to get a taste of the leisurely life, and finally understood that having money and free time really can make a person lazy. The 8th day we switched to the courtesan's bureau, still Brother Can's treat. The women at the courtesan's bureau were accomplished in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and the cost was far higher than the pleasure quarters, but dear has its reasons. The details of those days of pleasure-seeking needn't be dwelled on. Early the next morning, I woke from my covers and suddenly felt I ought to be a person of ideals and aspiration, who shouldn't drink and make merry day after day. To repay Can't Hold Up's banquets these past days, I decided to treat him to breakfast. The two of us came to a street-side bun shop and ordered a steamer of buns, 2 bowls of soy milk, and 2 bowls of vegetable porridge, and feasted away at a little wooden table. Brother Ingnan really knows how to eat. These buns are the best in all of Liangzhou. Drinking wine at night, eating porridge at dawn, a perfect match. Brother Buju truly understands the art of keeping healthy. Tonight, let's hit the courtesan's bureau again. I saw that courtesan Ruyua seems to idolize you. Idolize my foot. She idolizes every wealthy, talented patron. I won't go. I've been out half a month this trip, and tomorrow I head back. Besides, drinking every day, I'm a bit weary of it. Young people, making money is what matters. Don't waste life on meaningless things. Zhao Buju was quite regretful. Liangzhou had many young lords who loved to play, but they had one thing in common. They all liked Lin Muyao, so they were mutually hostile. He'd finally found a Zhao Ingnan who could be a wingman. Only Brother Zhao was about to head back. He seemed to take something from it, and didn't press me to stay. True, drinking and making merry day after day is no way for a scholar. From tomorrow on, I too will study hard and strive to win an exam title this year. Brother Can, why not start today? I'm a bit weary today. Let me go back and sleep first. Dayue promoted the imperial exams with a complete system of the prefectural exam, provincial exam, metropolitan exam, and palace exam. The provincial exam was hosted by each prefecture, held in the 8th month, called the autumn examination. Can't Hold Up had passed the provincial exam last year and become a provincial graduate, qualified to hold office, but he was still young and not short of money and planned to study further, sitting the next year's spring metropolitan exam. Pass or not, he wanted to try. Brother Can, you'll surely have your name on the golden roll. I'll be waiting to drink your golden roll wine. In the afternoon, I took Daniu, Iu, and Xiao He out to stroll the streets. Ingnan, are you really not leaving someone at the inn to keep watch? That's 20,000 taels of silver, plus gold. Daniu expressed worry at my putting the gold and silver all under the bed. No need, it's fine. Didn't you notice that waiter? One look and his martial arts are no weak thing. And the odd jobber, the accountant. Every one of them harbors a special skill. No one would dare go steal money there. Relax, those chests hold stones. No one would steal them. Xiao He sighed in admiration. Brother Zhao truly is a man of wonders. Iu impressed. It wasn't that the two of them hadn't seen the Tongfuan was a place where dragons hid and tigers crouched and security needn't be worried about. They were just a little puzzled. Zhao Ingnan didn't know martial arts, so how could he tell? And that was 20,000 taels of silver. Brother Zhao really is magnanimous, regarding wealth like dirt. The streets of Liangzhou City were bustling. Inland merchants in fine silks with prosperous figures, Western Hu girls in seductive dress and exotic style, and many fur-clad northern barbarian merchants come to sell cattle and sheep. The hawking, the haggling, the laughter and cursing all mixed together. Caravans kept entering the city, and caravans kept leaving with goods. In a word, lively. I spent a tael to hire 5 porters to carry goods and shopped all along the way. First for Xiaoyan, a heap of snacks and fruit, clothes, jewelry, toys, rouge and powder, the 4 treasures of the study. Here's someone making clay figurines. Following Xiaoyan's described appearance, I spent 10 coppers to have one made. All the above came to under 100 taels. Bye. She's my future bride after all. I ought to dote a bit more. Daniu was very happy. Iu and Xiao He wore envious looks. Why aren't you two buying? Nothing you like. No money, the two said in unison. Iu, didn't I give you 100 taels a few days ago? Can't bear to spend it? I magnanimously fished out 2 50-tael ingots and tossed them to the two. Go on. Buy whatever you like. We head back tomorrow, and who knows when we'll come to the prefectural city again. Meet at the market entrance in an hour. Thank you, master. The 2 women went off to stroll the streets happily. What girl doesn't love shopping? Daniu, come with me. Let's go see if there's anything good like potatoes, corn, or sweet potatoes. As I recalled, these high-yield, easy-to-grow crops had come to China in the Ming dynasty. No telling how far this Dayue had developed. The northwest was arid, and growing rice yielded less than the South. But if I could find sweet potatoes, and corn, the grain grown on my 600 mu could feed all of Greenockstown. I took Daniu and asked many who merchants, and heaven rewards the diligent. At a Who girl's stall, I found a sack of sweet potatoes, the shriveled, small, worm-eaten kind, though. The Who girl said this wild fruit was plentiful where they were, not tasty, fit only for feeding livestock. I confirmed again and again. These really were sweet potatoes, just grown crooked and gnarled, probably because the soil was too barren. Sweet potatoes have to grow in sandy soil to get big, and weeding and fertilizing are indispensable too. Boss, how much for this sack of wild fruit? No charge, dear Eastern friend. A gift to make a friend. The Who girl answered in broken common tongue. Clearly she'd seen me shopping lavishly just now, using a sack of livestock feed wild fruit to befriend a Diwa tycoon like me. Her business could only get better from here. No, I still have to pay, dear Western friend. I mimicked her accent. However many more you've got, I'll take them all. What do you want this for, my Eastern friend? To feed livestock back home, my Western friend. After a round of friendly exchange, I bought 10 sacks of sweet potatoes, 400 or 500 caddies, for just 1 tael of silver. These were a bit worm-eaten, but a portion could be selected out for seed. The Who girl was delighted. Something worth a few dozen coppers sold for 1,000 coppers, and repeatedly urged me to come to her for whatever I needed. Even the few porters shook their heads. This prodigal young lord, surely bewitched by the Who girl. 1,000 coppers could buy 50 caddies of good rice. I finally decided to head home. I'd been out over half a month and didn't know how things were back home. Before setting off, I went to the Lin family rice store again and bought several carts of grain, and to the pork shop and bought a lot of fatty meat, spending 1,000 taels. With too many goods and too few hands, I spent another 80 taels at the escort agency to hire 10 escort guards. Ingnan, why are we buying so much grain? Wouldn't it be better to buy in town? Even Dani knew buying in town saved on freight. We met lots of drifters along the way, bringing some grain. We can help where we can. Oh, right. Then why buy only fatty meat? Because it's cheap. Ayu was puzzled. Fatty meat can be rendered for oil, and eating fatty meat staves off hunger better. In the modern world, eating was about flavor and fearing too much fat, but in ancient times it was about value. When the poor ate meat, they ate the fatty kind, and in big pieces too, to feel full. Liangzhou City's common folk were relatively well off, with notions different from drifters, which was also why fatty meat was cheap in Liangzhou City. Daniu was full of admiration, and Ayu and Xiao He cast respectful looks too. In these times, those with money willing to help the poor were few, and ones this thoughtful, even fewer. At the auspicious hour, the cart convoy set off in grand procession. Xiao He rode the little mare in the lead, Daniu drove a cart, and inside the cart, Ayu kneaded my shoulders and pounded my back. Being a master is good. We'd barely left the city gate when Xiao He reined in with a whoa. Brother Ingnan, might you step down for a word? I got down to find not only Zhao Buzhu, but Lin Muyao and manager Li as well. A cool canopy had been set up by the roadside with a wine banquet laid out. They'd come to see me off. The latter two came on business relations. Zhao Buzhu coming to see me off moved me slightly. It was, after all, a bond forged over shared drinking, showing he truly took me as a friend. Brother Buzhu, didn't you say you'd be studying hard at home today? How is it you've come again? My friend travels far. Naturally, I must come to see you off. After this parting, who knows what year or month we'll meet again. Can't Hold Up's words were simple but deep with feeling, a faint glimmer of tears at the corners of his eyes. I suddenly understood why one chose an auspicious hour to set out, and why ancient people valued partings so much. The modern world had planes and high-speed rail, setting off in the morning and arriving by evening, seeing each other whenever you wished. Ancient times had slow carts and horses and perilous roads, bandits and jackals everywhere, and every parting could be a parting of life and death. For many, one turn of the back was a lifetime, and even a posted letter might not reach the other. Still, Brother Buzhu, we're both men. Is it really all right for you to cherish me this dearly? We entered the canopy and drank a few cups. All three had brought gifts. Zhao Buzhu gave a cyan cold-warding cloak and a small box, urging me again and again to open it only after I'd returned. Manager Lee brought several food boxes packed with drunken Immortal Tower delicacies for me to eat on the road. Lin Muiao gave a brocade box, still like an iceberg snow lotus, her tone level and cold as ice and frost. After the pleasantries, I still had a road to travel, so I mounted up and took my leave. Once aboard the cart, the first thing I did was open Can't Hold Up's box. Just a book. Did it need to be so mysterious? I couldn't read, and flipped through it casually to see whether a bank draft was tucked inside. Holy crap! I cried out, good grief. IU turned her head to look. What's wrong? I hurriedly put the book away. Nothing, nothing. Brother Buju, that's not cool. Having a book like this and not bringing it out sooner. Turned out it was a richly illustrated miscellany meant for men's private amusement, so I didn't look closely. By comparison, Lin Muiao's brocade box was far more exquisite. Opening it, 2 sheets of paper, the calligraphy lovely. I handed the paper to IU and confirmed it was the 2 poems I'd composed at the Lin family banquet. Beneath the paper there was a jade bracelet and a few dozen gold beans. Was this gifted by Lin Muiao or by Lin Mudo? I couldn't read, couldn't tell the handwriting. Giving gold beans is giving gold beans. Why a bracelet too? No telling what it's worth. Forget it, I'll bring it back and give it to Xiaoyan. Just as I was about to sleep, I heard singing from behind the cart. It was Zhao Buju singing a parting song, full of true feeling, though sung truly awfully. With the scene before me, I suddenly felt like composing a poem. I fetched brush and ink and had IU write for me. Ingnan aboard the cart, about to be on his way, suddenly hears from behind the cart the sound of feet keeping time in song. The Liangzhou city tower stands 100 feet high, yet falls short of the depth of Buju's feeling in seeing me off. Having written it, I scrutinized IU's handwriting, quite satisfied, and had someone take the paper back to Zhao Buju. He'd just finished singing and was about to head home when he saw a rider on horseback turn back to hand him the paper. Old can read it through, his face streaming with tears, and the other 2 leaned in to read aloud. The Liangzhou city tower stands 100 feet high, yet falls short of the depth of Buju's feeling in seeing me off. Fine poem, fine poem. Presented to Buju. Had I known, I'd have sung just now too. Half a day's journey outside Liangzhou city, at an unnamed mountain range, the flying swallow heroine sat by the roadside staring blankly. These past days she'd blocked the road and robbed, leaving passing merchants with terrible headaches. Though high in martial skill, in the end 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and feeding the whole stronghold alone was exhausting. The stronghold was short of grain again, and after resting only a day, she had to take up the old trade, shoulder her broadsword, and go down the mountain. The flying swallow heroine didn't know that the reason this band of drifters had become drifters was, besides natural disaster and taxes, one more: they'd been weak to begin with. Those with the ability to survive were still hanging on grimly. Those without became drifters and beggars first. She knew only to rob the rich to help the poor, seize silver to buy grain and relieve more drifters. But the stronghold's numbers grew and grew, and she grew more and more tired. Going on like this was no lasting plan. She'd have to pull off one big job. Mid-thought, in the distance a convoy of carts came in grand procession, a good dozen odd of them. Heh. Someone hands you a pillow just as you're drowsy. My group handed out grain as we traveled, giving a few coppers besides to especially hard-up old folks and children. The famished were every one of them skin and bones, faces drained of color, barely getting by on wild greens. This was a sight the modern me had never seen. In the modern world, everyone had food and clothing, and the state even kept lonely old folks, giving them some rice and grain each month. Whereas in ancient times human life was as cheap as grass, and people starving to death was commonplace. Traveling over half a day, we came to the place where we'd had the great battle with the flying swallow heroine last time. The carts hadn't even fully stopped when a great shout came. Halt! This tree I planted, this road I opened. To pass through here, leave behind your road-buying coin. As for the latter half, her confidence was clearly lacking, because she'd also seen the 10 escort guards minding the carts, and, aren't you that hey girl? Where's your young lord? I still owe him 10 taels. The flying swallow heroine was a bit uneasy. That fellow wouldn't be so petty as to bring this many people to wipe me out, would he? Though she prided herself on her high martial skill, She wasn't foolish enough to think she could beat a dozen odd people who knew martial arts. Besides, a group brawl was different from single combat. In a real fight, one could loose cold arrows and throw hidden weapons. I got down, cupped my hands, and gave a heh-heh smile. Flying Swallow Heroine, we meet again. I looked toward the camp on the mountain, where a few more thatched huts had been added. Looks like your strength has grown a few notches more. Don't mention it. I'm fretting over exactly that. The Flying Swallow Heroine fished 10 taels from her robe and reluctantly tossed them to me. Paying you back. As for how much the road toll was this time, she didn't dare say. The 10 escort guards behind me were glaring at her with wide, furious eyes. Didn't expect this bandit to be quite trustworthy. I thought to myself, I absolutely must get her on board. This Flying Swallow Heroine doesn't look too bright. Trick her over to be my personal bodyguard, and she'd be perfect. Flying Swallow Heroine, the sky's grown late today. Might we stay a night at the foot of your mountain and pay the road toll when we pass tomorrow? Sure, sure. Could she say no? Across from her were 10 escort guards plus Xiao He, plus a fellow strong as an ox. She couldn't win. Heroine, magnanimous. I ordered everyone to dig pits and set up cook fires. The escort guards weren't servants, but Boss Zhao paid well, the food was good, and his words were pleasant, so they pitched in on the spot digging pits and burying pots. I warmly invited the Flying Swallow Heroine to have a couple of drinks together tonight, and she agreed without hesitation. Everyone sat in a circle chatting and laughing. The band of bandits on the mountain, seeing their chief surrounded, sent a few loyal-hearted ones charging down with wooden clubs and spears to back her up. Reaching the bottom, they saw the two sides hadn't come to blows, and the other party was all smiles and quite amiable. This script wasn't quite right. Huh, they're cooking? Is that pork? The bandits, dizzy with hunger, watched the escort guards lift out 2 sides of pork, washing, cutting, and stewing it, so rich. Half an hour later, the sky gradually darkened. By rights, the bandits should have slept now to conserve energy, but with the meat fragrance wafting up from the foot of the mountain, they couldn't sleep no matter what. The few who'd come down earlier stared at the meat in the pot, swallowing several caddies of drool. Naturally, I wasn't stingy and had invited them to eat together early on. Daring to come down to help showed some loyalty. Arranging for them to be petty leaders later would just about do. When the meat was about cooked, I gave the order. Dig in. Everyone sat in a ring around the hot pot, eating meat in big mouthfuls, drinking wine in big gulps, bragging at the top of their lungs. The escort guards had to keep night watch and couldn't drink. I didn't shortchange them either, giving them a box of drunken Immortal Tower delicacies and plenty of pork and white rice. Their pot ate in silence while mine was bustling. Me, Daniyu, Iyu, and Xiao He took turns toasting the Flying Swallow Heroine. As long as the words wise and brave, full of righteousness, a match for 10,000, or robbing the rich to help the poor came up, she downed it in one. Add the bandits beside her stuffing meat while hollering, "The chief is mighty." And the Flying Swallow, a bit guarded at first, soon grew giddy and pulled everyone into recounting how hard it had been being a bandit these past days. Isn't being a bandit just about eating meat in big mouthfuls and drinking wine by the bowl? But I'm a bandit who's had it rough. In summary, she'd gathered drifters on a surge of fervor, thinking she could lead everyone to eat well and drink well, never expecting that in the whole stronghold only she could fight, playing both father and mother to feed a stronghold of people. The first few days were fine, passing caravans, caught off guard, had some silver intercepted. Later, everyone knew there were bandits here, and brought either escort guards or guards, so money got harder and harder to earn. Not only that, but some hungry bandits privately grumbled at her, saying they could have gone to the prefectural city to beg, and now they'd been dragged to a mountain gully to go hungry. Everyone sighed. Actually, being a bandit in Liangzhou had far more of a future than inland. Mountains high and the emperor far, the court's control weak, the land vast and sparsely peopled. A few bandits and the authorities couldn't be bothered, so long as they didn't strike the county yamen. Add prosperous commerce and an endless stream of merchant travelers, and the merchants were willing to pay a bit of road toll to save trouble. So within Liangzhou, bandit strongholds big and small stood in clusters, many of them part-time, farming in the busy season, robbing in the slack. But ones like the Flying Swallow Heroine, single-mindedly robbing the rich to help the poor, hard-headed, building her stronghold right next to the prefectural city, were exceedingly rare. I saw this stronghold was easy to attack and hard to defend. The prefectural city need only dispatch troops half a day to wipe it out. For now, the drifters were just starting out. No large-scale unrest yet stirred, so the authorities paid it no mind. And because it was just starting, those who'd abandoned their land to leave were mostly the weak, while the strong at surviving were still hanging on grimly. If things went on like this, the flying swallow would likely end up garroted by the authorities, made an example of at the market execution ground. Gazing at the flying swallow heroine, drunk and slumped against me, I felt a touch of pity. You've had it hard. If you've no learning, don't go playing bandit like others do. I gave her a push. The arm she'd pressed all night was sore and numb and had lost all feeling. At breakfast, I expressed my intent to recruit the flying swallow. Without much rigmarole, I directly analyzed the pros and cons and held out the olive branch. Our peach blossom village eats its fill every meal, meat to eat every day. Really, the flying swallow was half believing, half doubting. In these times, there was a village where people could eat their fill. Deyue was vast. In the south, the land was fertile and farmers could just barely eat their fill. But this western Liang had barren soil, and one new yielding a single load of grain was doing well. At that yield, it'd be a wonder if no one starved. Northwestern farmers all went one hungry meal, one half full, making up the rest with hunting and wild greens. I knew low grain yields persisted all the way until later ages, when Grandpa Yuan bred hybrid rice and farmers truly ate their fill. But this was ancient times without that technology. So to let farmers eat their fill, the only way was to grow high-yield crops like sweet potatoes, and corn. Eating well was out of the question, but if they could eat their fill, they'd be happy even gnawing sweet potatoes every day. Really. Dainyu thumped his chest. Ayu and Xiaohei testified in turn too. The flying swallow heroine was tempted. Can I bring these drifters along too? They're not real bandits. They were dragged into banditry by me. I'd heard of forcing the chaste into prostitution, but not of forcing people into banditry. I laughed. Sure, but you've got to ask their thoughts first. Those willing to go will all have food to eat and a place to stay at Peach Blossom Village. But they have to work too. Peach Blossom Village doesn't keep idlers and loafers. The flying swallow approved. Keeping them fed these days really had been exhausting. She immediately sent people up the mountain to summon the drifters down, a swarming mass of men and women, old and young, over 150 of them. I announced the policy, and the drifters were half believing, half doubting. Go to Peach Blossom Village, and wouldn't they just become tenant farmers? When were landlord lords ever good? Being a tenant farmer was being a beast of burden, worse than being a drifter. Landlord lord, can people really eat their fill every day? A youth of about 20 asked, grimy-faced. You could tell he'd been quite robust before. Now he was skin and bones, his face all sallow. I nodded sincerely. Yes, I guarantee it. What's your name? Wang Erniu, of Wangjia Village in Huangyou Town. Erniu, rest assured. As long as you work diligently, not only is there food to eat and meat to eat, there's money to collect too. Landlord lord, we believe you. We'll go with you. Erniu was one of the bandits who'd come down to back her up last night. I had an impression of him. Landlord lord, my name's Wang Ershi, also of Wangjia Village. I've an 80-year-old mother at home. Can I bring her along too? I glanced at this short, skin and bones Ershi. Sure, old folks and children can all come. As long as you work for me, your family all has food to eat. An 80-year-old mother surviving this cold winter showed Ershi was a deeply filial son. Of all virtues, filial piety comes first, so his character was no problem. I believe you too, count me in. Many more raised various questions, all of which I patiently answered. In the end, a portion chose to believe. A portion still didn't. When were landlord lords ever good? It all sounded nice, but come the time they'd surely find pretexts to skim wages, work you and give you no food. Go over and you'd be eaten alive, bones and all. Even with the few drifters who'd eaten meat last night helping testify, some still didn't believe. Full every meal, meat every day, and help feed the family too? You're fooling a 3-year-old. Even the county magistrate couldn't eat that well. More likely it was another scam to lure people into banditry. No way. The common folk of this era still feared the law greatly. They turned bandit only under the duress of the flying swallow heroine's guarantee. Otherwise, who'd take up a beheading trade. In the end, of the 150, only 60 went back to the village with me. The rest went to the prefectural city to beg. Resigned, I didn't force it, each person to their own will. But I still softened, leaving each of those going to the prefectural city a day's rations, and headed back with the 60 far-sighted drifters. As long as I'd recruited the Flying Swallow heroine, the rest were bonuses. By the way, the Flying Swallow heroine was named Goofian. I kept feeling the name was familiar, yet couldn't place it for the moment. I wasn't worried about having no one to grind money. Peach Blossom Village still had 200 people unhired. With the project grown big, would I fear not finding people? Of course I couldn't recruit just anyone for the sake of grinding money. A team of disunited hearts is hard to lead, so I only recruited those who joined voluntarily, never forcing it. On the return road, we still handed out grain when we met drifters, gave a few coppers more to the especially poor, and took in another 40 refugees, mostly ones Goofian's overflowing kindness had pulled in, some with families, a heap of the old, weak, sick, and disabled, adding up to exactly 100. 5 days later, my group returned to Peach Blossom Village. A crowd of people and a dozen-odd horse carts appeared in grand procession at the village entrance, startling the villagers. Wasn't that Xiaohei leading? Ingnan's back? I got down, and the villagers were all excited. It was good the anchor was back. The village's land was all turned over, just waiting for the chief to return to buy seed and plant. Xiaoyan even wept for joy, her little body flinging straight into my arms without any shyness. The whole village knew she was Bachelor Zhao's future bride anyway. She looked me over front and back, up and down. Ingnan, you've gotten better looking. Haha, have I? What a sweet talker. Doting on you wasn't wasted. Clothes really do make the man. My looks had been sealed away by coarse clothes before. But I didn't care about that. Someone who dared attend a Lin family banquet in coarse clothes has no appearance anxiety. I took out the gifts for Xiaoyan, big bags and small, one by one, and gave them to her amid the crowd's teasing and envious looks. The little girl's heart bloomed with joy, hugging a big heap of gifts, thoroughly content. This trip brought back 100 drifters, 101 counting Goofian. People not only could work, but also had to eat, rest, and take medicine when sick, and after living together a while there'd be conflicts too. The more people, the greater the management difficulty. From the line, Han Xian marshalling troops, the more the better. You know how formidable Han Xian was. Food was needed, lodging was needed, medicine when sick was needed. These 101 mouths weren't something you could feed well just by saying so. These problems I'd pondered for several days on the way back, and finally worked out a set of countermeasures. First, the construction crew builds houses first. Build them straight up at the Backhill Woods, where there's ample ground and a water source. Houses that block wind and rain would do, with the drifters improving them themselves later. As the population grew and grew, I'd drawn up a plan for Peach Blossom Village, a living zone, a work zone, a residential zone, a training zone, the whole thing radiating outward from my ramshackle house at the center. Hiding in the middle gave me a sense of security. Now that I had money, I had to treasure my life. But Peach Blossom Village's terrain was too flat, with no natural defenses to hold. Against large-scale bandits, there'd be no holding it at all, so when conditions allowed, I'd still have to switch to another base. The drifters mostly carried their whole household, pots, pans, bowls, ladles, so there was no need to buy them daily necessities. Besides houses, there were also outhouses to build. Relieving oneself anywhere stank foully and easily bred disease. And I had to build a house for Goofian. She naturally couldn't be treated the same as ordinary drifters, though there was no rush. She could room with Xiaohei or Ayu first. Second, increase the food. Of the 100 brought back, 36 old, weak, sick, disabled, and young were set aside for now. Of the remaining 50 men and 14 women, I put the women straight into logistics. With more people eating, more people had to cook too, so the kitchen had to be expanded. The construction crew built another kitchen outside the yard, leaving the in-yard kitchen as the chief's private stove. In these 20 days, the construction crew hadn't been idle, preparing lots of timber, stone, and tiles, just waiting for me to return to build houses. I said my own house wasn't urgent for now. I'd lived in the ramshackle house over 20 years. The pressing task was settling the new drifters. Surplus building materials went first to building the flying swallow heroine a house. Gufian was greatly moved, very much seized with the realization of Brother Zhao treats me as a man of the realm, so I must repay him as a man of the realm, and gladly accepted the high-paying job of room and board plus 10 coppers a day, taking up the post of captain of Peach Blossom Village's security squad. Third, from a security squad. Uncle Taiju had been training the villagers for some time. I planned to pick 20 to form a security squad, and drifters of extraordinary skill could serve too. An assessment would be held in 3 days, with the 20 most skilled enrolled. The security squad, besides daily drills, wouldn't engage in farming. 2 shifts, guarding Peach Blossom Village 24 hours. With more and more money and more property, there was no guarding against being eyed by bandits. My plan was for the whole populace to be soldiers, but to pick a portion as representatives for daily security. If bandits really came, everyone would join in together. Of course, I had an ulterior thought too, worried there were bad apples among the drifters. Ancient times weren't like the modern world where a credit check tells you whether you've committed crimes. A wrongdoer changing places and identities, and others wouldn't know you. The intent to harm mustn't be held, but the guard against harm mustn't be lacking. The villagers wouldn't accept outsiders so quickly either. It'd take a stretch of living together before they could let down their guard. Fourth, settle the drifters. Drifters had to work too. Peach Blossom Village doesn't keep loafers. The women went into logistics. For the 50 men, I made Wang Erniu and Wang Ershi captains, each picking 9 to form 2 10-person groups. Working with the construction crew building houses first, the 2 groups, upon reporting, were assigned to build outhouses, with several hundred people living together. Even using the toilet was a big problem. I asked the drifters whether they had any special skills. Literacy, carpentry, masonry, martial arts all counted, and the answer was none. Figures. With a skill they probably wouldn't have become drifters. What I really wanted was to find a physician skilled in medicine. With more and more people in the village, fevers and headaches and work injuries were inevitable. Forget it. I'd go to town later and hire a physician to set up practice. The remaining 30 were scattered into the other groups to work alongside. Given they'd just arrived, I gave them half a day to settle their households. Those 36 old, weak, sick, disabled, and young all had family. The village provided meals, and they'd come eat at mealtimes. Children could enter the schoolhouse to study. Tuition 1 copper, work-study available. Drifters had a 3-month trial period, during which it was 3 coppers a day, captains the same. Afterward, same as the villagers, 5 coppers a day, captains 10, with identical benefits. Hearing that there was board and lodging plus money, and that passing the trial period earned 5 coppers, the drifters were all excited. These past days of travel they'd eaten their fill every meal and plenty of meat, and they fully believed landlord Zhao was a good landlord, resolving to work hard and stay at Peach Blossom Village. These benefits were simply the legendary paradise beyond the world. At their first meal in Peach Blossom Village, they still couldn't help marveling. They knew the benefits were good, just didn't expect them this good. The night we got back, to celebrate the big haul from the prefectural city, recruiting the flying swallow heroine, and expanding the team, 3 joys arriving at once. I decided to throw a grand banquet. White rice supply unlimited, meat stuffed buns unlimited, pork stewed with glass noodles unlimited, 1 fat chicken per 2 people, all manner of mountain delicacies to eat freely, leftovers packed up. I also specially bought over 100 caddies of pork head meat from town, buying out Wang Dachui's shop. Over 200 people of the whole village at the banquet. Quite a spectacle. Wine couldn't be drunk freely. That many people drinking would cause trouble. Me, Ayu, Xiaohei, Gufian, Uncle Taiju, Dainiu, Xiaoyan, and the 8 brothers had a private stove in my yard. This table could drink. Now that Palace Jade Nectar was no longer a secret, I pretended to go to the cellar to fetch things and bought 10 bottles of liquor from the system, drinking freely. Hearing this wine was 500 taels a bottle and sold exclusively to lords and nobles, everyone's capacity surged greatly, drinking hard even if they couldn't hold it. That night, it was lively till midnight, laughter and chatter without end, everything developing in a good direction. I opened the door. Dainyu was feeling for eggs under Luhua's backside. Everything's so familiar. Dainyu, stop fondling her. Go feed the little mare, quick. So fond of fondling backsides. Go fondle the widow Lees. And stop ruining Luhua all day. The little mare was pinned in the stable, nuzzling cheek to cheek with the village's only cart-pulling stallion. The dozen-odd carts we'd brought back yesterday were all rented. I'd paid the balance and had the escort guards drive them back. Horses eat even more than people, and raising a dozen-odd at once was unnecessary. Good steel must be used on the blade's edge. After breakfast, I went to the fields to inspect as usual, planning to teach everyone to plant sweet potatoes today. The land had been turned over and over. This year with ox dung fertilizer, it was much richer and looser than last year. Dainyu, call everyone over. Before long, a few dozen people gathered around, faces full of expectation. Are we planting now? It's still a bit early to sow seedlings. I had Dainyu lead 10 people back to haul over the 10 sacks of sweet potatoes bought in the prefectural city, and the rest fence in half a mu of field, turn the soil, and fertilize. Ingnan, what are we planting here? Uncle, sweet potatoes. Hongshu. Red trees? Hongshu. Trees can't be planted in fields. Not trees. Sweet potatoes, something you can eat. What's a sweet potato? I couldn't be bothered to explain and decided to demonstrate with action. Planting sweet potatoes isn't hard to describe. First, pick healthy, plump sweet potatoes and bury them in the soil. Water daily to keep the moisture, and in about a month sweet potato sprouts grow. Peach Blossom Village was cold and spring came slowly, so we could make a simple greenhouse, cover with straw at night, peel it back to sun in the day, raising the temperature to aid sprouting. Ingnan, like this? Dainyu bent a bamboo stick and stuck both ends into the soil. Right? Cover it with straw later, and it becomes a greenhouse. Mainly there was no nylon, so we could only use the cheapest cheap labor. The farming group sitting idle was sitting idle anyway. Wait a month or so for the sweet potatoes to sprout and the stems and leaves to grow to about a foot. Then pick them off and transplant them into the field. Sweet potatoes love rich, loose soil. Besides daily weeding, you also scatter ox dung. Ox dung best improves the soil. Wait another month or two for the sweet potato vines to grow dense. Then prune, cutting away most of the vines to feed the oxen and pigs, so the sweet potatoes underground get more nutrients and grow bigger. Finally comes the harvest. Sweet potatoes grow fast, yield high, and adapt strongly. 1,000 to 5,000 caddies per mu. Grown well. Never mind Peach Blossom Village. All of Liangzhou would double its output. Truly a must-have marvel for transmigration. And who knows whether presenting this thing to the court might earn me a high office. Dainyu had already led the farming group in planting all 10 sacks of sweet potatoes as required. The second step was waiting a month or so to transplant the sweet potato vines. Come, home for lunch. I called everyone, walking back singing a mountain song, as awful gets. Sweet potatoes were good, but it'd be 4 or 5 months before harvest. I decided to plant half of the 600 mu with sweet potatoes and keep half in low-yield rice. The village had ample grain stores and didn't lack this bit for the pot. I decided on a long-term plan. Peach Blossom Village already had a chicken farm, an ox farm, and a century egg factory, so I'd build a pig farm too. Horses pull carts, oxen plow fields, donkeys turn mills, and pigs are treasures all over. Not just meat, but pig dung makes fertilizer too. Coming to ancient times to raise pigs, I was probably the first person at that too. Other transmigrators came with a system and were every one of them awesome. How is it that with me they tied on a puny poverty relief system? If the lousy system could give a bit of self-defense skill, I'd even be willing to marry Lin Muyao. After lunch, I called Dainyu, Gufian, and Xiao Hei to go to town to shop. Gufian's room was done, right next to Xiao Hei's and IUS. This way my yard was at the center, with 3 martial arts knowing women living next door, surrounded by a bunch of beauties, guards, and I felt a bit more at ease. Besides buying necessary supplies, this trip to town was mainly to buy Gufian daily necessities and clothes. Xiao Hei, and Xiaoyan all had to get some gifts too. They were all of one team. I couldn't favor one and slight another. The 4 of us reached town, and as usual first went to Wang's braised meats for a meal of pork head meat. Wang Dachui attentively served tea. Lately, thanks to me, he'd earned quite a bit and was preparing to have a second child. Next-door shopkeeper Lin was the same. Given a raise and entrusted with important duties by the Lin family, his son even allowed to study at the Lin family's private school. Shopkeeper Lin came over with good wine to greet us. Shopkeeper Lin, Shopkeeper Wang, good that you're both here. I'd like to ask you two a favor. Please go ahead, young Lord Zhao. The three of us were old acquaintances. Helping was an unshirkable duty. Anything fine as long as it wasn't borrowing money. I want to buy a shop in town. Doesn't need to be big. About as big as this braised meat shop would do, preferably with a storehouse. You two are old hands in town. Keep an eye out for any shops for sale for me. Isn't this a coincidence? Wang Dachui exclaimed. It turned out there was a shop right next to Wang's braised meats that had also bought rice and sold grain. The owner was a fellow villager of Wang Dachui's, and squeezed by the Lin family rice store into losses again and again, had closed up for good 3 months ago. At this, shopkeeper Lin grew a bit sheepish. But business is business. Big fish eating little fish. Green Ox Town had only this much market. For the Lin family to earn, other houses were naturally squeezed out of any livelihood. Wang Dachui said if Boss Zhao was interested, he could help make the connection, though it'd have to be tomorrow, as the former owner had gone back to the village to farm. Sure, I was quite satisfied. Opening the shop next to the porkhead meat shop was conveniently right for eating porkhead meat. But shopkeeper Lin wasn't too satisfied and asked timidly, "Might I ask, young Lord Zhao, what business you mean to run with this shop?" Seeing his constipated face, how could I not know his thoughts? Rest assured, shopkeeper Lin, I'm not foolish enough to grab the rice and grain business from the Lin family. I'm mainly opening the shop to sell some farm and sideline products. Mainly mountain delicacies, eggs, rice, and liquor. Shopkeeper Lin let out a relieved breath and laughed heartily. Excellent. Should we become neighbors down the road? Whatever help you need, Lin will surely give it his all. As long as I didn't grab the rice and grain business. This next-door shop had repeatedly prepared to sell, only for the Lin family to throw a wrench in and foil it, until at last it could only close, without even a transfer fee. Ancient commercial warfare tactics emerged in endless variety too. Naturally, I wouldn't be foolish enough to grab business from the Lin family. Besides, selling rice and grain earned how few coppers beneath my notice. Business concluded, the few of us ate porkhead meat and had a couple of drinks. Gu Fian fully displayed her bandit nature, wolfing it down. 20 caddies of porkhead meat and a pot of wine were over half wiped out by her. And afterward she even added, "Eating meat in big mouthfuls is so satisfying." I put my hand to my forehead. A little restraint, please. Let outsiders see, and they'd think we couldn't afford to eat. To show thanks, I bought out all of Wang's braised meat again. Boss Wang beamed, packed up, closed the shop, and went back to the village to find his fellow villager. We strolled the streets buying, and in the end bought 3 big cartloads: grain, cured meat, fresh pork, yellow wine, cloth, salt. Ingnan, we're buying this much cloth again. The village aunties can all weave. Having them weave would save a lot of money. Honest Dainyu cleverly noted, actually it was heartache over money. You don't get it. Now that we've made money, we have to look after other common folk a bit too, buy their cloth, and they'll have money to buy rice and grain. The women of each village all wove cloth and sold it in town to earn hard-won money. My spending more counted as helping them indirectly. Oh, I understand now. Dainyu seemed lost in thought. Xiao He and Gu Fian wore looks of admiration. Though brother Zhao couldn't shoulder a load or lift with his hands, he had a chivalrous heart. I'd always felt that as a rich person, as long as you don't oppress the poor and spend normally, transferring a portion of resources to the poor through spending money is helping the poor. Better than those worth hundreds of millions still slaving away in live stream rooms to reap the poor's last copper. Of course, buying cloth, besides helping the poor, had a bit of something else to it. The last selling the cloth was fresh and pretty, a pleasure to look at. No telling whether she was spoken for. Ahem, this little thought I kept to myself and didn't dawdle over it. The group escorted the carts back to Peach Blossom Village. Dainyu bought the widow Li a silver bracelet. I teased him that he'd wised up and learned to court girls, and he insisted it was bought for Xiaoyan, denying it to the death. Before, Dainyu had been dirt poor, which was why Uncle Taiju had been preparing to broach the widow Li for him. Now he was well off. his wages alone 30 coppers a month, fully able to marry an unwed maiden. Yet he was single-tracked, fixed on the widowly. Last time clothes, this time a bracelet. Everyone ribbed him, and he rarely cleverly changed the subject. Ingnan, why don't you learn martial arts? If you wanna, you could have my dad teach you. Fian and Xiao He were quite concerned too, turning to stare at me at the same time. I not only didn't learn martial arts, but didn't even go to basic drills. Plainly a poor peasant, yet always with a scholar's air. What's good about learning martial arts? I don't like all the fighting and killing. I'll win people over with virtue. Actually, it wasn't that I didn't want to learn. It's just that a weakling like me fighting and killing was too dangerous. The original owner's body had hardly ever brawled, and coming from the modern world, I didn't even have the basic instinct to fight, so better to lie low. But Dainyu wasn't wrong either. Practicing martial arts to strengthen the body was good, and might even keep the hair from falling out. The lousy system couldn't be relied on, so I'd still have to put in the effort myself. That night in the dead quiet, I carried 10 caddies of pork head meat and a bottle of system liquor and snuck over to Dainyu's house. Dainyu, open up. I lowered my voice. The snoring inside thundered, no answer. I raised my volume. Dainyu, Li Xianglan's looking for you. The snoring stopped at once, an oil lamp lit inside, and Dainyu poked his head out. Who is it? It's me. Ingnan, up so late. Can't sleep. Came to drink with you. By the way, is your dad asleep? Uncle Taiju wasn't asleep either, sitting on the bed in meditation, the very picture of an old monk in repose. I startled. Could he have some internal energy, Art? Uncle, you're up. Brought you some good wine. Uncle Taiju chuckled, well aware that this future son-in-law's late-night visit absolutely meant something was up. Sure enough, after 3 rounds of wine, with a touch of drunkenness, I smiled. Uncle, are your martial arts good? Pretty good, I suppose. How good? About this good. Uncle Taiju, a bit tipsy, made a gesture indicating a height. Uncle, teach me martial arts too. Uncle Taiju was surprised. This usually refined future son-in-law had taken to wielding blades and spears too. Boy, what set you off? Nothing. I just want to practice martial arts to strengthen my body. Is there the kind that's relatively safe, doesn't require eating bitterness, can protect yourself, and won't get you beaten? Uncle Taiju. Dainyu, Ingnan, practicing martial arts is all training in the dog days of summer and the depths of winter. Where's any that isn't hard? I thicken my face. Then is there any that's a little less hard? If both grinding and wailing could make me a martial arts master, I'd rather wail than grind, because grinding makes the hair fall out. Uncle Taiju pondered a moment. Only for his future son-in-law. Anyone else, and he'd have kicked them flying long ago. There is. Tomorrow noon, you and Dainyu, come find me at the Back Hill Woods. I opened the door. Dainyu, all honest-faced, had finished massaging Luhua after she'd laid her egg. It was already noon. Wasn't he fondling from morning till now? Dainyu absolutely had a special fetish. I'd have to take him to a psychologist later. Seeing me come out, Dainyu reluctantly set down Luhua. Ingnan, come on, to the back hill. What are we going to the back hill for? Didn't my dad say last night to come find him at the back hill at noon? Oh. I remembered. I went to the kitchen, grabbed 2 white, soft meat-stuffed buns, and walked with Dainyu toward the back hill. Uncle Taiju was already waiting there, a bow in his hand. Boy, from now on you'll just learn archery. The guards fight up front, and you loose arrows from behind. Not hard, not dangerous, can hit people, and can protect yourself. That's simple. I was doubtful. Loosing arrows in ancient times wasn't like a sniper who could hide in the shadows and fire cold shots. The range was that short, and after 2 arrows the other side spotted you. This is simple too. An average person's range is 50 or 60 paces, beyond which there's no accuracy. A good archer can pierce a willow leaf at 100 paces. Practice well, get to 100 paces, and others can't reach you. Yes. Then put on armor too, and become a regular pea shooter. I took the bow, a hunting bow, probably made by Uncle Taiju himself, better than the average. Dayuf forbade commoners from forging weapons, the official line being fear they'd be seized by thieves and turned to harm the people, but really it was fear of the common folk rebelling. Word was that years ago a vassal prince rebelled and had forged the weapons in a cellar, with a garden raising chickens and pigs above it to mask the smithing sounds. And in the end, the rebellion even succeeded. But though Diueb banned weapons, hunting bows weren't within the prohibited range. Spears and lances made by farmers with an iron head secretly added the authorities couldn't be bothered with either, all the more so here where mountains were high and the emperor far. I gave the bow a pull, quite strong, and a thought sprouted in my heart. Uncle, is this kind of bow hard to make? Not hard. Tell me what materials you need, and I'll outfit the whole security squad. Sure. Spears, lances, broadswords, and such. Get some of those too? Uncle Taiju frowned slightly, but agreed all the same. All right. With weapon buffs, the villagers' combat power would soar in a straight line. However high your martial arts, you still fear a kitchen cleaver, and using a wooden club against someone with a blade is surely a bad deal. Armor was out of the question for now. Too big a move would draw the authorities' eye. We'd substitute animal hide clothing for now. Excellent. I nodded. Uncle Taiju and I were both smart people, and knew that with Peach Blossom Village grown rich, it would surely draw bandits.